talk about too much longer because this is going to make everybody glaze over. But when you look at tarot decks,
the Toff deck the most, but I get easier, simpler answers from Rider Waite.
Yeah, I found that Crowley deck to be a little creepy. I know that deck.
Yeah, he told Lady Frida Harris exactly what to draw, and she did.
There's this group. They were called Builders of the 80-Ton. I think I'm saying it correctly. I'm not positive. In any case, it's Paul Foster Case. He might have been in the Golden Dawn. I'm not sure, but what he did with the Rider Waite deck is he added color in a particular way that he felt the correspondences worked better for, and and then also it's tied to the Hebrew alphabet, and there's some really beautiful poems that he wrote called the Book of Tokens, and it's one of my favorite books of symbols. I don't know if you've ever seen the Book of Tokens, Tokens, but if you get the full color copy, a hardcover copy, full color, I think you would find that it ends up as like one of your favorite too.
Yeah, that sounds great. The Book of Tokens.
You can even find, if you really wanted to see what the writing is all about, you can even find, there's a whole bunch of Renegade PDF copies online. I just don't know if they're in color. I think you can find it on the Internet Archive.
I'm a real book guy. I have a copy of Julian's Real Red Book, for example, and that was very expensive.
Yeah, that's a good one. Do all of you know the Red Book by Young? Trying to crack this conversation back open to the group.
I may be the only other person here interested in this stuff.
Well, I mean, no, because Austin just popped up. I know he's going to say he knows it. Also, this is the book where Young kind of induced his own psychosis. Maybe.
Well, he went through a 14.
I thought it was an origin for the Hobbit. There was something along that line where J.R. Tolkien took inspiration from it, or backwards.
Wasn't published until recently, yes?
Oh, I keep thinking of the other.
Maybe there was an earlier edition.
Red book.
Maybe there was an earlier edition of it. He viewed it as a 14-year active imagination, and if the other author I'm reading about here right now is correct, his whole point was to literally go into the underworld and to touch and be taught by these kind of luminous beings. So he went to hell on purpose. It's really interesting. I read that Cambridge short guide on him, and he was a senior-ranking medical leader at quite a young age. Like, he received large promotions, and he excelled in his role because he'd seen people like making very strange statements. The psychiatrists, or whatever they were called at the time, physicians for mental health. I don't know Swiss German, but the other clinicians would see these patients that would be making European symbols, and they're like, wow, crazy patients. And you would talk to them and realize, oh, for 20 years there was a weaver. So, Dr. James, that's good advice for promotion in the mental health sciences. But that was such a cool story, and it adds another context to it. He was a great healthcare leader at a young age, and that really affects, I guess, the trajectory of his life and how he became a celebrity.
So, why you say how to fall or how to talk? How to fall. C-A-T-A-F-A-L-Q-E. Catafalque, I believe is the title. The catafalque is the funeral pyre. It came with the underdog. What indicates what he's saying is that Western civilization, that's all that's left. It's burned over the funeral platform during the war. And then the whole book is mainly about really mostly about the Sufi. It's mainly about the book and what was
without everybody around him and trying to dress him up and make him look like he wasn't intentional. It was active imagination and experiment. What was totally bad. Losers that have to literally be willing to go into the underworld that comes for his mind.
Quickly, got Hero on stage. Good morning, Hero. That was great. That was fun.
Good morning, Hero. Huge numbers don't exist.
I want to know more about this. Arigato.
I keep looking at in my mind, that brings me back to the Red Book of West March. And there was another one, the Red Book of Hergest. That's the Red Book of Hergest.
I just look at the pictures in the Red Book sometimes and I'm just astonished at the painting frogs salesperson we had.
There's something in Northwest Canada. Please let me know because I'm fascinated in the topic.
Okay.
And interested in the state of the union academia today because it's still around. It's not huge.
There is the Young Institute in San Francisco. You can study to become an analyst. That's what they call them in Jungian. You become a Jungian analyst, and part of what that entails is I believe you have a doctorate in psychology, and then what you do is it's kind of like a postdoctoral kind of thing where you spend a number of years both studying academics and your own kind of self-exploration. I believe it includes the two, but it's kind of interesting. I'll just say this really briefly. There was a point along the way, like midway through getting my doctorate, that I got interested in Jung as a potential possibility, and what I did during that time was I found myself a Jungian analyst and started going to them for my own therapy, my own analysis, and then I found myself a Jungian analyst to oversee my clients for a year with me, and it was a really interesting time. In the end, I kind of a more like evidence-based route, more integrative medicine route, but I really enjoyed that year of training. I mean, there was just something very beautiful about a lot of the symbols and all of that, the alchemy.
I'm interested in the field because, as I mentioned, it's not particularly mainstream academia, but there's still folks in academy that are writing peer-reviewed things that are deeply influenced by our members of the society. There's a lot of Carl Jung societies. They're in almost every major city. It's interesting. I guess I was told that for folks in the arts, it's an exceptionally sage idea to do Jungian analysis. I could really see that.
And this is not the Red Book of like 1920s.
I think the Red Book came out in the 20s, didn't he? If he was alive in the 20s, he would have. I think.
I'm fairly confident he borrowed from. Why am I thinking? So Tolkien borrowed from the Red Book review, and then as well that was referencing the Red Book of West March, which was a 1300s book. So the Red Book itself is what do you call that? An influence.
So,
I didn't know if I mean that like that.
So it wasn't printed originally, right? They had it Tolkien. I'm listening to Tolkien be read to me every night now as I fall asleep, so I find this very interesting. I didn't know they knew each other. Yes, just a huge dimension.
I know that there's a podcast that referenced it once. So Tolkien borrows from the Red Book of West March, which is from the 1300s. And for some reason I thought Jung was doing the Red Book around the same time was Tolkien's Red Book.
There's so much interesting stuff in the corpus of Jung, like anima and animus, and these mystical perspectives of the various components of the archetypes of real life, like the mask, the anima, the animus, the sphere something cool. I downloaded Abandoned Symbols on audiobook, and I highly recommend it for folks who are auditory learners. I think I would recommend it more than the print edition. It's really, really cool. I'm enjoying it.
Hey, Dr. Slafter, I found a little blurb here. So, beginning in the years leading up to the Great War, both C.G. Jung and J.R.R. Tolkien independently began to undergo profound imaginal experiences. Jung reported these fantasies in a large red manuscript that he named Liber Novus, referred to as simply the Red Book, and for Tolkien, the imaginal journey revealed to him the world of Middle-earth through stories, and this eventually led to the writing of Lord of the Rings, the book he named within its own imaginal history, the Red Book of Westmarch. This presentation explores the many synchronistic parallels between Jung and Tolkien's Red Book, the style and content of the works of art, the narrative description, and symbology. So this is a plug for a book about the books.
But I'm not hearing that they knew each other.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not true. I'm only just reading a blurb of something I found that mentioned them both in the same.
And Carl Jung ran
Awesome. Okay. Let everybody speak once before you come back in for another round.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, we don't need it. We don't need it. No. See, just let everybody speak once, and then you come in the next round. That's the way. If no one else wants to speak, you can go. But I just want to make sure I'm going to be very aggressive. I'm going to talk with data learned. Social editing.
He ran into a lot of celebrities when he was like,
That's okay.
Yes.
Couldn't do it. I'm an effort for you couldn't do it. It's okay, fine. It was a poetic, you couldn't do it. What do you get for your birthday? I'm going to give you, for your birthday, we're going to give you some love. There you go. Happy birthday.
People can speak and listen concurrently.
This is my stage, and so these are my rules. So if it doesn't work for you, you can go over to another room and play it that.
It was like a frame of the mythology, because you like to go to mythology, but taking a mythological story and then reflecting it against your own paradigm. And that was kind of the point of even J.R. Tolkien, was finding the mythology and then narrating it from it as a seed to see what he would kind of discover about himself as he was writing.
Good morning, Dr. Francine. Hi.
Good morning. Good morning. Changing the subject?
Here's what I would ask. If you want to change the subject, don't bring in an inflammatory topic right now, because it's a really wonderful morning just floating in idea.
Dr. Francine, remember when we were talking about Carl Jung and Karma Club?
Austin, remember when I said everybody gets to talk once? I love you, brother, but I'm putting you back down in the audience.
Yes, I remember about Carl Jung, and I actually studied quite a bit about Carl Jung when I was younger. but yes, he was pretty popular when I was in graduate school in the 60s and 70s.
Popular for what? Because when I'm thinking of Jung, I think of one concept.
Archetypes.
What's that?
Archetypes, that's what I think of.
Okay.
Individuation.
Lived amongst the Nazis.
Okay, well, I don't know that, but I do know that he I was going to say invented, but that's the wrong word. Perpetuated the theory of archetypes, and I wish I remembered about what that theory of archetypes consisted of, but I do know that that was his claim to fame, and he was in a race with Sigmund Freud to be the dominant theory of psychoanalysis?
Well, his was called analysis. You can be trained in analysis, just like you can get trained to become a psychoanalyst. Psychoanalysts, by way of Freud, are considered still to be somewhat niche, but still mainstream. And this is the thing that you would always see people laying on the couch in old movies from the 50s and 60s. And then Jungian analysis has gone a bit out of vogue because, Jungian theory is not really sort of an evidence-based form of psychology. However, there are plenty of people that do it. And in fact, I was at an LGBTQ plus training practicum where there were quite a few therapists who practice Jungian therapy, because the whole thing with balancing opposites and reconciling opposites when someone is either carrying some shame or some internalized heterosexism or whatever the thing was that they were carrying, doing art therapy in ways of kind of loving or bringing to light the shadow and these types of things they found really helpful. To whatever degree that was an evidence-based form of therapy, I kind of felt like it was a really good experience to be introduced to people who were practicing Jungian therapy that year. That was my second year, and that's why I ended up seeking out a Jungian supervisor and getting into my own Jungian analysis the year following.
So just to be clear,
yeah.
Are you done, James?
Yeah, I am.
Just to be clear, Carl Jung was Sigmund Freud's anointed disciple.
That's right.
A torrid intellectual and psychological love affair that ended both because Jung was thinking that Freud's obsession with sex and his theories didn't pan out, and also Jung was interested in things involving the psyche and psychological impacts and synchronicities. And there's a famous case where they're arguing, and as one of them shouts, a piece of furniture in the room next to them splits in half. This has been written about. So they did go their separate ways. In many ways, Freud won and has dominated much of modern psychology. I mean, parts of
Jung was a bit more of like a spiritual alchemist / occultist / Rosicrucian. He was spiritual earlier. That for me, a lot of this stuff I won't state it as a fact. I will just say I really appreciate the poetry of it. It doesn't matter whether it's a fact to me.
It's a way of looking at consciousness, and we still don't have any way of looking at consciousness. We're still not.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's kind of one of the more beautiful, I think, attempts at looking at it, to be fair.
Yes, it's because of the archetypes and the personas. It's much more...
Dr. Francine Hardaway.
But bummer, Austin is gone now.
I know that is his choice, and we're not going to stay focused on that thing.
So for me,
today was more of a group dynamic than the Austin show, and I just want to keep it focused more.
So for me, the one concept is the collective unconscious.
Do you have any more thoughts about that?
Well, just the idea that there is some system, and because there have been, I'm not sure about how good this evidence is, but there have been case studies of, I think it was called the Hunger Winter, like somewhere around World War II, maybe in Northern Europe, maybe Netherlands, where there was a case study of, I forget what the sample size was, but several people reporting they all had dreams about starving. Now, obviously, if everyone's starving, it would also stand to reason that they're all having dreams about starving independently. I think there's some other case studies in that might lend a little bit more of science and not move to this idea. And now it makes me wonder if other mammals.
Jordan, do you want to comment?
Just that Jung in some ways was all about woo. And the whole concept of synchronicity, developed with Arthur Kessler, and Einstein played a role. And for example, my friend Billy Sunshine mentioned the show Longmire in a conversation early yesterday. I never heard the name Longmire in my whole life. Later that night, I'm watching Letterkenny, and no, not Letterkenny, sorry, Grace and Frankie, and they mentioned Longmire a dozen times. Now, how could that happen? I mean, it did happen, and it probably doesn't mean anything at all. But when you've never heard a word and your closest friend mentions it, closest real-time friend, and then all of a sudden it's on a TV show and it's mentioned 12 times, you just go, fuck, there has to be more shit going on than appears to the reductionist eye.
One of the more beautiful, I think, attempts at looking at it, to be fair.
Yes, it's because of the archetypes and the personas.
I can't tell myself to see now. I like that.
How could one ever arrive at an answer to whether something go all into the question about, it seems like it just comes back.
Say that again, James, you cut out.
Yeah, restate the question.
So, how could anyone possibly ever arrive at an answer as to whether something is, in fact, a coincidence or it was sort of always to be that way?
Well, we have math.
It's just a coincidence that 2 cubed is 8.
I mean, there are statistical tests like chi-squared. I mean, there are things for this, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Do you think 8 doesn't exist, Joe? This is a different conversation.
I think 8 can exist, but it takes 2 times 2 to get 4, and then 4 times 2 to get 8. I don't think that 2 cubed is automatically 8.
So Immanuel Kant asked how are synthetic a priori answers possible, and that's just what you're back to.
No, they fetched something better than my question. What do you mean you don't believe that 2 cubed is automatically 8? Hold on. 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 times 2 is 8.
They provided a great example. Euro provided a good example, which was if you calculate the angular momentum, the fact that you have your arms out and you're spinning, and then you pull your arms in, and the angular momentum is the same. There's different speeds to the spin, and so though something might be the same number, it doesn't mean it is the same inherently.
Well, 2 cubed in which system?
I hate cubed numbers. They don't exist to me. I am one of those people that cubed things just don't exist. Every time that it's cubed, it is underlying 2 steps before you can get there.
How do you make your drinks cold?
Uses ice rectangles, not cubes, okay? It hates cubes.
Yeah, I use a sphere, and in that case, I don't use a cubed in it. I change it to polar coordinates.
Can you chi-square your drink?
Chi?
Good name for a drink, chi-square. The official note of drinks. Or drink of notes.
This is where memory is funny because, I could have answered any question about stats you would have thrown my way in the fall, right before I took my licensing exam. And I'm trying to remember. So chi is not about nominal. Is it about nominal nominal?
It's about
chi-squared.
It's about significance.
Yeah, it is about significance, but I'm trying to think if there's a special kind of significance. This is super nerdy, but it's super fun to try to remember. You can explain this. You're the professor.
Oh, I don't know about that. I haven't
actually not very up on statistics. The only reason I know chi-squared is because I was in a stats class a couple weeks ago, and they were doing the end of the year. They were doing chi-squared stuff, and I was like, I've actually never taken a stats class. All the stats I know is from chemistry and physics. Yeah, I just recently became familiar with chi-squared, so I'm not even that familiar. But I know that that's the kind of thing. This is what statistics is for, to aggregate and analyze. So it also dawned on me that what an important concept. Like how to determine significance. Like I've been thinking about this whole. This whole story out recently about the missing scientists. Kind of cracks me up. It cracks me up. I mean, it's sad. It's like this numerical kind of. There's a sort of numeracy in our society, right? Like people can't wrap their heads around events and deciding whether something is just plain the kind of thing that happens every day or some kind of crazy conspiracy. Knowing more about things like chi-square testing seems like it would be valuable, both to the individual and to society.
I just discovered there's no emoji for chi-squared, which should be very simple because it's just like a really big kind of squiggly X with a 2 in the upper right-hand quadrant. Makes it the chi-square. And this is the one, it's used, statistical hypothesis using the analysis of contingency tables when sample sizes are large. In simpler terms, the test is primarily used to examine whether 2 categorical variables, 2 dimensions of the contingency table, are independent in influencing the test statistic. So this was something weird that we had to do with our studying for the license, was you had to remember all these weird examples and exceptions for when you use what test for what purpose in research. And I recall that this one had something to do with, and then whether they applied to dependent, independent variables, combinations thereof, and what level of the hypothesis. And oh my gosh, I really have to review this stuff lest I forget.
I like the concept of expected values. You need to expect before you decide whether what happened is weird.
James, my alternative advice to you, which you didn't ask for, is don't worry about reviewing it. The parts that you need to know will stay with you forever, and the rest of it you're never going to need. I studied graduate statistics 40 years ago and passed the qualifying statistics test, and I remember just enough so that I can get by the kind of stuff that I read. That's all I really need. You're not going to need more.
Well, okay, let me ask you something then. So do you value the pre-existing set that you were cooked with when formulating new ideas? And what's your cutoff date for your...
If you have a pre-existing data set, do you do an ice table with it, an initial change and an end?
No, what I do for Jordan is I add a function call to basically be able to use Google or one of the other search engines to bring his data set up to date in real.
I put a cheat sheet from MIT in the chat.
What I meant by that is, don't you think?
So there are different gifts that I do now for the students.
Brothers, and it sort of is the interpersonal dynamics of their very tumultuous relationship over the course of 40 years, where the timeline goes back and forth.
Yeah, I have seen the promotions for it, yeah.
Maybe Wrangler was really good. I'll check that out. We'll put it right in. I really love the Ray.
It has a similar quality in the sense that, it's about the very subtle nuances of people's personality deficiencies, and you're sort of enamored with seeing this intimate view into their world, even though they're totally fictional characters in this point, and semi-fictional characters in the last one.
We've got House of Dragons in June, so we'll have to get a
Oh my god.
watch party.
Oh my god. I thought they canceled that show. No way. I think it's even bigger than Game of Thrones was. It's like the biggest show HBO. Nowhere near as good. Nowhere near as good though. I don't know. I think it is, in my view, and I'm a very big Game of Thrones
I like it better as somebody who is not a big fantasy fan, but I ended up watching Game of Thrones with my girlfriend, and now I'm watching The House of the Dragon. Can I tell you what I like about The House of the Dragon? Is that all of the people's names kind of, I mean, this was true in Game of Thrones too, but I like that all of their names sound the same. There's like Balerion and Galerion, Valeris and Daenerys and Garrus and Varys, and there's others. I could go on, but that's what I think is my favorite part. I'm always like, wait, is this Aemon or Gaiman or Daemon? Is this Aemon or Daemon? Which Aemon is this? Gaiman.
I really thought I'd heard every possible take on that show.
Well, you're welcome.
You know what took me out of the show? I feel like, and I have this critique of later seasons of Game of Thrones, where my suspension of disbelief ended really, really quickly. Like when they were still trying to negotiate a peace after the war had already started and after people had died, I just thought it was so unrealistic and so kind of like obviously political because we know why they're saying this, that it turned me off. I don't know. I don't share that view.
Wait, who was making the peace? Aemon and Gaiman? With their, what's her name? Rhaenyra or Daenerys?
It was the
Rhaenyra.
The blonde and the brown-haired girl they were trying to make peace after the war. Rhaenyra and Alicent, which Rhaenyra is not to be confused with Rhaenys.
Yes, that.
And not to be confused with Daenerys, who is in the other show.
Well, no one would ever confuse Daenerys Targaryen, Mother of Dragons.
With Rhaenyra Targaryen? You don't think I could confuse Daenerys with Rhaenyra? Daenerys and Rhaenyra?
No, honestly, I don't think you could. No.
Well, you underestimate me.
Been watching Derisive Motherland. It's one of the writers is Graham Linehan, Father Ted and all that. It's pretty funny.
I don't know that either of those shows. What's the one you're watching about?
It's about moms and it's a British show. You never heard? You've probably seen something he's written. He's written a lot of British comedies. He's very active on X regarding transgender stuff and he's written a lot of it.
Oh, okay. And if you watch Half Man, actually, I watch every show with the subtitles on, but you definitely need to have the subtitles on because it takes place in Ireland and Scotland. So
yeah, I'll probably start that today. We're just finishing a drama series. I don't remember Family Next Door or something. It's just drama stuff.
yeah, I think there's only 6 episodes total of this show. It's it's a limited mini. And I somehow watched 5 of them last night. I would have finished it all if the 6th one was available, but I think it comes out tomorrow.
I recently finished watching BoJack Horseman for the 6th time, or maybe it was the 5th.
How? I didn't know it was a good rewatch. I certainly liked it, but I only watched it the one time through.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you didn't like it, that's one thing. But if you liked it and you haven't rewatched it, then I would recommend that you rewatch it, because one of the things that you notice on the rewatching is more of the funny animal jokes in the background. And that's one of my favorite parts. For example, like a bird looks up in a rainstorm and then he drowns and falls over on the ground.
Okay.
Other things like that. Like he goes, you know, they go to the underwater episode, and there's a lot of fish jump.
Hello?
I think
Hello? Hello?
It's been so
Hello?
like I forgot so much that happened. So catch up.
I've for sure watched it. The seasons that are out, so I don't know that I need to. I'll probably just. I mean, there'll be season recaps like right before it starts, and like you can always do like that. But I mean, that's a watch for sure. I'm not a big rewatcher usually, although I did watch Game of Thrones 3 times through.
I don't know last year, but yeah, it was still great.
Trash bag, I have to ask you, and I won't judge you, although I may judge you. Are you a brony?
A brony?
Okay, you don't know what that is. Never mind then. You're not.
Is that like a My Little Pony?
It's like men, like adult men.
I think I know what it is.
Who are into My Little Pony, and they claim it's not for sexual reasons, but it is.
I'm not offended, and in fact, I may even be flattered that you thought that I was a brony.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm fairly normal. I mean, I'm weird in my own ways, but no, I'm not.
The only reason I asked is because you were very into the anthropomorphic style jokes.
Actually, they're called persons of pedophile interest.
I just think it's clever. I think that it's funny. I think that BoJack Horseman is such a powerful show. They've said many times, like if it was a live-action TV show, it would never be able to be made because it would be too depressing. It's just straight depressing. I mean, it's a little inspiring. Maybe like look at yourself and don't be like the shitty characters in the show, I guess. But like It's Always Sunny is about bad people, but it's funny. The joke is that they're bad people. It's funny.
I do love
Amy Child.
I do love Amy Sedaris a lot.
Yeah, I mean that show. I mean, I cry. Many episodes, I am crying, and it's on the rewatch. I mean, I could when he leaves his mother in the nursing home, it's like it's too much. No, I don't want to cry now, but she says sometimes life's a bitch, and then you keep living. It's like holy fuck, man.
Did you ever watch recommendation and watch it?
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it. I'll take your recommendation. I'll check it out.
She's like, you have to watch at least like 2 episodes to get into it. The pilot, I think, was a little rough. So don't just watch the first and judge it. Watch at least 2, but they're short episodes. Sitcom, like 22-minute episodes or something. And, but like her character in that show, like I could, bowl over and cry laughing.
I'll check it out. I like that in BoJack Horseman, Amy Sedaris' mother is played by her brother David Sedaris. I think that is a very funny casting job.
David, I think he's a semi-interesting writer. I read one of his books. I don't remember which one, but it just kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit.
They talk about him on This American Life sometimes, right? He's like in the same category as Berbiglia.
I haven't listened to that in a long time. This American Life, is that still good?
I used to be all about it, but then my politics changed. And
Hello?
it sounded like
Hello?
kind of dumb to me, and I thought, fuck you. I turned it off.
I'll be back.
quite clear that the threats to their country are in the neighboring country, so he feels he has to attack them. Kind of like what Hitler did. No, it's quite clear that Israel is constantly under attack, and I think they have the absolute right to defend themselves. I stand behind that.
What statement do you say, Ryan?
I think that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah, everyone does.
There are a lot of people that think they're committing a genocide.
I think everyone has the right to defend themselves.
Sometimes
I don't know.
it's hard to know how far is defending yourself. When are you going on the offensive? That can be a hard thing to see clear.
I think when you get to killing thousands and thousands of children, I think that might be a line, possibly.
It's a possibility. I'll grant you that, but I don't think it's as clear as a certain number of children died. Like, are you opposed to the U.S. dropping the nuclear bombs on Japan? Do you think that was a bad thing to do, immoral? British?
I think in the situation, based on the way that it was laid out, it was the better choice. But then that would assume that the forward momentum path that was presented and mapped out was the only forward momentum path, and I don't know that.
Yeah, I struggled with that one. I think I've arrived at the conclusion. I understand why they did it, and I don't necessarily think it was some evil plot. I might not totally agree with the choice, but I think it probably did end up saving a lot of lives compared to a land invasion.
If a land invasion was the only option, right? By the way, we decided, this never gets brought up, the Americans decided to nuke Hiroshima. The Japanese decided to nuke Nagasaki. Japanese leadership did, because they refused to relent after Hiroshima. That one's on them. Nagasaki is on them.
Yeah,
not on us.
That's fair. Although I don't know that they were truly aware of the devastation, were they? Was there...
Yeah, they heard all the reports.
Okay.
They knew what had happened. It was such a mind fuck to the world what had just occurred that I don't know that they totally believed it. But they should have believed it. We just wiped a whole city off the map with one bomb, you know?
Yeah.
Now, we always intended to drop two. Always. But they had the ability to stop us after one.
Well, the thing is, you had to be able to prove that you could repeat it too, right? It wasn't a fluke.
I would say broadly, like, it's not even the right category to be like, was Nagasaki and Hiroshima uniquely evil? I think the targeting of civilian populations during World War II broadly was uniquely evil. You know, like it's something that should not have happened. And by the way, it's a bad calculus too, because it's basically saying that like you can sap the energy of a people to continue fighting by bombing them relentlessly. And we saw that the opposite occurred. It galvanized everyone who got bombed.
Also, the nukes were not the worst bombings, like the fire bombing of
those are bad.
and Dresden were just as bad, if not worse.
Dresden is probably the worst war crime of the entire war. More so, Hiroshima is not even a war crime. The only reason Hiroshima is analogous to Israel is because one side with overwhelming force inflicting it on a side that's inferior punches a guy that looks like Brock Lesnar in the face, okay? And then Brock Lesnar decides to till certain death. Are we okay with that outcome? In one point of view, it's morally justified, and in the other point of view, it's like those with overwhelming strength must hold back their strength. But that's only a Christian ethic. The Jews don't believe in that.
They certainly have a different barometer for morality.
By the way, the other thing too is like the Jews believe in genocide and want genocide. And it's a culturally held, belief in all of Israel. It's not a niche thing that they should genocide the Arabs.
I want YouTube to know that this is for news documentation reporting purposes. This is not attacking a minority group or protected group. This is I am a journalist and a candidate for politics, documenting online hate speech.
Dave just apparently got told that his thoughts are or implied to be unacceptable for having those opinions, and then
from earlier, yeah. I was in the
which is quite entertaining around Americans that thoughts are unacceptable. That's good.
Well, I think Zach was just mocking Dave more so.
I think so too.
No, Zach was trolling him hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Zach trolls on any topic when he comes in the morning. He has said that this is practice for him as an attorney. He's going to practice any side, any topic.
Welcome to Bitcoin Utopia. The least utopian vision of society ever created. A group of horrific morons who gather every single morning to waste their time.
What is the purpose of all? What do you get at the end of these inquiries?
Absolutely nothing.
What's happening? Understanding of the world, maybe.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going down a similar path right now, so I think it's important to realize
what?
Number one, the way propaganda affects people. Number two, the reasons people will react the way they did in the past.
I think there's better.
I was going to France with the wider applicability
I think it's a good thing with
artists will not understand that the concept of grounding has a lot more, like a lot wider applicability than just Christian apologists trying to argue for God.
But still, this is what's happening. So
confusing to me. It's like, okay, you are not gonna spend enough of your lifetime.
You need
performing being inquisitive about.
Well, let me give in a modern context is like, why does Israel exist?
Because there are these things called Jews.
Why does it exist?
AKA Zionists and recreate. So Theodore Herzl, brother!
The world wanted it, you get rid of them?
Yeah, that's right. Israel exists as an answer, or the answer to the Jewish question. The Jewish question being that European societies and Western societies, well, the reason that nobody wanted them is because of what?
Well, that's a different question. Yeah.
And see what I mean? Though you have to start you have to go down this whole rabbit hole. But it's like, okay, Israel exists as an answer to the Jewish question. Yes.
I think them having their own country is appropriate.
I think so too. Yeah. In fact, I think, by the way, I also think that if you don't have your own country and you don't have a nuclear warhead, that you are on the chopping block for extermination, which is why I believe there should be entirely white Christians as well.
To what happened to them at the hands of German was the correct thing. If the Holocaust didn't happen, I don't know if they would have a country today. I doubt it.
They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Now, was a mistake. I mean, there were if you want the Jews to like just flourish and live a great life, there were a million places they could have gone.
Like a part of America.
But we went there. We chose. Israel was chosen because it's, you know.
They don't like the geographic proximity.
Of course,
They
it
wanted their.
wasn't because of religious importance.
What historically was they weren't. So I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right,
obvious.
but that decision led to all the conflict we're currently seeing, and there could have been a different decision.
Yeah, conflict will always be there with them. Well, until I do expect peace treaties to be done at some point in the future, to seal that happen. I don't know if it's now, my lifetime or not, or in a different iteration. Maybe there are peace treaties now, but they get very short-lived, and then maybe in the future there are more long-lasting peace treaties. I just don't know, but I would expect them to live in peace, and they sort of started that, and it's pushing for that, obviously.
I would like to thank Micah for offering so much leeway to Huddle on this topic.
Yeah, you're welcome, Huddle.
What leeway was I offered?
I was getting on Dave for saying that when he was being like, yeah, I think Hitler made some mistakes. And I was like, well, like what? And Dave's answer was, he was militarily too aggressive. Any other mistakes?
Can I suggest the mistake he made when he chose not to remain an artist? That was a mistake.
Well, they kicked him out. It actually wasn't his decision.
My biggest problem with Hitler was he was a vegetarian.
Right. That is one of the biggest problems.
That's the big problem. I think he made his mustache, and then he just.
By the way, it's good, Dave. It's good, Dave, when you're going to have a sensitive conversation about anti-Semitism, that you not invoke Hitler to start the conversation. Usually that helps.
Well, it all stemmed from that, right? Like
I have observed it helps when you don't invoke Hitler.
If 1938 Germany kind of stayed the same, right, and he didn't decide to go to war with everybody, he maybe could have done a lot of good for Germany and didn't start like this idea that he was exterminating Jews. I don't really agree with, but maybe he could have, found over more time places for them to go or reintegrated them to some degree. Right? The Jewish people. But if he didn't go to war, so many of them wouldn't have died and starved.
Excuse me, can you rap? Are you an artist? What's your artist name? You freestyle? Well, the last person freestyle got 30 million views. You think you can beat it?
Personally, I've always liked Jews. I have many friends that are Jews. And I feel like if I feel like commenting on the group that is Jews, I will. You know what I mean? Because I don't have any malice in my heart.
I've never had any malice in my heart towards.
That's how I feel about black people.
I feel that way about black people too, or white people, or Indians, or Mexicans, or whoever. I will comment on anyone because I truly have no hatred in my heart for any group. But you also gotta note, I like gays. You also gotta note that these topics are sensitive every time you bring them up. You really don't have to know that. Well, you do. If you want to have a productive conversation, you do. You have to remember that the role that White Daddy plays is we make you all get along. That's our role. It's a very thankless job, by the way. But we do it because we're cucked. That's our thing. That's our thing.
That's our thing. We're cucked. What's your thing?
Yeah. You guys got things, we got things. We all got stuff. Listen up. Try and get this fucking diamond clasp replaced. I gotta go wait for 30 minutes.
2 hours behind.
Yeah, bro. Shit on the West Coast doesn't. People are lazy on the West Coast too. They don't even open their businesses till 10. You know.
I've noticed that. That's kind of a European thing. I don't like that.
I know. Vegas is generally pretty good about it because we're the city that doesn't sleep, you know. So there's a lot of 24/7 stuff.
Although I will say, what's quite entertaining from my perspective in this Congo and others too, is like you basically said exactly what Dave said, except when Dave says it, people are cunts, and when you say it, they just shut the fuck up. Which I kind of, we're quite intriguing.
We're very different.
What was the core difference between what me and Dave were saying?
Well, I'm basically zero defending of Hitler.
Yes, I don't often defend Hitler. My family is German, but we fought on the American side of the war. You know.
You also didn't.
Did I defend Hitler? Please explain to me. Please explain to me how I defended Hitler, Mike.
Hitler made a couple of mistakes, mostly being too aggressive.
I think my
And do you not think that's
normalized.
okay? Yeah, I mean, that's not how I would characterize Hitler's biggest mistakes.
I view Hitler as something
I word his killing of people differently than you do. I am supporting him.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's right. It's maybe not support, but otherwise we're justifying. And I also think,
Please explain to me how I normalize or justified what he did.
well, you said it wasn't extermination camps. You said the same things were concentration camps were happening for 1 million Germans, which implied justification to do that too.
Not justification. It's not justification. It's showing that it wasn't totally one-sided and that there was anger from one side towards the other, which I am not saying is even the right response. I'm just talking about actual things that happened.
Yeah, well, I think overall you're carrying water or normalizing or whatever.
Because you've been asked for to explain how he did it, right? Like you just basically heard him out and then said, "Well, in your retarded way," and continued saying the same shit. Like it doesn't work like that.
Is going to provide that explanation that will be accepted and will be satisfactory. You literally need to.
Yeah, I mean that might be a point.
Yeah, you literally need to take his communication, Thomas' communication, feed it into AI, and ask you that question, and it'll precisely identify the methods and reasons why it elicits that kind of a reaction in listeners.
Yeah,
there's the only fair way to do that.
For the record, it was two completely different things you guys said.
I missed the beginning of Dave's thing, so I don't know how they were done.
I don't know if
They were not the same. They were not the same and worded like if you guys weren't in agreement in that sense.
This must be a woman's record because in the male record it was sounded the same.
You know how British likes to incite.
British likes to stir the pot. Yeah.
Well, I'm also asking for was different and not given anything.
Oh, I did my best.
I do think
it's not very good.
Something I'm not we shouldn't be normalizing Hitler. I don't even know. These are we're in a bit of a struggle session here with this for whatever reason, but it's not. You don't want to normalize Hitler to the point where you're like, what Hitler did was good, actually. You know, you don't want to do that, right? What you want to do, though, is take him out of the cartoonishly evil bucket because that serves no one, because then you can't view him as he really was, right? You end up like tilting at some version of that's basically the devil with a German accent, and that makes no sense and doesn't help anybody, because I think people are realizing, okay, there's this thing that people are realizing, this was in like the Nuremberg movie, is that post World War II, if you read, like when you read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, like Bill Byron, who wrote the book, and everybody else of his generation felt that there was just something uniquely, there was something about the German mind that was uniquely susceptible to this sort of takeover mechanism. And that Hitler had been able to take over the German, right? And that this is why Nazi Germany had occurred. And what I think we know now, to suspect, is that there is nothing about the German mind other than they happen to be extremely efficient and, capable of warfare. I mean, that is something unique about them. But that they're not the only people on Earth who are capable of takeover, and not the only Western people that are capable of takeover, and that everybody's capable of takeover. So it makes it so that you should view what Hitler did, like, one-to-one, try and get to the closest reality of who Hitler was, so that you can study and understand how he was able to take over a civilized nation like Germany. And then there are many answers for that, some of which is the Treaty of Versailles, some of which external factors, right? But there is something internal to the psyche of the nation for how Hitler was able to operate, and that is worth studying and documenting. And the reason why it's worth studying and documenting is so that you prevent a Hitler. That's the whole point, right? So, like, I don't know what was said, but if the point is like we should have another Hitler, then that's no good. We should pay attention to Hitler so we can prevent another Hitler.
It was quite explicit in that I think that it's important to understand what happened, because it looks like we're heading towards something like that again.
We are.
And we don't want that.
So that sounds to me like you were saying the same thing that
was exactly Dave's point. These people
but clunkily, maybe.
Well, he said it in his Canadian retarded way.
Clunky is not as a put down to Dave, but just that it seems that no one heard it that way.
They chose not to hear it that way. I heard it that way. And I also as well.
But also, Zach has a history of being hypersensitized to this stuff, where he'll hear dog whistles that like other people won't hear, and then he's convinced that someone's dog whistling, and it's like, can't we just assume they said what they said? And he's like, no, this is
that literally exactly, not just Zach. They did the same thing to me when I asked the question of like, you guys been to the camps?
I understand where Zach is coming from, because I believe Zach's grandfather was in a camp, So that would create a hypersensitivity in
so was my grandfather. He was just in the tower.
After Zach was just in the tower.
That's what we were trying to say, that some of us do have family and have first account, that we're not just reading from this stuff.
Yeah, but I was saying you have family that's
phenomenon. It can take over anywhere at any time. Like during COVID, I mean, people were literally COVID Nazis. Like your neighbors were trying to turn you in. People were trying to other you. People were trying to put the unvaccinated in camps.
So I'm gonna.
It got prevented, but that was all just.
The way Dave was saying, I heard it, was that they were trying to get rid of the Jews but not kill them, and that they were starved, and it was sort of because there was just an issue with food not getting to them. It wasn't any. It was more like accidental. That's the way I heard it. That Dave was saying that they didn't mean to kill the Jews.
Yeah, like in the same way that all these Karens and government people say no one forced you to take the cloth shot, and now hundreds of thousands of people have died from consequences of it, and they go, well, no one, like that wasn't.
Let's stick with. Anyway, I gotta get
Well, Dave, do you believe that there was, just to be explicit, do you believe there was any mechanized killing of the Jews?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And
Although I'm
Soviets.
telling you, they said the same shit. I'm not trolling, and I got attacked for asking a question as well. It's just the sensitivities in this fucking room. It's a sensitive. I get it. 100%. I get it. But it's like it's the same dog whistling that you guys were just talking about.
Wasn't just it was Andrew, Micah, a lot of us.
One of my points is only one thought's allowed to be sensitive about it too. I feel like, right?
Well,
Did you get
I'm trying not to
the
act sensitive.
I was repeating myself. It was not the same thing.
Sorry, Grace, what was your question?
Humanity always wants to reach for a dictator because it's easy, you know? It's the easy answer to so many things, but then it creates this whole other host of problems that are like harder to solve. So you try and use this easy answer to solve like this whole host of problems your society is experiencing, and with it comes more problems that are even more intractable. And that's why you don't want a dictator.
That same laziness is why democracies tend to end up as dictators.
Yeah, that's true too.
I have a slight disagreement on the sense that dictatorships tend to be shitty or devolve. I do believe in the populations with different IQs can only achieve certain levels of consensus formation. And so if you are on an island of retards, literally having one, you have a society with vastly different IQ groups, is that the retards in America are right that the only thing they can do is have it had a very tight IQ distribution. And so you could have cohesive desires for how to rule over that. But when you...
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's like the concept we talked about where like we could run Ancapistan if everybody was 135 IQ based libertarian, you know? Like we could run it perfectly well, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Also, the reason, even if you started a society that was full of 135 IQ based libertarians, every single 135 IQ would be like, I don't want to till the soil. Fucking get some dumbs in here to do it, you know? So then pretty soon you have a stratified society yet again.
I don't know about that. I mean, robots and slaves are pretty good.
If you got robots, then maybe you can do Ancapistan, but without robots, probably not.
The South mechanized one we got rid of slaves, right?
Wait, what happened?
Just like when you get rid of slaves, like the Industrial Revolution happened because we got rid of slavery. I would say that
you're actually exactly the opposite. It was the kind
okay.
that the need for I guess I should say need, but the economic viability of slavery.
That is one piece of technology, but in aggregate, no, I hear you about cotton gin as an example of one technology. But you get rid of
there's a belief that if the South had lost the Civil War, that they would have fallen to communism, you know? And I think that might have been true. Or sorry, had won the Civil War.
I'm engaging this conversation in every 60 seconds I miss my elevator.
It's all good. That, you know, like a pre-agrarian, like newly industrialized South would have become commie. And that definitely could have happened. I just passed a car and on it says, like in letters, it says dog ass. I'm not joking. Why it says dog ass on this car, I don't know. But it was like, it's like a vinyl wrap. But it doesn't look like it's like advertising like a dog grooming service. It's just like, it just says dog ass. Why? I have no idea.
Just go ask dog.
Anyway, oh, you seen the new Ferrari?
No.
AKA the gay Rari.
Is it one of their high?
I'm not expecting to have this reaction.
Actually, we did do the outside a little also.
What the
Not American.
fuck is this fucking car? I'm glad to know that the Italians are as disgusted as we are. They're furious about this.
They're fucking raging.
Oh, this makes me never want to buy anything that says Ferrari on it.
You know, Porsche actually went EV, right? And they did the Taycan and the new Macan. But the cars actually look good.
Yeah, they're good looking cars. They look like Porsches.
Yeah, if you put a fucking, proper in them, they'd be awesome. But this looks like a fucking Hyundai.
Bro, these motherfuckers, like, genuinely think somebody's gonna pay $600,000 for this car. This car makes me want to throw up in my mouth. I wouldn't, dude, if you tried to sell me this car for $15,000, I wouldn't buy it.
Well, to get an allocation to the good cars, that's buy it. That's crazy part of this.
To read the book. It's not that that's what the reference for the book wasn't. Oh, I learned this book taught me that. This book was to supplement my initial statement of people already know learn, and they're like you said something beautifully. You said I lived it. People live experiences, right? Throughout just not just here, but even through like everyday life, they learn how to naturally. People start to deter from that. When, for example, I grew up Black Israelite in Philadelphia, or Black Jew in Philadelphia. I grew up thinking Israel was the Mecca. So I went over there with birthright to realize I didn't see me, but nothing but regular black people. And so you're right, experiences does change what you look at perception. But listen, no, let's story for another day. I mean, they told me like a nigga. I was trying to be nice, but it was bad. It was hard. It was like no, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point, and we get back to me. We talk about that. But to tell people that they can learn, they need to be trained or manipulate them. If you try to train them to what they see, not what their eyes can see, because they're natural reactive. They already learned how to do that. They already learned the influence of discernment. That's how you go when you go look at a car, you look at the price, you go, oh man, this is fancy. I'm gonna get this. The influence of price is good. But we already do that all the time. We're shorthanding everything as we go along because that's what we naturally do. So it's unfair to tell grown adults who've lived their life and gained experiences to go, oh, well, you guys caught this. No, that's called manipulation.
And he manipulates you right now, optimistic, and you can't even see it. You can't even see the sun.
I'm a grown ass man. Nobody manipulating me. Calm down. No. Calm down. Like, what are you doing? I'm good. We having a good conversation. No, calm
When you're an emotional person, you
Mute your mic.
Okay, we're not going to have a conversation about their conversation. If you want to add to the conversation, it's all good.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, and real quick, let me say this real quick. Shout out to Black Rabbi. Shout out to, was that Optimistic? Yeah, I definitely align with you
we do have a natural ability to tell when we're being manipulated or when a certain agenda is being. And I think some people believe that they don't have that ability, and they're gonna play on that and say, "Oh yeah, we can just push this on you, and you're gonna accept it." These are conversations that happen at everybody's dinner table. Shout out to my family. We like to eat together. We have these discussions, and we know when we're trying to be hoodwinked. We know when we're being lied to. We know when media is being manipulated, and this has been going on long before the term fake news came about. So with that, I land. Sweet, go ahead. You want to add on, but please don't do what you just did, because you see what you did. All right, go ahead.
It wasn't his fault, bro. That was a great point that he was making. Just as somebody
You think your free funding comes from trees? You don't have to become artificial and stuff with your propaganda operation.
The fact, they say the smarter you are, the easier it is for conmen to con you, because you're so confident in your ability to detect a con. That's actually a study. So it wasn't wrong what Sweet said. He should be allowed to elaborate on his point, and somebody shouldn't take it personally because they didn't like the sound of it.
He said you. No, first of all,
you're underwater, optimist. We're gonna pass it to Sweet. Sweet, go ahead.
It's very simple.
Yeah, underwater.
Sweet made another great point. Being emotional is another way that you can easily get manipulated. People pressing your fucking flesh button.
Optimistic, you are underwater. Optimistic, you got a bad signal. I know you want to respond, but your signal is bad right now. Sweet, you're off mute. You want to go? All right, Sweet, we can't hear you if you ask. Something I learned yesterday. If you come on the app, 1 second, I'm trying to help the people out, because this is something I've experienced that other people may have. You don't got to tell me when to go ahead. If you come on the app and the rooms are muted, unmute the room before you come in, because it will fuck your shit up. All right, go ahead, whoever wants to go.
Yeah, optimistic. Stay optimistic, bro, while you're on here and get your internet together. Divine, stop going to hell with your bullshit, fucking shit, just because they gave you a green bean. I don't know who gave you some muscle in the room, but that's all right there.
Where you at? Where you at? Okay, you can go.
You gotta come here and do that bullshit.
One mic.
What do you mean out of life you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic. I was moderating the space and he didn't like it. Okay?
If you talk greasy to him for no fucking reason, you don't like being talked greasy to. So why are you talking greasy to him?
I did never talk greasy. I could tell when Patty, the First Lady, and TT need a break, and so I'll jump in. The same thing as BWA. The same thing as any other mod. I'm not tripping. I can't be so sensitive today.
Stop letting that shit go to your head, bro. We're human beings.
You're right. Go ahead, brother. You're right. Go ahead.
Concrete, what's going on today, man? Like,
What's going on?
you know how this works, man. People
What's going on?
It happened to you too. You over here sucking dick for it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's pretty sus. So concrete, man. You didn't really know what to do, man. It's this ain't.
Move on, bro.
But who complains about moderation?
All right, so you want to talk about it? You want to talk about it? You like being treated like shit? You like being treated like shit as a grown ass man? Another grown man talking like you a bitch? You like that shit? Your father taught you how to be like, act like that? Your father didn't teach you to stand up for yourself?
Let's go.
Well, according to Black Rabbi, I never had a father, so
propaganda. Let's go. We've all been propagandized.
Hello? Hello?
And
Hello?
Here you go. Why you had to say
Hello?
that? See? I'm gonna continue to do what I did.
Hello?
To Queenie Scott, the patience of Job. I got a lot of kids. So again, propaganda.
I got the patience of Hulk.
We gotta be patient with each other, man. Come on, we're on the app. We're having a good day. It's a day off for some of us. Let's continue the conversation. We left off with propaganda. We left off with discernment to be able to recognize propaganda. Some of us have the ability to do it, and yes, some of us don't. So with that, I left.
That's what I said.
Happy Clubhouse anniversary, Omar.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been holding it down while you were gone.
No, you weren't.
Hello, and I just want to say this further proves my theory.
Out the gate attacking me.
Like the green text is like Texas.
Told you, concrete. We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I ain't talking. I'm letting that shit go to your head, bro.
And I've got it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
What's going on? So concrete, man. You already know what to do, man.
Respectfully disrespectful.
About moderation. You want to say you like being treated like such? You said, don't want to be treated like shit. So you're the grown-ass man, and some another grown man talking like you a bitch?
Oh my God, you're accepting that that's how you argue? That's what you believe in? Is this true?
Sometimes you just gotta do it.
I believe a first lady.
No, you just said, well, you know what? You just said, that's your opinion, but that's not who I am.
She knows all about it.
Wait a minute, do not interrupt my brother Concrete. Go ahead.
We love you, Concrete. You know we love you.
We love you. Yeah. We're here for you.
Y'all niggas be niggas sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
What kind of
Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him, Divine.
Listen,
Go ahead, Concrete.
so I'll explain it since people don't understand. You can apologize. You can believe in what you say and not how you said it. So I believe in everything that I said. I think that I could have said it in a much more Caucasian manner. I didn't have to lean into my niggatry. So whoever didn't understand that nuance, I hope you've been educated. Apologize and still hold to what you were. The reason.
Concrete, is that your morning? Is that your unbrushed teeth voice? It sounds like you woke up like.
So this black queen, this black queen constantly disrespecting me.
What's going on?
I don't understand why.
He's pulling his hair.
All I want to do is have a good, clean, better relationship. Keep showing up.
So you did
You're supposed to be loving on him. What's going on?
And I think that's what happens to the green bean. Green bean is just like the society. Shaniqua say, I'm gonna call the police on you. You're like, what? Yeah, I'm gonna take you to child support. I'm gonna call the police. You're like, what the hell? She got all the power and she lorded it over. That hurts. It hurts.
So, but wait a minute. But I think that came from you disappeared. Right when we were getting ready to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, why you think I left?
No.
I can't even be in my own house. I gotta leave. We in this wrong. What the hell? I'm not gonna be chastised in the upper hand. We know how it goes.
And I agree, and I'm trying to help you achieve that, sir. But you refuse my help. You refuse my help. Anyway.
I always bring you up. I fight for you. It's all right. I accept the apology. And yeah, I want us to have great conversations. I did post something up because this topic interests me. The whole internet, and that it was restored by the powers that be. I think it's a very interesting topic. It says something here. The internet is a tool of cyber sovereignty and authoritarian control. So that's powerful right there. And that's what I wanted to add, try to put the train back on the track. If you're done with the topic, I'm fine with that as well. But I just don't want us fight. Let's have a nice day, guys.
Let's talk about legally lying. There's a ton out there about what's going on with the shutdown internet in Iran, by the way. There's a lot of information available out there. They have the tightest control, I think, of any country on the planet over the internet, and they shut it down.
North Korea has the tightest.
Well, no, you're right. That's a good point. North Korea, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. They're so isolated from the rest of the world. But again, we're talking now about the darkest and most isolated
totalitarian nightmares on the planet. So you got Korea up there near number one and Iran up there near number one as well.
You're not talking about Israel, bro. Why you don't want to bring up Israel in that conversation about legally lying? Why you don't want to bring that in, Normal?
That's what I'm saying. Conversation with, because you know it's not going to go anywhere with him. Just
I'm just saying they want to talk about Taiwan and everybody else. But you know a little bit about it.
We're talking about the country with whom we're at war right now with our.
Who's at war with Iran? Israel and America. Israel,
America.
Yeah. Israel.
Well, not America. Wait a second, I'm confused now.
Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Nigeria America? Is Iran America?
What?
Is Iran America?
Is Nigeria America?
Yeah. Is Mexico America?
What?
What?
Hello?
Is Iran America? You said Israel. Is Israel America? Are the same. So is Iran America? What?
Can anybody translate this into English, please?
You're answering your question.
Hello?
It causes confusion. You said Israel is America.
Don't crack your ass up, Normal.
What's your problem, concrete?
Tired of your fucking racism.
That's not normal. I looked it up. The number one country. So I looked it up. Normal. For most restricted, it's North Korea number 1, China number 2, Iran number 3, Russia number 4.
I'll buy that. That sounds right.
They used to have a sign that say "No Jews, no dogs." And here's El Normal pretending he's a white man and being condescending to this black man.
That's what he do. He think he got it right because he married into the Tupac family. Ain't that right? No.
Hello?
Everybody
Hello?
went from there to you married to talk about that.
Yeah, man, Black Messiah. Trying to act like they got some black love. That's what I'm exposed.
I'm going to bring up Fanny's emails. Would you like to hear some of them?
No, hell no. I want you to tell us your connection to Tupac. Why you running from your connection, man?
I'm not. We brought it up like 3 times.
Set the record straight.
Sweet, but that's all about fucking Tupac, man.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to talk about that. Let's get back to Israel and telling lies. And legally how you can tell lies.
They were talking about the internet. Who had the most concealed internet? He said North Korea and Iran. Right now.
Great.
And China.
Great.
I think China's a little more open though.
No, it says China is number 2.
I know, but I know people go back and forth to China and they let you have a VPN.
That's only for certain countries, and then they're really strict on that as well.
See how you try to divert to China?
We were talking about lies, though.
Yeah, we were, bro. Propaganda. Yeah, we were. Black Messiah, the whole point about, misdirection and all of that, and not sharing full pictures, bro. Focus on the conversation and put the being all down. Bro, we were talking about misdirection and not showing the whole picture, bro. And lies is related to that. Stay focused, man. I know it's a bit of a stretch for you. And so, and about how Iran ain't got no monopoly on that. Israel has a whole thing about how they deal with goys and legally lying. So I'm saying, deception.
You're not having. Okay, let me tell you, Israel is not Iran. Did you not realize that?
Bro, see this dude?
You didn't get it?
Listen, Israel, America, Iran. Okay. Deception.
We got
images they don't want to let out to the world via the internet.
China and Iran.
Now you throwing North Korea and China. See how he tried to deflect? See how he even trained well to deflect? He can't let that get in there.
From the Iranian internet?
Bro, we're talking about deception.
That's what you're concerned about?
We're talking about America being drawn into this war.
Internet.
We're talking about Israel, America, and Iran.
We were talking about
being drawn in.
shutting down the internet in Iran.
Hold on.
That relates to this deception conversation.
Hold on. Stop saying what we're talking about. Say what you want to say.
Okay, I'm saying it again. So, what the reality is of the deception and the lies and the propaganda and getting people thinking something's going on when there's something else going on, and how legally it's embedded in these cultures we're talking about. Why and when and how is necessary to legally lie.
Yeah, so without that in the conversation, well, we don't have no real meat and potatoes about understanding how images do get let out and how, like Patty was saying, how you control the internet and different things that you let out. Because that's called war, that's called strategy, that's called lies and legally coming into other countries and doing all kind of stuff and manipulating a whole group of people, pressing up next to other people with all that deceptiveness, acting like you give a damn.
Sorry, that didn't make any sense.
It's not true. It makes perfect sense. Do you want me to explain what he said?
No. So Iran wants to be free. Iran slaughtered about 40,000 of its own people and shut down the internet. America attacked Iran. 15, 20,
That's why we went to war over there, huh? That was a strategic move.
That's one of 4 reasons.
That's a strategic smart move that got us into this BS. Israel gonna save.
The IAEA and Trump's own Security Council said that there's no proof that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's absolutely false. They enriched their uranium, listen carefully, to 60%.
60% enriched uranium is not a nuclear weapon.
So there is no civilian use for uranium enriched to 60%.
Why?
It is only, there is
Why
no...
did they enrich to 60%?
Because they're building a nuclear weapon.
No.
We have the plans.
No.
We have the plans. We stole their plans. The IAEA has them. Who's the we? Hang on. Who's the we? And Israel and the IAEA.
They enriched to 60% because Trump pulled us out of the JOCP.
And therefore, they want to make a nuclear weapon.
No, therefore they thumbed their nose at Trump. They specifically said they did it because they were like, if you pull out of this, we're going to go to 60%.
For what reason? Wait, for what reason?
To show that they could.
Oh, so in other words, they don't have a plan to make a nuclear weapon. So they've got 3 nuclear weapon sites in Natanz, and Fordo, right?
According to the U.S. Security Council, they don't.
Yes, incorrect, what you just said. Not only that, Trump tore up the deal because they violated the deal.
No,
how did we know? Because, well, we have the records of it, and the IAEA agrees. They did not allow inspections. They had secret nuclear tests that they had not declared.
They followed it completely. They allowed inspections. You know, they don't allow inspections.
That's not what the IAEA says. They did not allow them in. We stole the plans for their nuclear weapons, and we found that they had secret sites. So Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan did not allow the investors in.
You're talking about 2003.
No, I'm talking about 2018 when Trump was in office.
No. So that wasn't a secret site. They dug deeper holes. And that was after he got rid of the JCPOA.
No, before. That's part of the proposed detail. I don't know. Somebody has no connection.
It was after the JCPOA was torn up.
Oh, we tore it up after we got their nuclear plans.
No, that's not what happened, bro. You gotta stop this.
We're gonna keep interrupting you.
That was after the JCPOA.
Yeah, according to everything I'm finding, they didn't start violating the JCPOA until after 2018.
So there was some infractions during the JCPOA, but as soon as there were infractions were found, they fixed it immediately. That tunnel that he's talking about, or a deeper tunnel that they were trying to build, started building after 2018, and we found out about it in 2020. He's not being honest. Now, if he was talking about 2000, on board with him on that. 2001, they tried to help us in Afghanistan. They wanted sanctions lifted. They wanted to be friendly with the U.S. Then we find out they're fucking doing secret shit in 2002, and we cut their ass off in 2003. So yeah, I get that piece. That's why I said you talk about 2003, I'm with you. But if you talk about 18 and 20, no, bro, we did that. I don't know why people think that a country doesn't have a right to defend themselves. They think they're being, I'm not saying they're being honest, because I don't fuck with Iran. But if they think that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing according to the agreement that's made, and you come out the agreement because you don't like a motherfucker.
And everybody's saying that they violated after 2018. One of the tenets of the agreement is that they would have access to their own money. And once Trump pulled out, they didn't have access to their money. And they're like, well, if I don't have access to my money, I can do whatever I want now.
And even with that access to their own money, it wasn't a stretch of access. Access that we gave them was so fucking like, it's like them begging, can I get money for some supplies? They had to beg Qatar to give them certain things, and they had to prove they needed it. Like, this shit is crazy. Someone trying to speak.
Yeah, it's sweet. You're in the matrix, brother. You're underwater. All right, well, welcome, Michael, to the stage. Thanks for jumping in. Cool C, well, welcome back. I don't know if you've been MIA. I haven't seen you. Again, shout out to Amari on your clubhouse birthday. But yeah, guys, we're talking about Iran. We're talking about JPCOA. We're talking about nuclear weapons. We're also talking about propaganda. We're also talking about the internet being turned on up to 88% in Iran. And that's where we're at. I'll mention Trump is building an octagon-style arena at the White House because he wants to watch a UFC fight.
What is it, world? Little kid, whatever. I need to look it up.
What is it? Is it like a sphere, like in Vegas? Is that what he building?
It's an octagon-style. Yeah, have fun. Obama had DJ D Nice, my brother, so shout out to that.
Did he build an auditorium for DJ Nice?
He did not. He did that.
Okay. Yeah, but then they called it hosting a hip hop party at the White House. So like,
yeah, right there. Put up a tent and then tear it down.
Pushed it in.
Hey, everybody like a good fight every now and then, but damn, he building a whole YouTube auditorium over there.
I think it's just a collapsible stadium like they do in concerts.
Okay.
Not collapsible stadium, but collapsible stage.
Coachella style.
WWE does it all the time. It's pretty much like pack and play.
I mean, some people just not gonna see the good in it. And they have that right not to see it. And then others, it's just like, well, it's just an event. And this is how we're celebrating the 250th anniversary. Isn't that correct? That's the reason why it's been done, no?
His birthday, his 80th birthday. He wants to see a UFC fight.
Yeah, follow me on his shitty.
But I thought it was.
I thought it was the letter to Boston.
Yeah.
I thought it was
a combination. Oh, there's not necessarily a good, but the good points that Patty was making in regards to saying, hey, other presidents have done this and so on. But that part.
Well, I think the good thing is that they're not charging, and that service members and veterans will be able to go and see the fight for free. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, but they're only giving away some of the tickets. Most of those tickets are going to corporate.
What's the capacity for the stadium?
I don't know, but there's only so many tickets being given to veterans. Supposedly, most of those tickets are, it's a lot of corporate people that are influenced, people that make money.
Can I get a ticket from Ticketmaster?
Yeah, lottery.
Look for them.
That already happened.
Will they take crypto? Bitcoin?
What's happening? You act like we you work for them or something. What's going on?
Trying to understand, if I can get in, see what my schedule look like.
Well, how would we know?
I don't know. I'm asking for the report. Divine was reading the report. I thought maybe they get some details.
If you wanna know, you gotta ask Trent because he knows somebody.
That's a fact. But Trent is taking a break, so.
Gotta get another source on Trent.
I saw today, I don't know when it was, but I just saw it came across my LinkedIn feed. I saw a dude sued a black directory of doctors.
I saw that thing.
Yeah. So there's a directory of black doctors for black patients. I don't understand. Plus, and I didn't realize this, it's still thought that black people don't feel pain the way that other people do. And I knew that was a case in the 2010s. I have a friend who's a doctor, and she graduated around 2010, and they were still teaching then. I didn't realize they were still teaching it now.
Do they actually say that in the class?
Yep.
Do they actually say that in the class?
Yep. In a different way, but yes.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm the water, brother. Go back to the Starbucks.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
This is society we live in. You can't have it regardless, first thing I say. But so you can't be a part of our society. Now you develop all your own abilities to do everything, and then now you're gonna get sued because you got your people looking at your people. That's wild. Welcome to 2026.
Anyway. So that's that. What's next? Divine.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you off from work. You're not out there, so I don't know what's going on. And you play video games. What's happening?
I got a house full of babies, you already know, but we all right. Yeah.
Divine, got anything here?
All the grands are here. But we got help because my oldest grand, she's old enough to help a lot. I know this is good. We had my son late, and so he was a good deterrent for my daughters for having kids. It's first removed or however that works. But anyway.
Please don't do that to me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
My brain, I'm with you, First Lady. My brain just get a nice sunny day.
God said, stop complaining and be grateful for the day that you are being spared. So if you want sunny days, you just say, Lord, I thank you for that. That gray sure is gray in the day.
That's what they said.
The song's coming, Divine.
There you go.
It's coming out, Divine.
It's coming. It's gonna come.
But June blowing has been a thing for a minute. So it's part of the natural flow of things. Well, June's gonna be a good year this year, baby, because it's about to take the motherfucking championship.
I mean, I just want to know, are y'all gonna be safe? Is this gonna be okay?
Look,
I don't care what happens as long as we motherfucking win the championship. I can take my last breath that night. They gonna take my last breath. I'm gonna be happy. Tearing New York up, what?
No, I don't think it's going to get violent. I think it's going to be, it's going to just enhance the camaraderie that you already see. There's been 1 or 2 incidents outside the garden. Nobody's going to die. I don't think the people are going to tear up the city or burn cars. And I don't think New York is that type of city.
Divine, they had 10 people on the billboard last night.
Divine.
The other night.
Divine.
Yeah.
That was an illusion.
Divine. They've never won and been to the championship in a long time, bro. They got a lot of pent-up energy. It starts off
I don't think it's going to get negative, though. I think it's just going to be a plus. We need this. We haven't had
jumping around.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm staying positive. Again, I think it's going to be a good thing for the city. People are going to be happy. I don't see destruction. And there's not enough police.
Hey, Divine, take a look at the chat, Divine. We got a new theme song.
And speaking from a city that wins championships all the time, LA, it starts off exuberance, excitement, the alcohol, elation, and it just gets out of control. So it's not so much the spirit of destroying stuff, but you just lose control. So I'm just looking at it's been a long time, man. That's a lot of pent up energy. So I pray it go well.
Did he just trick you? I mean, I'm from a state where, we had a championship all the time.
Yeah, I'm just talking from
So, like, I'm just going to throw my hair behind my ear.
I'm just saying, whether it be the Dodgers, whether it be the Rams, whether it be the Lakers, I'm just saying it's a city that everybody think, they just tearing up stuff. It starts off with excitement and exuberance, and folks just, the pent up time and frustration and gas prices. I just pray New York keep it all,
We're going to celebrate. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a parade. Like, I remember a certain chat. Y'all know I'm old. I remember in '86.
I went to the Giants parade when the Giants won.
Exactly. When the Giants won. And it's never been nothing too crazy. I mean, we're New York. I really don't. New York, we love our city. We're not going to destroy it. Oh, yeah, it was Mets. Thank you, Great Jews. I remember we all never saw you. You get more incidents at the St. Patty's Day parade than anything else.
I always tell Bombani to tell everybody, stay indoors as much as possible and don't get caught up in all that. Destroy your grocery store.
Y'all better sit y'all happy asses down somewhere.
Come on now. These already went there last night.
Fuck that. Y'all better sit right. The hell? Huh?
Hey, First Lady, can I play off this link real quick? Hey, can I play the link real quick? Got these.
Although very erudite and literate, fails to read the chat comments. So it's really hard to hear you.
Because the fatty's out for a walk.
I don't see a comment from you.
Well, that's because it was 4 hours ago.
Oh.
We can't know you were communicating in these cryptic
Bro,
ways.
I'm dinging from my life, derisive.
Okay, well, I know that's
the
not your turn,
only
then that's what
way.
you're doing.
Sorry, I wasn't here to translate, guys. Either. I'm sorry.
Moving forward, I will pay more attention to the chat, Monica. Moving forward when you were on mute.
And then, BB came in, and I wanted to hear BB, and he couldn't get in because Kevin was in a deep ISO with, who were you wrangling with this morning, Kevin?
No, it was Daniel.
Naveen, for sure.
And Danelle afterwards.
And my repeated requests to share the mic were again dismissed callously.
In my defense, BB is illiterate.
That's not fair. Scroll way up.
Okay, so
way up.
BB can't read.
Right. That's not true.
I was in a room with him where he was trying to read something and he was unable to engage in basic comprehension of what was being written.
I was actually shocked. It was one of the more interesting moments I've had where, like, somebody's reading something and then they're telling me that the thing says a thing that it doesn't. So I don't think I'll be engaging with BB, and if I see him, I will be calling him an idiot.
Well, he'll be moved down. Because just like when Zach got moved down for spiraling a bit, you know.
Other Zach.
And then when he rejoined the stage, it was better.
Okay. On a slightly different topic, but since we kind of bring up the chat, I put a link in the chat to something else that's somewhat related, but a totally different subject. And we don't have to talk about it, but I'm curious to raise it, or if anyone has heard of this guy who's being medically kidnapped, so to speak, in Canada, which is an interesting topic.
I saw a news article about a girl who was raped and she got no justice, so she petitioned the government for her to kill herself, and they agreed because it's much more fair that a victim of assault should just die than have the assaulters held accountable. It's very frustrating.
I think it's frustrating that half the time when I look up these cases, they're being misrepresented.
Why don't I help you and I will find the post that I saw so we can examine it.
Please, Nugget. I was actually just about to look it up and I can't find anything.
Wait, the other post that you guys were just talking about, was it the young guy who was pulled over by police?
That one.
Yeah. I don't know what I didn't see what you put in the chat. Did you put it in the chat?
Yeah, it should be the last message in the chat behind a couple of reactions. But, yeah, it is.
Okay. Because I just thought I've seen two different things. One where it seems like he really has mental issues, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's a genius.
Yeah. I'm sure there is more to the story.
Yes.
That's why I'm not putting forth a strong opinion one way or another, but it does seem a little strange the way it's being told. So I'm curious if anyone knows anything else.
What I heard was that his parents wanted him to be detained, and he had written, it's also like conspiracy theory stuff that he was writing, that he thought that got him fired or something. It was all like his physics paper.
Okay.
You'd have to read the article that you have.
Right, but what you're saying is that there probably is more to the story.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I see.
And I don't know, he was like a good-looking guy, and the way he handled the interaction with the police was calm, so it appears like everything is on the cops.
Hello!
The Chinese government, of course, like, well, that's right, but he also had been saying that the traffic, there was some guy who was accused of being a cyber terrorist. He claims he ran him out of Toronto, and then the traffic in major cities, like, was almost down to nothing because of this guy.
The light bringer is here. In the name of Jesus! In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
Like I said, the news presented it like, just pulled it,
In the name of Jesus.
Was saying a lot of strange things that the parents were very concerned about.
Let's get to the point.
In the name of Jesus.
Without religion, the idea of Satan ceases to exist.
There might be something more to the story.
Really?
Yes, it was very egregious by the look of it at face value.
Yeah, you can just go to his Twitter account. You can see all the weird stuff he was saying about the traffic and this guy he named as a cyber terrorist, which I didn't look up the guy. I don't know who it is, if it's somebody popular or something.
In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
In the name of God.
In psychology school,
What are you, Jewish?
it's hella easier to convince people you're crazy than it is to convince them you're sane.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
So true. How come?
You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
I'm minding my own business. What's your point?
You angry.
I'm just trying to do it.
I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry.
Hey, Brian, what's up, Buttercup?
Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
How long have you been a Jew?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about like convincing someone you're crazy to get out of a fight. Like, you want to fight? What, the crazy guy?
Yeah, I'm Aquarius. I'm Buddha.
This is my form of crying.
You angry. I'm
My son
happy.
is legendary. We had Mozart, Beethoven. Where's Galileo Galilei?
Galilean princess.
Don't raise your eye. It's only teenage waste.
What? Do not speak of my brother.
Yeah, I'm reading that story, Zach, and I guess for me the most influential thing in that story would be what are his parents saying?
What is his parents saying? Can you please elaborate?
It's not like this doctor just said, oh, this guy I don't know anything about looks peculiar. He had his eyes on him.
That was the best picture.
Sure. The most likely thing is that there's more to it. That obviously this guy is not forthcoming about.
Yeah, obviously. So just because you're stating the obvious.
He just wants to be
right.
Well, he also believed the stuff that he believes is like on the Twitter. He's like, I can't believe nobody's noticing these traffic.
You know shit, Sherlock. What's your point?
Thinking like,
You dumb bitch.
Toronto, like all of a sudden traffic is down to nothing when it should be very busy. I didn't look at the timestamps. Like when he said it was the middle of
course you
rush
didn't.
hour.
Because you're a dumb bitch.
8 o'clock. California, if that was the correct stamp. I don't know. It was just weird. You can see that. He obviously thinks that stuff is going on.
You didn't look at the basic timestamp. You fucking dumb bitch.
Something's wrong here.
Exactly.
Devil's advocate or benefit of the
Obviously, something is wrong. Obviously, man.
That's why I said you have to timestamp is accurate to where he was claiming the pattern was anyway.
Hello?
Impossible.
And he's claiming that this guy, who was a cyber terrorist, was the cause of these of
his claims. I didn't read enough into it yet. I heard about this morning. Funny enough, but I guess my point is that just because he has crazy theories and ideas, what part of that necessarily makes him a danger to himself or others?
Well, I mean, like I said, his parents were the ones who were concerned, so presumably they had more information. But I think from an outsider, you could see more was going on, and it wasn't, like I said, just this.
Hello?
Well, that guy looks like he's acting.
Hello?
In a diner.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I suppose it's possible it could be both. Both things could be.
Yeah.
College coming for you.
From the New York Post from March.
He's coming with full force.
Of course, like I said, the fact that he happened to also be talking about Chinese government, so this is why people are like, oh no, he was definitely taken out because he knows stuff, so it's all adding to a big conspiracy.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Reading the X post, Monica.
Which, of course, that affects people's idea of what this doesn't look like a crazy person. He's this good-looking, grad student.
Thank you.
I'm checking now to see if the 3 men were held accountable.
Hello.
I might have got that part of the story wrong.
Alistair's the greatest gay lord of all time.
We're held accountable.
The 3 men that raped me.
The gay lord, Alistair.
And
I accidentally refreshed when I was on.
And I love.
Now I'm on a.
Our
for it. Where they bring a champagne bottle.
Upon my death, the more shall know.
And Zach also has all these
The wrath of God
quote unquote
shall be spread around the
scientists,
universe.
fucking losers getting lumped in with that sort of.
I really don't care about your opinion.
Has anyone ever savored a champagne bottle?
Of course they have, you dumb bitch.
Like when you savor it with you take a score it.
Yeah. I've tried it.
I've never done it, never tried. I'm kind of curious.
My success is inevitable. My death is also inevitable.
I feel like it's difficult.
It's yet to come.
Well, I don't. You said you had to score it ahead of time.
I think you're supposed to. I don't know. Are you?
I didn't, so that could be why I didn't.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you're supposed to score it with the knife or something.
Probably.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because mine didn't do anything. It didn't break. It didn't it was at least.
Well, actually, that sounds like a good idea. I think I might try that. And in the future, you're gonna do it. Score it first. Who's got a knife?
Do something
or something. Score it first.
Alistair, man.
That might be worth it. And that way,
Let's have a conversation. Interrupt this dumb bitch for a second, man. What's wrong with you? The fuck, bro? Come on, man.
She didn't report it to the police, so they're out there still.
So what? I didn't do shit. I said all this for everyone, and Lucifer don't exist.
Here's what
you're asking
do. So it says, chill the bottle thoroughly, remove the foil and cage, locate the seam. Everyone seam angle correctly and strike. It doesn't say.
Let me see. Is there a seam on the champagne bottle?
I have a seven.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Right there. Okay, so I guess I would take a knife. I'm not gonna do it right now. I would take a knife and I didn't just slide it.
Or you're supposed to score it before, but that's where you hit it. That's supposed to.
I wonder if you're supposed to makes it easier though.
An angle at 45-degree angle.
45-degree angle. Ching.
I guess
You dedicated champagne savers.
I'm gonna buy some cheap champagne. I'm gonna
right.
I'm gonna practice. Yo, he was dying to make that joke, bro. Literally. Ew. I need some rope.
Whoa.
Oh, darn. I hate when that happens.
Well, I'm a little bit Monica, what do you think this story that you brought up of insane, I shouldn't say story, of Noella Castillo, what do you think it illustrates?
Hello?
Monica didn't even hear my joke. It was so upset. Oh, okay, good.
Hello?
Okay, what did she put it? We failed her. Society failed her.
It's a
Hello?
situation, but I'm also not sure if like the narrative alongside it is really justified, especially based on like what I originally was.
Hello?
Incident.
Hello?
I remember. Instead of literally, can we say literally?
I think we went from the original thing was there was a woman, she was gang raped. Rather than putting the perpetrators in jail, we offered her assisted suicide. And then looking into the story, she was raped multiple times on separate incidences, didn't report it. Obviously horrible. She then tried to kill herself. She jumped off a building. This left her paralyzed with neurological damage and chronic pain. Because of these conditions,
blackout.
she sought
Yeah, the black
now, is it horrible that this woman was raped and tried to kill herself?
It's the symbiote, isn't it?
Is it like your negative person, your shadow person? Like, how do we know? Like, how do you relate to?
No, it's
So, like, the center part of you, basically,
No.
Can you name all the symbiotes?
No, I can't.
Oh, the symbiotes have a huge lore.
Basically, when you're mean, that means you're a black spider. That's what it means. You have to connect back to the. You have to be the true Spider-Man. That's what.
Is that what Muhammad is, a Spider-Man? I think in Islamic faith, Muhammad is definitely a Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man costume when he had the new suit was impressive. That was a cool new design.
Guys, you have to respect the art, you know. You have to respect the cosmos. You have to respect all these fans, you know. You have to respect all of them. This is art, you know. That's fun, you know. We don't have to make it.
This is what Andrew does with Frenchie and Bob. They create art every day here on Clubhouse. It is amazing, brother. No, Andrew does art. This is all an art project. You would never know that the man who can't even change his PTR is actually an artist. Zayad, do you have 2 ears or 1 mouth? Or 2 mouths and 1 ear? Which one is it, Habibi? This is an art project. Every Clubhouse room is an art project. Every art room is an art project.
It's John Kitover. It's the motherfucker that ran for Congress. Oh, kick him out.
Kick him out? Kick him out? You guys... Listen. I came to this room to make fun of Andrew again. Because what Andrew does is not art. It's actually retardation. It's brain rot. You know? That's what Andrew does every day. He'd be better off reading a book. But some people can't read a book anymore. Have you read a book, Zayad? When was the last time you read a book? Was it the Quran? Was it the Quran? You are a retard. You are a retard. Don't call me a retard and not expect to also be called a retard. That's retard projection. You are projecting your retardation onto me. You are the retard. My message is that Andrew has brain rot. He should just play the Bible on a replay, like audiobook, because these rooms are a waste of time. And everything that everybody says is just retarded. Jason, you called me a retarded, and I am explaining myself with my message. I am the messenger. I am the new messenger. Habibi, I am the new messenger, like your prophet. Hey, wallah. Let's not engage with Jason. He is the non-playable character, you know? Do you know what this non-playable character is?
Tell me.
It's basically like there's no ghost in the machine, you know? They're just walking around like they're barely alive.
He's a human being, bro. He's living with us.
Yes, man, I'm a human being. And when you prick me, I bleed. And when you call me a retard, I call you a retard. Habibi. Oh, great, we got Frenchie, the Clubhouse Karen. Frenchie, the Clubhouse Karen. What's your problem, Karen? What's your fucking problem, man?
He's a tall man. He has no respect to all of you guys.
No respect at all. I give no respect at all. You know how Rodney Dangerfield used to say, I don't get no respect at all. Well, I reverse that. I don't give no respect at all. Ooh, we got him good. We got him real good.
Thank God for your room. Thank God.
Thank God for your room. Hello!
Speak everything, you know, we can
Hello! Hello! Hello!
Compared to a lot of rooms, it's not perfect, but compared to a lot of rooms, it's less chaotic.
Amazing. You guys, I can write thesis about that.
I could write a thesis, a statement about what you are doing. Unbelievable work. The hard work that your room is doing.
But I had to say that because your room actually works.
Your room is amazing, Habibi. It's so good, brother. What you're doing is so good. It's so good.
Mostly movies.
I've got a top tip for you.
Guys,
invite you up. Don't call them Karens and obnoxious. If you just not
from the US, right?
So maybe next time you'll remember.
Yeah, me chills. Guys, you're from the US, right?
Mostly.
Yeah, different guy. Mostly, maybe UK and US.
To say we normal people.
Zion. Can I ask you a question? Would you change your life to go somewhere else? To live somewhere else?
I did.
He was taking a very low dose of Klonopin. And so I take Klonopin, and I have for 30 years or something. But it's a very low dose. Anyway, he already had some issues.
What's your nickname? Low Dose. They call me Low Dose.
He has not been on a no benzos, since 2012.
Hello?
And that was the first time he went to the hospital.
Hello?
If you recall. Okay, so.
Hello?
Is, and it's very sad.
Hello?
Is he had.
Hello? Hello?
Brain injury. I'm sorry.
Hello? Have you ever wondered, why am I watching this live stream right now? What's wrong with me? Why am I looking at this guy's live stream right now? What's wrong with me? Hello? Hello?
He's been down for about a year and a half now. So, yeah, so he had, there was also, they're also saying that he had mold in his house. Oh, it was his diet.
Hello? 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 Is it me you're looking for? And I see you in my eye. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, definitely y'all should watch Harris Faulkner. Black women in the audience, the goo. She comes on, I think, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but 9 o'clock if you're on the West Coast. Harris Faulkner is one of the classiest black conservative women that you will ever see on TV. People like Sweet might not like her because she's married a Jew, but that's because he has some problems with the Jewish people.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future.
Because he was a blacked out drug addict.
I see by my own inward.
He's like a drug addict or whatever. It seems like he developed a physical dependence to a extremely addictive drug. I don't blame him for that.
It's okay, Kevin. I understand what you did. You're very flippant, and I get it.
I was trolling a little bit. I'll say like oh yeah, he's addicted to benzos.
Honestly, a lot of people apparently, I don't even know who this Jordan Peterson person, never heard of him.
Oh my god, you're so lucky. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I actually consider myself very lucky, especially right now, how many people would root for this man who probably doesn't care about him.
Yeah, no, he's a quack.
Monica Kingdom!
He's a brilliant professor, and he has changed lives all over the world.
That's fabulous.
All over the world.
So
okay. I'm not on the Jordan
Peterson bandwagon like most of the people in this room. Quite honestly, I don't really feel strongly about him one way or the other. I think he has some good stuff, and I think he has some meritless stuff.
Hello?
The irony in you talking about people misrepresenting stories, and then you misrepresenting something that you didn't know jack all shit about. The irony is just unbelievable.
There's a
Hello?
me making an offhand comment about Jordan Peterson as to not make any sort of point, but just kind of a troll there versus when we're having an extended back and forth about a specific topic and we're engaged in kind of like an actual policy debate and the examples were being brought up. Like if we were having a debate about Jordan Peterson and which of his ideas are worth any merit, I'm not going to use him developing a dependency to benzos as like an example of why we shouldn't listen to him. That would be a really dumb argument.
But that's exactly what you did.
That's not
Hello?
That's not what I did. Me saying he is a quack and he was addicted to benzos is kind of like a troll versus is not the same as me saying he's a quack because he's addicted to benzos. That's a different statement. Okay. Like somebody could be a bad person, or I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is a bad person, but somebody could
nice
be a bad
justification. I appreciate it. Nice attempt.
It's not an attempt. It's a very valid thing. I mean, this is like you don't like the way I misrepresent the stories about assisted suicide. Therefore, I'm going to call back.
Hello.
I didn't misrepresent any stories about assisted suicide. I gave you the facts that I had, the same way that you furnished the facts that you had, whether they were right, wrong, or indifferent. It's the exact same situation. I didn't misrepresent anything. I gave you the information that I pulled as I was looking at it on Grok. Okay. I didn't misrepresent.
I'm saying facts were frequently omitted from the specific cases of assisted suicide as to make them appear worse than they were.
And that's true. That's what that just happened in this room. We cannot deny that. That's actually what happened.
And that's actually exactly what Kevin just did with JP.
I feel like it was those two things have two different temperatures, you know. So one was like
hello?
Like a jab.
Don't you dare insult Jordan Peterson. Don't even think about it.
Apparently from a conversation earlier. I couldn't speak to the context.
She put a Jordan Peterson.
That was from earlier, I guess.
Yeah, she put a Jordan Peterson like in the chat, and I made it.
Yeah, it just seemed it was very lighthearted, and then eventually, pretty much it took this turn. I'll be honest, that's how it seems to me from being outside the club.
I'm not ideologically motivated towards thinking that Jordan Peterson is a benzos addict. Like I said, him being a quack, totally distinct from his dependency.
You have a very bad habit of repeating yourself 5 times.
Well, I feel like I'm not being heard. I feel like I'm not being
We got you the first time.
I also support him, so yeah.
I think you guys are homosexual.
Thank you, Of course you love.
That was a thought. And do you think about homosexuals all day long? Sometimes when I'm around you guys, I think about it. And tell me what those thoughts are when you're around us. You think about homosexuals? Well, you keep talking about Woody Allen and pickles. So Woody Allen's not homosexual and pickles aren't homosexual. Wait, Woody Allen? I don't think so. Okay, what is he? He's a non-homosexual. Is he a pedophile? Why would he be a pedophile? What is that? I don't know why he can be a pedophile. I can't relate. Well, why do you think So far, your topics are homosexuality and pedophilia. You're
hello?
Well, you brought up Woody Allen and pickles, so you got me like. Well, I said you were in a pickle, but you didn't understand what that meant. What does Woody Allen got to do with pedophilia? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Nothing. I guess nothing. Then why'd you bring it up? Thought he was, but I guess. Why did you bring it up? Why do you think that? Because you guys got me thinking about pedophiles.
Hello?
Hello? Weren't you guys talking about Israel? Yeah. Yeah, no, we were. That got me thinking. We're talking about genocide. So tell us about Israel and pedophiles. I want to hear. That's okay.
Hello? Oh, I just wanted to say, people who think about a small, tiny country with just a little over 10 million people all day long and do all this ad hominem projection, it could be a you problem. Just consider it. Because I don't hear you talking about India. I don't hear you talking about China, which has over 2.4 billion people. approaching 3 billion people. So if you just project onto a small, little, tiny country with just 10 million people, well, could be, do you think it's a category error? Could be just be a category error, not an ad hominem projection.
Guys, it's just a small little country.
Because there's a lot of people on here making claims about that small country, and I'd like to know what evidence they have for such claims.
But yeah, but why are you so focused on such a small little country?
Well, I'll answer that. Now, what's the proof? What's the proof? Well, I'll ask you need to answer first. Where's your proof? Like BB's guilty of genocide.
It's in the pudding.
I want to speak to you in a serious manner.
Rubenchik, imagine being in college and your professor's like, all right, well, let's see your senior thesis that you've been working on for the past 6 months, and you just hand him like a box of JELLO, and you're like, he's like, what is this? And you're like, it's in the pudding. And he's like, all right, well, you're getting an F, and I guess you're not graduating from this institution. And then you end up on Clubhouse for years talking to Christians and making fun of them to make yourself feel better about the fact that you don't like to read books.
Yeah.
We are cooking!
What answer do you have for that?
We are cooking!
Oh, not much, I guess.
We are cooking!
I'm doing something else while I talk. All right, I'll keep making your pancakes. Rubenchik, how do you respond to what John said?
I don't need to respond. I'm asking you the question. Why did you click yes and then you came up?
Because you have a poll up at the top.
What's the answer then?
I told you I don't need to talk about it with you.
Okay.
Why? Like, what credentials do you have that require that I give my position to you? Like, what's up?
I'm just asking you the question.
Listen, if you're afraid to share your thoughts, then just hang around and maybe learn a little bit. Maybe you'll have a little bit more confidence.
Okay, go ahead.
If I was as big an asshole as you, I'd keep my mouth shut too. I don't blame you one.
Really? Then how come you're not always mute in rooms then?
Because I'm not an asshole like you.
Oh, that's not what the consensus says.
Oh, where's that written?
Oh, it has to be written.
Well, you said says. Where is it spoken?
It's spoken in multiple rooms on.
I'm ready. Tell me which one.
El Normo, it might be a bit much to call him an asshole. I wouldn't really put him in that category. I would put him in the category of someone who likes to have fun, but yet really he's missing the real fun, which is to be, cast in a position of great brilliance. And, it's who are we to judge someone who comes on this app and just doesn't really say much? Because maybe they've got a lot of stuff in their background that would be, really entertaining and enjoyable for this shared experience. And, I just like to thank Rubenchik, for putting Glory to Israel in the title, because too many people on this app project onto Jews and Israel and Donald Trump their own inferiority and their own self-esteem issues and all their ad hominem projection that they can think of, because they're not really doing any work here. This isn't like they're studying a book, right? They're not actually learning anything. There's no knowledge being created or transferred here. This app is purely entertainment and nothing more. And if you think it's more than that, well, then I hate to break the bad news to you. It's not more than that. Because only in a book will you actually find knowledge and information that is valuable. This app is a toxic cesspool of sludge. And I just like to come around and stir the pot sometimes, take a whiff, see if it's, ripe yet for a taste.
Yeah, a ripper, exhale, stir the pot again.
Thanks, John. Now, have you got an answer on it, Badger, or not?
For what?
Do you know that? Can you? I'd like you to prove that Bibi's guilty of genocide.
Oh yeah, I can, but I don't want to. I'll tell you.
Why not?
Why shouldn't I?
Because I've asked.
afraid. No, not at all. No, you are afraid of him. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not a good man. Well, because you're not afraid of him. That's right. If you were afraid of him, then you'd explain yourself. Yeah, if he was more like Yahweh. But you said that qualities, but he's more like a scary daddy. Not a scary daddy. If he was more like a scary daddy. Little scary daddy. Yeah. Scary daddy. My parents are nice and cool. So then, where's the scary daddy? Oh, I was just referring to the guy in the favorite book. Is John Blair. With my favorite book. Kitover. Yes. No, it's not a book. I'm wrong. Am I wrong about that? It's not even a book. Okay. Right. I mean, it's hard to be such a dumbass. It must be weird to be born with such a lack of brain. That is a difficult one to try really hard to understand. I would agree with that. Yeah, it's easy for you. That's the thing. You're good at it. Yeah. See, at least we can agree on that. You think it's hard for me to be stupid. No, I don't think that. I'm trying to figure you out. You don't really have anything. You apply it, it's a lot of work for me. If you apply it, it's a lot of work. Oh, I thought you were right. No, I thought you were saying no. Why are you thinking if you know? Probably because my brain's small and it's kind of yeah, it's not the same reason as yours. Mine is speak for yourself. What's your idea? What's up there? What is it? It's hot. How do you know? You're paying attention. Maybe you don't want to tell us the number. I think it's you're afraid. You're afraid of you can tell now by my name. You were the number. I think you just said it. No, I think it's a little bit. I don't like the word because you're not going to hear. Yeah, you're going to feel even stupid. Just pretend I'm not talking to you. No, I have a better idea. Why don't you just like, are you afraid of me now? No, you just sort of annoying. Well, I tried to be nice. All you guys are talking about. I want a serious conversation here. I want really about you to address what you said. That you said, what we don't words now about now. I just said I thought he was kind of, I wasn't impressed. You suspect something like that. Yeah, he suspected a pedophile. Didn't he marry his daughter? Oh, I mean, never did. Never happened. He never married his daughter. Wait, just one minute. I know the age. This was over in what country was this? Yeah, I'll look it up. Hold on a second. Real performance. You know, I don't know about that. I don't know if it belongs. Oh, it's false that he married his daughter. Look at that. You're not right. But when you marry a daughter too, you want to tell me to marry a daughter. The world of dumb things have the really dumb things. And speaking of us, you need Reverend where she was never his daughter. He never lived with Billy Farrell. She was, she was not an adult. Wally Allen never adopted her. He was never a father figure. He never stayed over in Billy Farrell's house. A friend of his, when she was living there. Her father is Andre Previn. The late Andre Previn. Billy Farrell was the ones who adopted. Wally Allen's married to now. Nothing to do with Woody Allen. Andre Previn, the composer. So the claim is that Woody Allen married his daughter. Let's see. Okay, I was mistaken. I misheard that. It was just the daughter of his partner from the past. That's what it was. Yeah, I think you've been reading the National Enquirer. That's cool. A guy in Hollywood that's so connected had to go for some chick that's like the daughter of his partner.
Let's not forget.
I don't want to be judgy.
Let's not forget that Woody Allen is photographed with Jeffrey Epstein a gazillion times. And if you are friends with Jeffrey Epstein, unfortunately, you now have a scarlet letter on your back. It's just a fact. That means...
Yeah, it's not illegal to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Excuse me, if someone is photographed with Epstein, what does that mean?
Yeah, no problem at all.
That means in the court of social justice, you have been found guilty. Sadly, in our world, if you are photographed with Jeffrey Epstein like Bill Clinton 100 times, well, you know, there's a chance that you weren't like in you probably weren't in a library reading books. Yeah. If you were sending emails to the head of Pfizer, you know, and talking about a pandemic with Bill Gates and the Jeffrey Epstein emails, well, I don't think he had anything to do with it.
Going on is here.
Yeah, so if anybody's was friends with somebody who was a criminal, what does that make the friend? What are they guilty of?
That's called an associate in a criminal mafia organization.
What are they guilty of? I'm asking.
Associating. So if you go to jail and part of your parole is that you can't associate with other known felons because the state believes you might be involved in criminal conspiracies, that makes you an associate.
Yeah, what's the charge?
Associate, he just told you.
So that's the charge, associate.
Yeah, no one's saying anything, dude. You're just getting too creative here. What are you getting at here?
So that's a charge, a criminal charge. Is it associate?
Yeah, but why are you still worried
Honey, please. You've never been in a Rubenchik room. These are special rooms. Just be patient.
I'm just trying to figure out why he's so worried about like Epstein now. Like what was brought up that made him so focused on Epstein now?
Well, I don't know if you understand how consciousness... Yeah, let me explain to you how the brain works. First of all, consciousness is impacted by what you could call spotlight or floodlight. And what I did was I presented a spotlight because you guys were talking about Woody Allen. And so I focused in on his associate, Jeffrey. But if you want to go back to
he just hangs out with people like that. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
If you want to go back to the spotlight, which is the glory of Israel, we can do that because I've been to Israel multiple times. And I got to tell you, until you jog up and down Tel Aviv Beach, north to south and south to north, and you've seen a beautiful Ashkenazi or Sephardim or beautiful Mizrahi Jew schwitzing and sweating in the glistening sunset, and then you go back to your 180-degree hotel and you take a shower with a bunch of hot Jews from all around the world, and you have a great time with these beautiful little babies. And then you go smoke hookah and have a little cocktail before your dinner. And then you go have an amazing falafel sandwich. Oh, it's just heaven on earth.
Where's falafel from? Where does that originate?
From Israel. Where was it going to be from?
Oh, it's from Israel. Okay. So it's Jewish food.
It's a sandwich.
Well, it has to be Jewish food.
Yeah. Have you heard of a tomato? Have you heard of a piece of lettuce and a pickle? Did you know you can put these things together and it's not cultural appropriation? Honey, let me ask you something. What have you done today to deconstruct structural white racism?
I did a bunch of yoga.
And so, when you say yoga, does that mean you unioned with the universe and you realized...
I yoked my mind so I could control the body.
So do you think a lot of the people on this app who are social justice warriors, if they were to unionize with God by doing yoga, do you think they would see that their ideological propaganda is just that, ideological propaganda?
When you say God, do you mean, like, what do you mean by that?
I mean that when you do yoga, if you just let your mind go and be free, well, you don't have to have any particular opinions or judgments. You can simply be one with the universe in your breath. And when you stretch and pull your hammies down, because a lot of guys on this app, they got lower back pain and they say, oh, I got slip discs. Well, what you got is a union problem, meaning that you're not breathing. You're not stretching and pulling on those hammies. And thus, you're not in a state of freedom, of liberation, because you got pain in the central nervous system. And you got.
I agree.
Hello?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, John, I don't think Norma agrees with that. When we go wait for the charge, what's the crime? Guilty by association is not a crime. So, what are you talking about? Why are you so fixated on Epstein? Hey, do you want your answer? I didn't bring up Epstein, John. What were you saying, John? I'm speaking to Daryl.
Yeah, I'm just saying that having had legal problems myself personally, I know that there in many ways is no real justice except social media justice, which means that if you can't get them in court or they get you in court, you can still get them on the internet. And a lot, this is why Google reviews is such a big thing to businesses, because if you have one mentally ill customer that wants to fuck with your business, well, that could seriously impact your business. And it's the same thing with Woody Allen. Guilt by association is not an actual verdict in a courtroom, Rubenchik. I don't think you're that, low IQ. I think you may understand that. What I'm saying is, with the Epstein files release, mass publication of all those photos of, our great and illustrious producer director, and I love a lot of his films. I think, they're a fun category of films. So, guilt by association, again, is just social justice in a non-existent reality. All we know is that Jeffrey Epstein was a nefarious motherfucker. And all you have to do is watch the Steve Bannon interview. But the horrible thing about the Bannon-Epstein interview is that you realize that Jeffrey Epstein is probably less of a toxic person than Steve Bannon, who has to be maybe one of the most toxic people to have ever lived.
Okay, can you please refrain from using obscene language, John?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? Hello?
Yeah, she likes me. Listen to her.
Honey's my husband.
Yep, that's right. One of them.
Baby,
Go ahead. Tell Norma what you think of me, Monica. Go ahead.
No.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna take control of this.
Wait, what? Why'd you boot her?
See, Rubenchik, that's what I was trying to get across, is that in the court of social justice, Rubenchik kicked me. Now we go in with the Anon.
Asking you, okay? If I bring you up now and you don't have the proof of it, don't accept me bringing you up, okay? Now I know my rooms are pretty boring, and people like a lot of drama and fuss and people speaking on top of one another, okay? But that's not of interest to me. Is there anybody who can prove, are you in possession of the evidence that Bibi is guilty of genocide? It's either yes, no, or I don't know. Okay? And when I bring you up, if you start mentioning anything about anybody else, or talking about anything else, or you say you do have the evidence, but you're not going to say it, I'll drop you down again.
Hello? Hello?
Is there anybody else that would like to come up? Does anybody in the audience have the evidence?
Hi, Rubenchik. I'm pretty sure I've got evidence to support the claim that Benjamin Netanyahu is guilty of genocide.
Okay, go on then.
Well, the first thing you have to accept is that we need to redefine the term genocide, and we have to give it a very any murder is genocide, and thus Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as the October 7th terrorists, are all, yes, you are genocidal.
Genos is race, people, tribe, nation. It's not a person.
Well,
Genocide is anything I don't like. So if you put me in the subway, that's genocide.
exactly.
Oh, I want to make a prediction.
Within a side eye, genocide.
Okay.
If your shoelaces are uncut, genocide.
Hello?
A specific group of people based on race, whatever. The current wording.
With the intention of wiping them out.
Yeah.
This can become the definition.
Well, not wiping them out, just removing them in whole or in part. So wiping out implies whole.
Hello?
The
Hello?
part is the squishy part.
Well, that means if you kill two people, then you're guilty of genocide. Even if you've declared a war under the rules of war.
Let's define part. It's like Bill Clinton defining is.
It really doesn't matter what the action is, right? It has to be, you have to have intent. So even killing one person, right? Let's say killing one person is genocide, right? You would still have to prove the intent. It was the person's intent to kill that person. So what you said, I disagree with you completely.
I left out the word intent, but it's part of the current definition. I gave you 95% of the definition, but left out that one word, so yes. If you add that back in, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, so, Mr. Rand, have you got anything else to say?
Yeah, I just don't agree with your opinion about intent.
Okay, so you don't think the genocide needs to have intent?
No. Talk to the dodo bird.
That's the integral part of genocide, the intent. That's the word, intent.
It's integral?
You have to can you prove it was Bibi's intention to purposely kill people?
Well, I think Bibi's logic is kill or be killed. And it's good logic.
What do you mean you think?
Well, I think.
A new accent for you?
I think, therefore.
Oh, he's got a lot of great accents. Where do you hear his Indian accent? It's the best I've ever heard.
I haven't heard his Indian accent.
You say you have not.
I have not. How come you get it, but I don't?
You have not heard my world-famous Indian accent? You know, recently on YouTube, a horrible person from this app, he said a horrible, terrible thing, and he got my community guidelines strike. And it was because he said something very, very disgusting in violations of hate speech.
Wow. That's a little too anglicized. You got to tighten it up a little bit. You know what? I can't do an Indian accent. I can recognize that.
You put on, Mr. Rand, you put on your tefillin the wrong way, by the way, on your other pictures. But anyway, intent is, so making a claim of genocide, you have to prove the intent. If you don't have the intent, you can't make a claim of genocide.
Where do you see tefillin? Oh,
want to say that it's really all the Savta Gilas that make Israel so glorious. A Savta, if you've got a rocking grandmother who just doesn't seem like the bubby type, maybe the best name for her is Savta. Savta means grandmother in Hebrew. And we think any grandmother who calls herself Savta is kind of, well, a glorious badass. Since Jews have been around over 3,000 years, there are many words of wisdom that are still true today. Here are some funny Jewish sayings and some wise proverbs. A black hen is not butter that comes from a cow. The hat is fine, but the head is too small. Don't give me the honey and spare me the sting. If a girl can't dance, she says the musicians can't play. Thieves and lovers like the dark. With horses, you check the teeth. With a human, you check the brains. Worries go down better with soup than without. Bow wow! If the rich could hire the poor to die for them, the poor would make a very nice living. God gave man 2 ears and 1 mouth, so listen more and talk less. Man plans and God laughs. Even a bear can be taught to dance. If he were twice as smart, he'd be an idiot. He's meditating on whether a flea has a belly button. They are both in love, he with himself and she with herself. Rejoice not at thine enemy's fall, but don't rush to pick him up either. If God lived on earth, people would break his windows. Bow wow! Wow, 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 wow! Bow wow, wow! The #1 selling performance artist of all time,
You kidding me?
Understanding, and it's okay. That's why I said just.
Y'all seriously got crazy, man. That's not what
Again. I'm like this is.
I don't know why y'all still going back.
Well, I have two degrees. One of them is in business admin, and it is from Kelly School of Business. So, just saying.
So what if it's not?
Because that's the price.
Milk is never gonna be 200. If that's the case, you
If
go back to
everybody has $1 million, milk will absolutely be $100K a jug.
Do you like think about this, bro?
He doesn't understand how.
That's off of stimulus. That's off of $12.
No, I didn't go up, bro. It was coronavirus, bro. Everything was cheap cap.
I really feel like he's rage baiting and just trying to play devil's advocate. So. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know why y'all still arguing.
I hear it repeating it. IEP. Are you serious?
Okay, so what? If I was in a small class, you definitely weren't in a small class.
Small class or in the free class?
You act like y'all walk past that class, right? No kids all in there.
You're special. Are there IEPs in college?
Yeah, they are. They do.
I was asking. They do.
Yeah, they call them remedial courses. Yeah. I mean, but you know, like I said, I'm a small company at the end of the day, man. So I'm
there's a lot of people that own companies that are not.
Have a trusting relationship with. That, to me, historically has been one of the most important relationships for kids and parents. The relationship with your pediatrician. It's one of trust. And in my world, it doesn't exist in the name of profit seeking for the companies that own this practice and efficiency, which has been sold to us as a universal net positive.
Let someone use my kayak. I used a loaner one, like somebody brought. We were with a group, and it was inexpensive, and for a reason.
Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long and it's the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object on supply. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I have held on to the shape of what is lost to the ground. It's to the ground. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! Everyone, the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren,
Spend all
with
his
whom he is
head
acquainted,
to distort consciousness
whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common.
Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The ceremonial scribe of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following. Surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram
starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. The blue vigor of the intimate air, by my crown I invoke thee. Power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I the voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the sick. 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Thou the head of the hawk. The I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of the pompous.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was amazed before thee? Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding in the hell of the undead, mountain of the Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who contemplest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and love. scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the booth, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. We stand our paychecks with a smile in mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out of the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. Got all the mountains of parking lot dreams, and your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that on the spend. The cash goes out with our kids. All speed up the books right now. Show the numbers and running. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You calling for the people, but the door stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out for the locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers not running. Transparency on every track. Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get the crony doctors. The CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Farman Johnson is a cop.
Hey, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Hey, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. For black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson.
charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Give any who company of me into the house of rest, who pilots the ship of light, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth, behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance white of love over the firmament. I tremble upon high, I tread upon the firmament of blue. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of my everlasting Lord, in the splendor of the daily glory. Fire, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow on my way, for I am lying Kitover created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father Kitover, Lord of the sea, of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart realizes itself as matter already created. By whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
the Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of the Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Twigs and Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak, the Ancient Tennis Rites and Masonry, the Rites of Aquarius, the Rites of Mithrin, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Order of Love, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the bells to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. The crime. My object of sublime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. To the prize, to the cause. To make the punishment fit.
My object also blind. I
I keep it in my mind. I sharpen up the dream. The case is called the clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the perfect the crime. My object all so bad. Borrowed faith. You left no kind of grave. But every lie you spun at my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make punishment fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. My object on supply. I shall achieve in time. Hold on to the shape of what is lost in the price to the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of supply. I shall achieve in time.
Women of the Order who are about to become mothers receive care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established. 70, the secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. By entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the Order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole Order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made, especially sacred duty, which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born of the human Soul!
The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly, is the obtaining of the following.
Symbolize the fourth dimensional universe in two dimensions as a square.
Surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers,
which are attributed to
there is also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate.
which figures the general view.
Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili.
The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. Left hand top corner being air of air. The right hand top corner, water of air. The left hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air.
Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
centers facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and the fourth edge letter from the corner of each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, and at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices Mine is the head of the hawk, abrahadabra, and ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire. The voice of the fire. The voice of the sin. 11 are the voices. Abraham. Strike the
Concentrate all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The I invoke. Six of God who beareth the rose and rose of life and glory. The I invoke. The voice of the Father.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronynon. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrow a lounge of full parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the stairs. Cash goes out with our kids. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in my hand. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tag. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while I'm public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Hey, we want receipts. Every cent, every check, every week. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1 3 million is a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization and criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Open up for transparency now. Expedite record now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation from life is a scam. It's a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost won $3 billion to get the crony dollars. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Bartman Johnson is a coward.
Alex, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon
billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No. Public spending charter. No. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxology, so taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who
Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain Hill, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Archon Cloak, the Ancients of Tennessee Rites and Masonry, the Knights of Hercules, the Knights of Mizraim, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Warrior Cloud of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gaze the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. Fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I have held on to the shape of what's lost to the prize, to the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members. So was born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that nobility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribute. Bottom of air, the left hand bottom of air, the left hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
Including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the knocking letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not the scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn of gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of a porpoise and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming.
I did thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire.
Strike the master chord. Draw the
The voice of the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronny-Con. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stand on paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass that. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrow a mountain for a parking lot, dreams on your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to this, all the building on the stairs. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every beat. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up your books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on the line. In the streets, in the hotels, in the cash. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. The U is a mafia propaganda organization and criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open up for transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Farland Johnson is a
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now.
This is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No. Public spending charter. No. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights, the Order of Rose Creeks and Hayden, the Order of the Holy Royal Oxygen Club, the Order of the Holy Royal Oxygen Club, the Ancient Tennis Rights and Research, the Rights of Hercules, the Rights of Listening, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedenborgian Math of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object also blind. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grave. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I hold on, hold on to the shape of what's lost in the past, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, paying them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71 the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many in sacred, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in two dimensions as a square. Surround four great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Prefigures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Fili. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the book. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn of gold, the flashing bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of a cough
In thy car of glory, by my fingers I invoke thee.
5.
Song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight.
the voice of the sick.
11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron
CEOs should participate in that and be on Air Force One.
I think the general idea is the reason he took these guys is because, you know, each one of these companies needs rare earth, you know, minerals. You know, Apple needs them for the phones. SpaceX, everyone needs them. So he took those guys. But I think also he took them because he's not smart enough to have, you know, someone's going to hate me for this. He's not smart enough to be in this room without these brains sitting next to him. Who is he going to take? Pete Hegseth? Who's he taking with him?
Yeah, I understand that. I'd love to learn along the way. Maybe we'll never know, or maybe
the law says that they have to reimburse the government if they travel on Air Force One. So maybe it was just a reimbursement.
Okay, it's possible. Yeah. It's possible. And it came up with NVIDIA, their CEO. They stopped in Alaska to pick him up, and it was like he was like a last minute commitment. But okay, well, I didn't mean to take you off topic, but
no, it's just I was saying that, you know, the reason I always thought, I grew up believing that the reason we had 3 branches of government was so that the two would always keep one in check, or, you know, one would be there just to be adversarial in case things are. He's primarying people, and everyone's just so afraid of him because they built their lives on being public politicians. Maybe we should just start having term limits. Maybe you shouldn't be, you know, a forever anything. You know, this is what happens when
the president is termed out.
I mean, but you know what I mean? I mean, like Congress and the Senate and stuff like that. Like, he look at what he just did to Cornyn. And I always thought Cornyn was on his side. What happens when he's got people so
enough on his side.
Yes.
Degrees.
But enough that they're worried about that salary. They're worried about, you know, who's going to call them on the nighttime shows. They're worried about the books they're going to write. Who's going to buy their books? I don't know where we're going to go, but I think China is rising and we're descending. That's it.
I will drop any criticism I have of the President of the United States if he promises to come on to the Critical Thinking Forum. So I just want to point out that I can be bought too. Sometimes I have to be careful. I make these jokes and people take them literally.
Michael Douglas, Gary, greed is good.
Greed is good, yeah. Yeah, it was a good line. Wall Street, right? It came from the movie Wall Street.
Yep, Wall Street.
Yep. So I just want to say at the end, which is very near here, I have a very short follow-up to our discussion yesterday that kind of dovetails into our discussion today. Okay, well, I guess I will.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, there you are. Go ahead, Molly.
Yes, well, in the previous conversation, was talking about the markets and stuff, but we went through these with Plaza Board in 1985.
Oh, yeah. You're underwater, buddy.
Yeah, modulation issue.
Okay, just one moment.
Technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so a lot of.
Hello.
China, Russia, and Iran. They've been working together ever since the war in Ukraine, and they seem to have encapsulated the previous speaker with propaganda. The cost of living would go up considerably for any ally of America if the petrodollar wasn't traded for oil. And so I don't argue with anything the previous speaker spoke about. I would just say that if I cared about my
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future.
Carlos, of course, taxpayer. Yours are right. And it is because of I said this week.
I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Lead through divine hearts upon your miracles, who keep watch over the universe. You many who company of me into the house of rest, who pilots the ship of life, advancing onwards to the heights of
Oh, hello! Hello!
Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Apostolic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of the Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosary Expiatum, the Order of the Holy Royal Archer Corps, the Ancient Celestial Rites of Masonry, the Rites of Regulus, the Rites of Masonry, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweden Warrior Cloud of Masonry, the Order of the Martyrists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around like the devil kid, to make the punishment fit the You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the ghetto kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I marked the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I want, but I have hold on to the shape of to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time.
And if you can't examine the plank in your own eye, how can you call out the splinter in somebody else's?
Yeah, bro, you gotta personalize it. I can tell when someone's like really butthurt over an election. Look, Thomas Massey's dead in the water, bro. Get over it. Yeah, clearly there is some form of a hierarchy in the Republican Party. I just stated it. The Senate Republican leadership in
Mitch McConnell has done it for many years. However, not to the extent of the Democrat Party, not nearly to the extent of. I mean, imagine what they were able to do in their presidential cycle, where they handpicked the nominee for the Democrat Party without even holding a fucking primary. And you want me to say that more so in the Republican Party?
But Joe,
get out of here, bro. What are you talking about?
Joe, look at it from a strategic perspective. Wasn't Kamala the genetic, racial, gender, liberal, actual strategic percentage-wise statistic choice? Don't you think that was the statistical significant choice to make, to front in terms of who do you vote for? That's the way I view it, and it failed. And really, there's, if you go to Donald Trump's Instagram and YouTube, etc., you will see the speech she gave about giving transgenders reassignment surgery in prison from, illegal aliens in other countries. That type of like clown world projection and information communication from a potential commander-in-chief of the world's largest military is, terrifying and shocking, because that's essentially saying AOC is the president. And when we have somebody of that type of perspective, we got a problem, because that's like usurping the insiders, meaning that like if you have a bankruptcy or a corporate takeover, sometimes the internal leadership is always the best option. And that's what Donald Trump, I think, is suggesting with regards to Iran, because it's natural. And Trump's presidency is natural. And the natural leadership, look at Syria, look at that leader, strong communication, intelligence, distributing his power, strong, physically strong. The guy's an actual war fighter. And he's signing documents and writing constitutions and publishing, the new Syria. So every origin story and birth of a nation is happening, and America in many ways is birthing too, because the liberal, woke, intellectual perspective in many ways has been crushed, but it's still there. It's all in these people's Instagrams and YouTubes. Yeah. It's all out there.
But John, I don't want to let Florida Man off on this. Florida Man, tell me how you could have no better example than there's a shadow elite hierarchy within the Democrat Party than them handpicking their nominee for the 2024 presidential race without their own voters approving her. What they were able to do in their presidential cycle, where they of choice. I mean, literally, they just nominee for the Democratic Party without all of their electorates in their primary to her, right? And no one in the party even threw a fit. They all fell right in line. They said, "This is our best chance we got." And I mean, how can you deny that isn't the greatest example of a shadow elite hierarchy within a party?
So I agree with you that was a horrible move, and I don't know if you recall, but at the time that was also my biggest critique of their campaign and election cycle as well, right? The idea that we had this old hag in Joe Biden who thought that he wanted to run again, was allegedly gung-ho and committed to running again, and then at the last minute either A, decided, or B, convinced that he couldn't run again, and then he dropped out. But I thought it was bullshit, and I thought that they should have run more of a fair primary at the time, and I still think that was their greatest downfall to this day. But I believe that was months of the campaign cycle
Florida.
After, even if they had
She is the counterintelligence candidate. What are you talking about? That was the logical choice, Florida man. Great PTR, by the way, because Afro Man is a patriot. The legal judicial system in this country is funkadelic. And
Florida men look like that these days? I like the
money dried up. What actually happened? The money dried up. George Clooney,
but with worse hair.
George Clooney came out and said, "We're not going to donate to Joe Biden's campaign." The donor class told the Democrats, "You got to replace him." It wasn't the Democrat voters that pulled. It was clearly that the money was drying up, and they had no other choice than to switch her in, or they weren't going to have any money to run a campaign on.
Correct.
Then they raised one.
He was only going to run for one term. He promised that when he ran in 2020. Biden said that he was only going to run for one term.
Hold on.
So he let everyone down. He really did.
They raised
he should not have run again. Because he said he was only going to run for one term.
They got him brainwashed? Look, they raised $1.5 billion, and she spent it in 107 days. Well, that clearly didn't come from the small dollar donors. It clearly comes from a shadow hierarchy within the Democrat Party that chose her and donated her the money to blow $1.5 billion in 107 days. It had nothing to do with this, with the voters like C in this room.
You can't blame Biden. Like honestly, Biden when he ran in 2020, he said he would only run for one term. He should have kept with his word and honor, because he shouldn't have run again. I mean, period. And he fucked over the whole Democratic Party. He fucked over Kamala Harris. He did, because he left her with no time. And yeah, they shit a lot of money away. And it's embarrassing. And it's wrong. But it's all about ego. This is what happens to men. Ego is men.
Well, no, he left her with too much time.
Well, this is my point to you, Joe. That you made the case for me basically on why this was last resort kind of like final option for them when they were able to finally convince Joe Biden, when they finally recognized that Joe Biden had no chance at winning, or if it's the case that Joe Biden finally came to his senses under his own merit to drop out, whatever the case may be, right? Which I do believe that it was the handlers and the elites of the party basically getting together and saying, no, we can't let him run, and then making Joe Biden take the executive decision for him. But they had
he said he was only going to run for one term. Do you remember that? You guys do not.
Let's take a deep breath. Let's take a deep breath. Oh, you don't like my harmonica there? The point is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Afro Man is not Donald Trump. And we have exclusive White House press credentials. Isn't that right, El Normo? We are so happy to announce here on Clown House Live that we have launched the Jewish News Network. El Normo is a founder. John Kitover is a founder. And if anyone here wants to join in the fun, congratulations. We can offer you a position or shares in the next JNN. Tell them all about it, El Normo.
How much is it per share?
Is it that exciting? I mean, is it that exciting?
This is capitalism at its finest. Look at the book in my PTR, Ayn Rand. This is called objective ethics, not altruism. It's called egoism. The real capital, the real future of America, which is obviously capitalism. We are completely in debt. The country is bankrupt, obviously, but if you look at usdebtclock.org, oh my God, China's got a central reserve bank. Japan, Great Britain, everybody's doing the same inflation game. And it turns out that most profits only come from borrowing because the whole system globally is completely living in debt at the national level.
Bingo.
But if you want to create value, perhaps right now, on Clown House, you could say something intelligent. Go ahead, co-host El Normo of the Jewish News Network. Ding, 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 ding. We have predicted the downfall of Tehran and these radical Muslim jihadists running Iran. Their regime is over. There's new opportunities in the world. Even the Gaza Strip could be an incredible investment opportunity. Just think about owning a condo in the Mediterranean, America. Think about owning a condo in Cuba. Cuba. Do you want a piña colada? Does anybody here know the recipe for a piña colada? Because I got the recipe for a piña colada up on my wall in my kitchen.
Did you see what the gay Ayatollah said though?
The straight up harass, like you get to go have pina coladas there. You got Cuba next and Venezuela, right? These are all new land opportunities.
You got to get it straight.
These are lands.
Got to get it straight. The Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about straightening it out is the same as a resurrection. I didn't say erection. That's something David hasn't had in a while. That's called an erection, not a resurrection. Not a resurrection, an erection. And soon, Donald Trump is going to unleash Marco Rubio to the world. And Cuba, President Trump to you. Donald Trump is going to liberate Cuba para los Estados Unidos, para la Americana. El país de americano y ahora. Cuba is ours. It's our balls. It's our necklace. It's our pearl necklace. It's coming back to us. America is rising. And Cuba is in our blood. And soon Cuba will follow the people. Amigos, Clubos Unidos. ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! You're not a moderator, Pepe.
Yeah, you're not a moderator.
With all due respect. With all due respect.
I mean, do you want to test me? I could probably get her rated.
Whoa. Ooh. Uh-oh. They say Beaver's the problem, not Pepe. That's what the census says.
Pepe, you saw that oil is below $90 a gallon. A barrel.
Oh my gosh. $6 a gallon for gas? That's too much. Who can live like that? Who can drive to the beach? Who can go to Black Hawk Winery and have a nice...
I mean, if you want to go to the Hamptons, I would recommend taking a helicopter.
Yeah, and end your life.
Dude, I mean, like, who wants to...
Kobe Bryant yourself to the Hamptons? Come on, David.
I mean, please.
David, never get in a helicopter. That's my advice to you. Ever.
Wait, is that like a JFK joke?
No, it's true. I don't see things ending well for you if you step in a helicopter based on your clubhouse communication. But who am I to judge?
He's just a voice in the wilderness. Just a voice.
Why are you trying to get us to read that Jewish mind poison, Ayn Rand?
Because it talks about the future. Listen, the truth is the balance statement, which is 40 trillion debt, 7 trillion spent, 5.
Again, straight of Hormuz. What do you think about, straight?
Again, it's 7 trillion spent, 5 trillion in revenue. Look at it from a business perspective. It's unsustainable.
5 trillion is not that much money.
Listen, Zimbabwe did it, but you guys don't want to live in a Zimbabwe, or do you think we already live in a Zimbabwe? Hello?
Became the next $1 trillion company. Micron, Skyhynix, and Marvel, just in the last $2 trillion companies. This is pretty fucking amazing that we're seeing this happen just in a matter of a couple days.
Why do you want to see? Why is it amazing we see corporations get that wealthy?
And it's funny. It has nothing to do with Trump at all. I mean, that's the thing is he's actually like, but I don't know.
Why are you booty clapping for big corporations that make that much money? Why is that something?
We love our big corporations. Talking about.
Well, no, I think it's
Hello?
I think it's they're pretty amazing. I mean, like,
Hello?
think about it.
Hello?
So I'm just
Listen, value creation is what's amazing. Intelligence is what's amazing. Priorities as a nation is what's amazing. Listening to chicks that drink 5 vodka martinis by 6 p.m. is not amazing. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Welcome to the book club. Welcome to the book club. Because honestly, let's be honest, your opinions are really low value.
Capitalism. Like, do you think our founding fathers, they would have ever, well, first of all, they would have ever knew just how powerful our country would end up being, and how some of the most successful countries were in a way monopolized.
As long as they're paying U.S. taxes.
Great question. Definitely not the Jefferson-Madison wing.
Exactly.
They were completely against the central bank concept. But the Alexander Hamilton wing,
Alex Jones?
No, the Jackson Washington wing. They were all in favor of the central bank.
Yeah, I'm on the central bank thing. I don't know, but then as far as all the
one
companies,
company that I mentioned is based in South Korea. So that's 3.
Samsung?
$3 trillion companies. Sky
amazing.
Hynix. So no,
you know what's really nice for the South Koreans is that you have these people. Yeah. But you know what's also interesting is you have South Korea. You have these smart people. They're taller on average compared to the other Chinese people that live around them, and they guess what they're doing.
Managing that is hard. So that's the experience I have with it. You can ask me questions about that, but that's I'll lay the two things out. What we do is not that interesting, because if we don't get paid, we just put money in. That's all.
Add more. Just add more. I was thinking about
مجاهدین خلق که تقریبا اونا تنها کسایی هستن که
funny and nothing to do with Trump at all. I mean, that's the thing is he's actually like, but I don't know.
Why are you clapping for these corporations that make the most money?
یعنی داشتیم مثل زمان انقلاب که توی آمریکا جزء کنفدراسیون بودن. ما یه همچیزی اصلا نداشتیم تو این 47 سال. هر کی میگه داشتیم ببخشید.
Gotta get straight hormones.
تک نفری خیلی اول سر کردن. خیلی اول خیلی اصلا افتخار کرد که چه کاری برای مملکت کنه. تمام اون انسان هایی که توی سرما و گرما از خونه هاشون حتی اومدن بیرون از برای ایران یه سری کارا کردن. رهبری هر کسی هم میشن اسمشو بگیریم. یه موقعی حامد اسماعیلیون بدبخت بود، یه موقع نمیدونم آقای فلانی بود، یه موقع رضای پهلوی و همه اینو دم همشون هم گرم. ولی اینکه شما به من میگین همین الان به شما بگم من طرفدار کیم، نه، من طرفدار کسی هم که واقعا الفبای آزادی و دموکراسی رو بلد باشه. حالا شما بگین من به نظرم کسی که بوی جمهوری اسلامی میده باید فحش بخوره، ما اینجا چون قدرتمون توی اینم از نظر من واقعا اشتباهه. اینی که شما میگین دقیقا همون میشه یه دیکتاتوری. آدم باید به اونم اجازه بده.
شما وسط هستین میدونی؟
نه من وسط نیستم اتفاقا. نه اصلا اشتباه نکنید، من وسط نیستم. ببینید شما الان من انقدر وسط نیستم که هم اسم و فامیلیم اینجاست هم عکسم اینجاست. پس من خیلی راحت از شما میتونم بگیرن ببرن. شما که نه، پس اینو نگید. ببینید شما چیزی راجع من نمیدونید. برای اینکه من نه به قول آقای مرزاد نه آقای سازگارام، نه شهریار آهیم، نه فلانیم، نه آقای علی کریمیم، نه چه میدونم خانم شیرین عبادیم. من هیچ کدوم از اینا نیستم. ولی از نظر سیاسی میدونم آدم باسوادی هستم تا یه حدی. ولی اینکه بیام بگم نه من کورکورانه پشت یک نفری میرم، نه نمیرم. انقدر بزرگ شدم که بخونم، بدونم، گوش کنم، اطرافیان اون آدم رو بشناسم و بعد بخوام دنبال روش باشم. و تا به امروز به نظر من هیچ کس، به نظر من هیچ کسی رو من ندیدم که بخوام دنبال روش باشم، ولی بله منم دنبال آزادیم. من وسط نیستم. اگه وسط بودم تو خیابون نمیرفتم روز از.
For a lot of people for a long time. Now that there will always
سلام عرض کنیم خدمت دوست عزیزم خانم اسکای گل گلاب که
No, it's true.
خوبی اسکای جان؟
It's not virtue signaling. No, I know. It is literally true. Just no, I know you do, but I'm telling her. It's an absolute. It's empirically true. Black children do horribly in school in the United States.
immigrants en masse contribute more to the tax-based economy than they take from it.
Immigrants do a lot more for the country than blacks. That's for sure. But
Doesn't matter. You gotta come in from a bad school. Pepe, what's going on? You gotta come in legally.
they do very poorly.
Come on. Who cares?
I mean, Americans are idiots. Like, look, they're ignorant. Look at who they voted for.
I'm ignorant for stating a fact that you find offensive. And it's ignorant because it's a taboo to you. Now, who's the fucking sheep in the room? Who's the fucking sheep who has to reiterate only what is considered acceptable to say, despite it not being true? Like, this is dumb.
I will say this.
I'm not great. Like,
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Hello? Hello?
eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Knights of the Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosemary's Pin, the Order of the Holy Royal Archangel, the Ancient Tennis Rites of Greece Supreme, the Rites of Hercules, the Rites of Mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Holy Order of Masonry.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scale to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scale punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden steam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what is lost, to the promise, to the promise, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time.
forces will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Stone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into the central tablet according to the arrangement shown.
This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets. The left hand top corner being air of air. The right hand top corner, water of air. The left hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The 2 overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square. In the illustration, the base angles touch the 4th edge letter from the corner in each instance. The diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the
stone of gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the 6.
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Draw the flaming sword, crown. Whose menace hideth the universe with night. The impermeable blue. The iron Thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The ineffable glory of the outmost ether. The untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Chorus, Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
And every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning.
affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. We spent our paychecks with a smile in the mask. Call the cake or the change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams. Sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red and screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that all the spend. Cash goes out with locked in. All speed up the books right now. Show the numbers and lying. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. A whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on all the time. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out when we're locked in. Open up the books right now. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every week. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows, pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Everyone's who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out when you're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and put the truth on the side. Screams, get it all, just be the cash. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson is transparency. Like spinach. Brandon Johnson is a snake. Brandon Johnson is a
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows more than $3 billion to give to crony doctors. The CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Farland Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. No CTUs, some mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for this, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, the Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine voice upon your miracles. Who keep watch over the universe. United who company of here to the house of rest. I will receive, O Lord, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven.
now forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of the Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Ghost, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosicrucians of Healing, the Order of the Holy Royal Archers Club, the Ancient Celestial Rites of Greece and Greek, the Rites of Cornelius, the Rites of Mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Order of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside. To make the punishment fit the If I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden steel, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. The devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sting on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of gray. Kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take, to make the punishment fit
forces will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate goals! Elevate goals! 71 the Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 the secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. To conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the Order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole Order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the Order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing.
He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square,
Surrounded by 30 concentric circles,
air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets. The left-hand top corner being air of air. The right-hand top corner, water of air. The left-hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The 2 overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here.
In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Abracadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abracadabra.
Giving the sign at each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abracadabra. The adoration. Imprint. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke
radiance white and pure by the brightness I proclaim.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of love, save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of the prophets and title, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the two white and gold, and mine the true figure of the intimate head. By my crown I invoke thee, that I may go to strike, 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 master, control,
Control, flaming sword and crown, title and conquering, flaming sword and crown, title and conquering, Lord, orders, heaven and earth, the voice of the choir,
the voice of the sea.
11 other voices, Abraham and Azra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Us, Avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron sword. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that pulled from thee the flock.
People let me figure it out. This is I think we do look at on anything else. I'm sorry, I'm so much for that. I appreciate it. Let's go check this out. This is
My two senators, both of the senators and 2 women, are Democrats, and they are centrists, and they vote in the center. I would love the last one that just got elected for a second term. Entire platform of running, every commercial she had is nobody owns me. I am independent, even though she's a Democrat, and how I vote and no party controls me. That's my 2 senators. And then you look at, we can look at Pennsylvania. Cormac is not an extreme. He's a Republican that works with Democrats. So, and obviously, you see where Fetterman is. Where that's Pennsylvania. We go through different states. They're up in the centers. Langford's another. They cross over and they get legislation done. Of course they are. They don't give a damn. Hey, the Democrats that are
because our country right now, most of the Democratic Party social issues, we deal with gender, we deal with people who are single parents, drug addicts, homelessness. These are people who make really bad decisions. If that's what they want to die, they want to die. This is really hard. For me, I think coming down to
problem that Denver has is not all black. You cannot diss all black government. I think we have an issue. Yes, we need to be part of it. We need to give it to them. But at the end of the day, immigrants and choose who's our founding fathers tried to blame for something. For some reason, it's the American people. Keep trying to get back to some government. And this is the book. Everyone's
moderates, Democrats and moderates do not get along for elected minorities. They don't, members of Congress, they don't even speak to each other. You know, I was talking to people in the Netherlands that are governments, and they have no communication with the squad. So how is it to talk to lead or fucking talk to?
National Services Question. You guys know we have a black caucus.
One of our members of Congress from Nevada was the chairman of that. I don't think he's the New York State University. He's actually a good guy, and he's not progressive. But I don't think he's running it now. We talked to him about I couldn't tell you.
I thought that we have I also thought that we individual Americans, we have 130 individual people in our Congress. I think individual people in the Senate that's supposed to be representing 60 million Californians. And we not mention it.
Too many people voting could ask that I'm not dead or alive. Yes, very much so. I don't know. Does that mean? Exactly like the first one said, that is a lie. People will know that's the right answer. I'm so used to us being I don't know if this is really I think the 2020 elections are still very important. And several people that I connect with have said our policies are not bad. What we, the conservatives and MAGA lack is storytelling. We are not getting our stories out there that show that our policies are okay and some are great. And so we need to do a better job of messaging.
The next 8, 9 months, whatever, we can really start messaging these backwards on policies and things that are actually happening. Because there's a lot more I don't think they teach conservatives actually watching this. I think that's
We're not good storytellers. We need to get messages out there that we're getting better. Instead of examples of this
We are horrible storytellers, not the speech for MAGA. Our family.
that is his last chance at life, and it is viral. And it caught the attention of RFK and Trump. And it's even that medicine. These are the stories of ordinary Americans facing extraordinary burdens, and stepping up to policy. That's why Nicki Minaj said she finally became a public supporter of Trump. Because her president was swatted several times, and she went to Democratic people and they didn't do anything.
The Democratic people didn't do anything when Nicki Minaj was
and suddenly she got out.
Suddenly the Republicans helped Nicki Minaj. Shit. I mean, really? Beautiful. Nicki Minaj, your brother.
Because her husband told about a pedophile, or is that just hockey is, nowadays, Americans go hockey, just saying. In other respects, my game. But that's the stories. How many does it matter? Go ahead. I mean, if we suppose hockey, as long as it takes pictures, we can talk about it. That's right. Now we can. Yeah, now the football is made fans and boxing. We started trying to play hockey. Because we're friends. Yeah, what's the last game we had? The 18-1 Saturday. But also, the majority of players in the NHL got some steroid that's beside the point. That's beside the point. What flag did they play for? I don't think anyone knew that. Is that who they play? What anthem do they sing? Yeah, they live around the corner from me. Tell me the score, please, Mikey. 3-0. Okay, second period? Yes, sir. Thank you. Montreal. That's not there, but we talk. No, statistically, David, America's the second or third most hated country for statistics that have these levels. That's right. Research against those. I can't think of a better source. What's more source? Well, you did all of the source. 160 feet. So first you said 200, now you say 160. So why don't you tell me where the numbers came from? The IRGC numbers. Right? IRGC numbers. Numbers that the entire world. IRGC numbers. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. We do control everything. Control. Most of us control everything. Do we control the image? I don't think so. That's right. To get rid of the standard job. I mean, if they did, then, they want that, one day out of the last 12 Olympic golds. This year, money. The last one, U.S. Speaking of which, I found out about UFC guys. It's going to be on the lawn of the White House. There's going to be 7 fights. Let's go. I saw that we looked against them. It's going to be very tough. It's only a big fight. Yeah, I talked to my concierge and I was like, do something. That's good. It's going to be hot. Bro, military is priority. Like, what? Right, it's going to be mostly military, right? Yeah, you trust me, everybody in the service is one of their fucking names. Right, it's going to be just a fight, is it? Like a big fighter? Someone who's involved with someone who's coming in. I think there's going to be one heavyweight. He did say, these people are quantified it, and I got through. Well, unless I see the one for the history, it's for this question. I haven't seen it. I have no desire. I have no desire to see it. Wow. It is community. I like Trump. I have no issue with Trump. I have a good connection with some of the Congress Party. So yeah, I think it's okay. It's fixed for primaries and probably coordinator thing. I'm okay with that. I am a scientist.
Survivors resulting in us. There's no connection. So, but David, I don't remember you being liberal.
Yeah, I was never liberal.
And how could they let you in the UL?
No, of course not. Yeah.
He doesn't understand what that means. Actually goes to a club.
I'm not liberal. I try to be nice and always. Yeah, the gays, the private gays, these were sections. Well, not the trans, I would tell the trans person.
Okay, wait. I don't even know why this matters. Because it's not like sucking a tranny dick.
Okay, everybody, all day. This is the favorite topic of the motherfuckers.
What fucked up Priya?
No, first of all, that's what the boo-boo said, not me.
Yeah, but you're in that group.
No. With all due respect to anybody who in the room who's a trans person,
You mean a man?
I would never have sexual relations with that person. Absolutely not. No offense, though. No offense. All right, let's bring this back to politics. First, we're in the room. You guys get to the fact that I don't like a hack.
Adrian, I really liked what you had to say about politics.
Let's get back to politics
and go into is trans gender appropriate.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think it was really balanced what you said.
That's fair and balanced, like Fox News.
No, it was really good what he was saying.
You know, Abby, my new favorite program is The 5 on Fox News. I actually like that shit. It's really good.
Yeah, Greg's the shit.
He's really funny.
I found the king is late night.
He's arguably the best comedian right now in late night.
Did you see him when he went on Fallon?
Yeah, he was really good on Fallon, yeah. So, like, he actually gets, his ratings are higher than all the other late shows. It's pretty funny.
Can we go back to penises?
Yes.
Yeah, and cocaine.
In other rooms, you can. Yeah. No one wants to.
Who asked that question? Wait, can I ask a question?
La boo boo.
Can I ask a question? When Candace Owens, like, she interviewed Hunter Biden, and she asked him about the cocaine in the White House. Did he say it was his?
Obviously, he's not going to admit to it.
So what do you say? Because I know she asked him, but I forget what the answer was.
Probably something like, of course not. I heard it was actually Biden's coke. That's what I heard.
What? He's too old. If you take the coke, he'd be like on the floor.
He's an old man though, and you know, sometimes you have to give your old man a little pep in your step to talk for 4 hours or 3 hours.
Well, maybe his debate with Trump, you should have took it down.
Yeah, I agree. But I think speaking of that, I do think that there was times that Biden was honest.
Hold on. I guess Joe Biden came out.
Dr. Joe Biden.
Yeah, that one. Basically saying that she thought that
Dr. Joe Biden.
Definitely
not.
I'll play Viagra to fix that, bro. Just so you know, bro, you got to take the whole fucking 30-pack just to fucking have fun. I'm just saying, dog.
Overdose on ED pills.
Oh, only 7 more minutes in the second period, and they're still up.
Only because I want the series to keep going, but. How about your Vegas?
Yeah, I know. He's a really nice guy, Beaver. So, can you just tell me, when did this happen about not touching the cup?
That's always been a thing.
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's bad luck. Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? The Stanley Cup?
No, the
conference.
The conference cup.
You're not supposed to touch it. It's bad luck.
I never knew that.
I don't feel so dumb, Beaver. Thank you.
Between you and Abby, oh my gosh. That reminds me of the Kathy Hochul thing, Beaver, right now.
Yeah, that was so bad.
Did you see that, Abby? What Kathy said?
No.
Oh my God. Beaver, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so Trump apparently is going to go to a Knicks game and says he's a big
Knicks fan. That's right. Let's go.
So some reporter asked her, what do you think about Trump being a fan or whatever? Such a big fan. And then she goes, Trump probably can't even name our 1993 championship team. They didn't
win. They haven't won in
73.
Yeah, right. They didn't win in the 90s.
Yeah.
She said that? That's like the mayor of Philadelphia. They couldn't spell
Eagles. Yeah. E-G-L-E-S. Eagles.
She must be beautiful.
Did someone point it out to the esteemed governor that she had the wrong year?
The clip ended when she said it, but I'm sure somebody knows it.
So yeah, I did hear Trump might go to the next game, and how cool would it be if Trump went with Mondavi and they went together?
I don't think that would be cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't really care.
Yeah, but that's like a can we all get along kind of thing,
This is scary man we're talking about.
Very scary. Have we talked about his speech of wanting to take the real estate away from landlords?
So, kind of explain that whole loop.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Basically, transferring ownership to the tenants, right? That's what I got from it.
To the tenants or to a trust or to an NGO and take away the property ownership. And I mean, it's on so many levels as constitutional issue taking. And people think it's only the wealthy that are arguing about that, and they don't realize that a land interest is not only the particular owner. There's, entities that have lent money on these properties that are financial institutions and people that have pension funds and 401ks that are invested. Some of the investments are in public companies that are financial institutions that have, lent money and have a legal interest in these properties. And he just wants to wipe that out, take away their interest, take away their investment for it was very, not socialist, it was very communist sounding.
He has no right to do that.
But you see how it can hurt. It doesn't just hurt the owner of the property. It can hurt the lender, the tax lien, but it can hurt. And those lenders have to then write it off on their books, and it affects the bottom line of those financial institutions, which many people are invested in.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it's a taking. You understand how a taking works.
It's been a cycle for like 100 years, right? The housing prices just go up.
Charles, what are you saying there? I want to hear you.
Give us your constitutional argument. Give me your constitutional argument on this, Joe, and then base it on baseline.
Yeah, and that's a socialist Canadian.
And I'll plug Gary Walker's Substack on this. I mean, that's where I was.
Yeah.
And I'll put it in chat.
Marshall can talk insanely in the last 50 years, and that needs to slow down. And so, maybe, I don't know, buying everybody's properties away from them, or maybe that's not the solution. But I think a lot of people agree that something needs to be done about housing prices. And maybe capping the number of units that people can have. I don't think anybody needs to own 50 units.
No, why would you do that? Why would you cap somebody's ability to buy a house?
Well, because
someone that
Let's more consolidated corporate ownership.
If I want
to buy a house in South Beach in New York City and somewhere else, I'm allowed to do that. Who are you to tell me not to?
Yeah, why try to strip away people's fucking freedom? I'm just saying, you're stripping away freedom.
Just because you can't afford not hanging out on the street begging for a free place to live.
Something has to be done because something is wrong with American property ownership rights, and we have to change them. And if you look at the amount of millionaires that are produced in America every year vis-a-vis Europe, we are killing it in that way. And I know millionaires in my community who did sanitation companies, who do other small businesses, whatever. All those things could be owned by the state, but instead we have a lot of money in private people's hands, and I think that is the best case for America, and I would like to protect that over time. So I'm not here for the billionaires. I'm not here for state funded. I'm here for those people who make their own.
I'm here for the
But it's also
I don't have anything against billionaires.
It's also
I'm not anti, but I think that sometimes the discourse, just to be clear on that part, is people make policy for the top 0.001%, and they don't understand how that affects the top 5% who got there.
Most billionaires are not even actually billionaires. They're just guided stock options and then use that to leverage against the bank to borrow money. And then they get in debt, and you can't tax debt. So most people that,
have that kind of money. It's not like it's not like they just have like billions of dollars in cash in their back wallet. Like, people always say that about Elon Musk. Oh, he's going to be a trillionaire. The dude is full of debt. You know, he has assets, and he uses those assets to leverage it to get loans to buy more shit. That's all he's doing.
And that's what I do. Some people use credit in a really bad way, and some people use it in a really good way. And I think Elon Musk is a very good example of that. And leverage credit in a good way. But anyway,
Elon Musk
You have to let him
tax money. He's like a socialist. He funded his entire company based off of your tax.
We live in a mixed economy, and I'm not afraid of industrial.
You make it
So I need to create laws or regulations and zoning such that on those properties. Please give me your argument.
Saying a master bedroom. You can't say a master bedroom. You can't say master.
So Florida man, go Google why you can't say grandfather.
Say master.
So Florida man, go Google why you can't say grandfather.
I'd rather you tell me.
You go look it up. What grandfather means. Profession stopped using it. Joel, please give me your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. What he intends to do.
Yeah, because like I said, you could just grandfather it and let people who own properties have their
What are you grandfathering? What are you grandfathering?
People who already own. Well, I would put a limit.
What did he specifically say he wanted to do, Jarl? And tell me how that has anything to do with grandfather.
Oh, it's more complicated than like just this one response, but we want to limit the number of properties individuals can.
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what he said.
I thought that was essentially like what you were saying.
That's not what he said.
Buying back people's properties, and he wants to limit. Okay, well then I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Listen to what his speech was. He wants to take properties that he feels are not being kept properly. He wants to create laws that would re-regulate them and rezone them in such a way that he could then take them and put them into trusts, a community trust or an NGO, or set up some entity for the tenants. Sounds a little like communism, doesn't it? To take property because he doesn't like the condition the property's in, so he creates additional laws. Take a look at the case law. You tell me under Pennsylvania call how he can do that. I don't have a problem using it, but you're not supposed to use it. I didn't. I just pointed out that your says that we always do inappropriate things, used a term that in the liberal world you're not supposed to use.
Who cares? You're not a liberal. Fuck off.
Okay, so this is quite interesting.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Love the same. Yeah, for it.
Shut up, faggot.
Wow.
Okay, so it's quite interesting that we, the people, believe that we, the government, has a right to take people's property. Okay, first of all, the mayor of New York has not signed any agreement for property in the state of New York. He's the mayor. He's not a homeowner or apartment owner. He has zero right to private property from an American. I don't know where we get this from, guys, but I'm going to say it over and over. It's called we the people, not we the government. With his words, guys. Number one, he has already implemented Sharia law little by little. We don't even understand our country, guys.
Who?
Madavi.
This guy doesn't know he didn't establish Sharia law. That's fucking nonsense.
This guy doesn't know what Sharia law is. If the fucking Quran were to slap you in the face.
All right, Florida. So since you're so a scholar on it all, why don't you tell the room what it is, Florida?
Nah, nigga, how about you tell the room what it is? Because you're the one making
Wow.
I'm waiting for you, Florida. Tell everybody.
He's in.
Exactly.
He's left.
Wow.
See, this is very interesting. Do you guys even know what it means for a state to be ran by a mayor? The state of New York, this is what they're deciding. He's a mayor. He's not even the governor. But he's going to say that he's going to take property from people. Okay? I thought this was a free speech. It is a free speech space. You just don't have freedom of speech. Your speech is not free? What are you talking about? I don't know if you remember, it was Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day, right? You guys remember Memorial Day? That means someone actually laid down their life so that we could be free. Okay, that means someone made the ultimate sacrifice. That's what they did. And you're now sacrificing the N-word. Can't make that easy. Sorry. So I'm going to say this again. No person, I don't care what elected official you are, including the president, congressman, senator, governor, have no right to come and take your property without due process.
Okay, so what is Sharia law again?
Anybody speaking?
Yeah, I asked you a question. What is Sharia law again?
No, I asked you to tell us because you told us what it is.
No, you told us that it was being implemented. So I'm trying to clarify.
No. Hold on, Florida. I said, because you said I don't know it, I want you to tell us what it is. Since you said I don't know it, since you know me so well.
Yeah, I can give you the textbook definition of Sharia law. But what I want to know is what parts of Sharia law, what laws are being implemented that qualify as Sharia?
Okay, Florida.
You're the one making that claim, not me.
Florida, I'm going to ask you again.
That was a good point.
Shut up, Albert.
Good point. What do you mean shut
up, faggot? Edward, go ahead.
Wow. What did you say, stupid?
Edward, go ahead.
No. What did you say, stupid?
Alright.
Yeah.
I get personal.
Exactly. That's what I thought you would fucking say, dummy.
Wow. I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Go beg for attention from your fucking boyfriend.
No, Florida, come at me. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm not coming at you, bro. Go get your boyfriend to come at you.
So then, don't say a word when I speak. Right?
Edward, you said that Nani was implementing Sharia, right? I'm just waiting to hear what has he done that is Sharia. Is it the free child care for 2,000 New Yorkers?
Dumbass, Florida.
Wait, 1 second, Albert. Edward, is it the free child care that he's implementing, or is it?
What is president? He's done nothing but good.
It's kind of like Will Smith.
Hasn't he done anything good? He's done good
unless you want to get
presidency.
slapped.
Who are all these fucking trolls on your stage, man?
Don't say my name unless you want to get bitch slapped.
Wow.
There's someone talking about that.
You know who actually does that, Snake? You know who actually abuses the New York State tax laws when it comes to their property taxes? I'm not blaming them. I'm just going to explain real quickly that the Jewish community in New York will homeschool their children and claim these like educational exemptions.
There's nothing wrong with that.
They will claim educational exemptions from their homesteads in order to avoid paying taxes. They'll use their homes as places of worship and claim religious exemptions from their property taxes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
These are the people that are abusing the tax code in fucking
I
state.
disagree. That's not abusing.
Add on to their homesteads without the proper rules for residencies. Go ahead. Tell me more about this Sharia law that's being implemented.
No, what I'm saying is the same thing
Sharia law
talking about the Jews do. The Muslims want to do it as well.
Yeah, it has to do with being implemented into government. It's very simple, Edward. Sorry.
And also, it has to, those rules to apply, the documents must be drawn out by like attorneys and stuff like that. It has to also comply with the state law or something. I don't know. They're going to try to eventually make it to where you don't have to comply with state laws. You can just comply with Sharia laws. Like that's the end goal.
According to who? how many people?
They do it in the UK right now.
You guys all believe?
You guys listen to too much Tommy Robinson.
No, it's true. They already do. They already have a dual justice system in parts of Europe when it comes to property ownership, and they plan to do the exact same thing in New York. And if you think otherwise, you're just ignorant to reality.
Based on what? Based on what? You know, what are you talking about? Based on what? Precedent?
I'm talking about
the idea that you're based on precedent, or you're basing it on your own xenophobia, this guy's ways, based on what?
You know, they're saying the same bullshit down here.
Once anybody, right, becomes the overwhelming majority, they can vote in laws, right, that
and show me how the Islamic people are overwhelmingly prevalent in New York City. Show me those laws. Show me those stats.
Oh, stats, yeah. Well, I don't know what the exact numbers are in the Islamic Republic, but I will say this: once they reach 15%, right, they start implementing laws and getting violent.
What kind of pseudo-intellectual bullshit is this?
This is true.
It's like the most violent thing in the world. Catch up to it's back once they get to 15.0%.
Every time they're 1%, they're nice. Every time they're 5%, they're nice. Every time they're 10%, they're nice. As soon as they get to 15, they start marching the streets and demanding that we start following their fucking rules. So there's never been protests by Muslims and Antifa or their followers. Hey, let's be the rules that you want, and we're going to implement them eventually. They're like basically telling us what they're going to do.
Look at Dearborn, Michigan. The fucking mayor proactively and vocally says that he doesn't like Christians in his community.
I don't know what you're talking about. Something tells me
So Florida, they tell us what they plan to do. You just don't listen to them.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure. So Florida, you asked me, right? I just want to make sure because I just want the heat to calm down a little bit. Okay, I do not personally believe that the mayor of New York is pro-America. He also swore in on the Quran, which probably one of the few elected officials. Also, if you shut down Times Square, where everybody bring out their prayer cloths and pray in the traffic, I think that's a pretty big sign that they would like to, okay? And you heard me, would like to do different things. Now, right now is voluntary, Florida, where those Muslims are actually choosing to implement. But marriage disputes right now in the Muslim community do not go through the courts. They go through their religion.
What do you care?
Okay, hold on, Florida, hold on. I care because we actually have a constitution. We have the Bill of Rights here in the United States of America. That's why.
What's the First Amendment of that Constitution?
Fear of the press.
Yeah, let me tell you, and let me explain why this is bullshit, Edward. The First Amendment of the Constitution that you speak of is the freedom of religion, the freedom of association, freedom of speech that we all enjoy.
Right? Press.
Now, to that point, I see no issue with the fact that the mayor of New York City wants to fucking swear in on a Quran, and I see no issue with the fact that the fucking married Muslim couples want to go to their local communal Muslim mosque Sharia law arbitration court where they get to deal with these little petty domestic disputes internally amongst their culture. You know why I don't care about that, Edward? Because if they're able to deal with that shit internally within their community, within their mosque, then they're not clogging up the United States courts. They're not clogging up the New York courts.
Don't cults do that? Edward, doesn't cults fucking deal with something internally? Fucking cults do that shit.
I love how fucking sour you shit brain. Look.
Okay.
I'm not done. I'm getting cut off, but I'm not done.
Go ahead, Florida.
They're saying the same shit down here in fucking Texas. Oh, Sharia law. Yeah, you've got a bunch of Muslims who want to deal with their little petty business and domestic disputes within their community. And I see no problem with it because for every issue that they can resolve between their 7-Elevens and racetrack stations within their little mosque community is $1 saved within our jurisdiction of judicial branches. So let them deal with their shit on the side. Edward,
imposing on Christians and Jews, when they imposing on Christians, oh baby, yeah, I'm fucking when they impose it on others, yeah, the right to be religion, right to practice your own religion, but you just
No, it's not happening yet. Let's be very clear.
that's the end fucking goal. Look at Dearborn fucking Michigan, you fucking twat. You fucking feckless twat. Look at Dearborn Michigan. You fucking Jesus.
Okay, guys, hold on. Dumpster, hold on, Dumpster. Okay, Dumpster, hold on, guys. Florida, let's just have a conversation.
Can I just finish what I was saying?
Of course, no problem.
Like I said, if they're able to play house, if they're able to play pretend court within their little mosque and their Sharia law system, that's $1 saved within our judicial branch. It means that another case where people on real shit handled can go to the courts and not have to wait for the fucking Muslims to figure out what the fuck's going on between their 7-Elevens. And if a woman is beat by her Muslim husband and they go to the Sharia court first and the woman is not happy with the outcome of the Sharia court decision, she can still escalate and go to the fucking regular court as precedent and supersedence to whatever the pretend mosque Sharia judge says. But if they can figure it out domestically in a civil manner where they don't have to clog up our court system and use our tax dollars to handle their petty shit, I'm all for it.
I would agree with you, Florida, if that was the end goal, but you know damn well that once they become the majority, and they will because they have a birth rate way higher than ours, and we ain't having babies.
So go have more babies.
Listen, stop. Let me finish. Let me land my plane, okay? I'll let you speak. You know damn well when they become the majority, in a long enough timeline, they will be, okay? And because we're not having kids, and they are, right? When they become the majority,
I'll just fuck a Muslim woman.
Finish my fucking argument.
I'll just fuck Muslim bitches.
They're gonna use. Listen, let me fucking land my plane. They're gonna use democracy against us by voting these laws into power, into play. All right. This is the thing. It's literally always happened in history. Okay. Once they become the majority, they become in charge. All right. The native populace doesn't follow the rule. They start following the rules of the foreign populace. These are facts. Okay, it's happening in places like France right now. Okay, so you know damn well in a long enough timeline this is gonna happen. So stop pretending like this is the end goal. Oh, it's just the end goal is them to do pretend. No, the end goal is for it to be forced upon us. They're just playing pretend right now.
Based on what?
They marched on the streets and told us, these are our plans. We're going to take your country over. We're going to implement Sharia law. Every time, right? It's throughout history. Every time they get to a big enough minority,
15%.
They will literally tell you what they're going to do. They literally did. They marched the streets and said Sharia law now. Sharia law now.
You sound like
that's what they said.
Pussy, bro.
They fucking said
this guy.
Listen, if someone tells me they're a piece of shit, I believe them. Right?
You sound like
this guy has no concept of Sharia law. He's never who's dealt with Sharia law. This guy fucking let's have a fuck. And let these motherfuckers go there. No, Edward, patience, dude. Just a little patience, thank you, guy. But the thing is, he has the mindset that this woman who's going to go to Sharia, to the Muslim community and go through their court system because she got beat up, is going to have the ambition to go to outside. He's never dealt with someone who's been in an abusive relationship or been in an abusive mindset. It sounds like he might have, but he's really didn't prosper and understand that most people who are in a massive abusive relationship or in a scenario, they are naturally fearful of the outcome. And so he's trying to save a buck for the outcome of us to get bucked. This guy's just a goddamn fool. Go on ahead, Mr. Ed.
I might be the Florida man on stage.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Exactly.
Did Edward go or no?
So I mean, look, if you guys care about saving money,
I'm here.
If you you guys care about law and order, what's the problem with letting people who want to get real legal decisions made get their legal decisions made faster?
I don't think anyone would have an issue with that.
I know it's fake. I get it. You're a scared bitch.
No, it's not
Be nice. Be nice.
Listen, it's not about being scared, bro. It's not about being scared. It's about what your end goal is. Okay?
Yeah, you're
move the
scared
goalpost.
of pretending.
You don't move the goalpost once and then be like, okay, this is a good spot. You move it and then you wait a while and you move it again. And you wait a while and then you move it again. This is just step one, bro.
Yeah, be nice.
So I just have a question for the room. Have we looked into or heard any of the goals of the Muslim community worldwide?
Well, you think I give a fuck about the Muslim problems?
Florida. That was not my question, Florida. I don't care what you give anything to. I'm asking a question. Could you answer the question? Have you heard of any Muslim community, any imam? How about the Hamas charter? Have you heard of it? Okay. So let me make sure we all understand. Okay? And you don't have to agree, Mr. Edward, at all. I've been around the world. I've been in Muslim countries. And they're looking to have a caliphate. They call Israel the small devil. They call the United States the great devil. Okay? They do not move into their own countries. There's 25, I think 26 Muslim countries. They do not go to their countries. Actually, some of their countries don't even want them. Jordan, Qatar, Egypt don't even want some of them because they know that they're horrible people. But there is a fraction of the Muslim community that want to destroy the West. You don't have to like it, but it's reality. You don't see us moving into their countries. There's not churches and synagogues in their countries because they don't believe in Sharia Act. They believe it. Okay, all right, Florida. I hear you. You have the answer, bro. But I just want to ask you a question. Do you believe personally, okay, that Kuwait has churches? I got it. You guys know what I mean. Don't make it because I'm churches. Okay. You all know that the dominant religion in most of these Muslim countries is not churches. We are right now in Nigeria.
You think I give a fuck about Nigeria?
I know. You know why? Because you don't care about life.
I care about America, Edward.
No, you don't care about life. You don't care about life.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Listen to what you just said. You don't care. You know why you don't care? Because you only focus on America.
You know how many Muslims are being killed in Gaza?
Oh, wow. Here we go. Woo! Wow. Oh, wow. Did you guys just hear Florida? Wow.
Did I say something
How
wrong?
many?
Those fucking terrorists coming in our country is a fucking faggot. And I'll fucking go ahead and say that. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't want my country looking like theirs. I don't want anything that has anything to do with what the fuck these people have anything to do with. Your fucking decision or whatever the fuck you said, oh, well, I'll just go fucking put my dick in a fucking Muslim woman. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Like, that's just a dumbass. That's your way to fix the fucking problem. Is you're gonna go put your dick in a fucking Muslim woman. That's what you're gonna do. First of all, they wouldn't even want to fuck with a motherfucker like you. First of all, it's just against their fucking whole. Whatever the fuck they got going on over there to read laws. Okay, first of all, and you know what? You definitely sound like the odd one out. You're from fucking Florida. You're from fucking Florida. I can guarantee you, because I was born in Miami. Yeah, I can guarantee you that half the fucking people that you live with over there totally disagree with everything you fucking say. These people have no fucking business in our country. Okay, we get people like Ilhan fucking Omar because of them. And people like you who just turn a blind eye and say, oh, whatever, let the carpet riders do what the fuck they want. And the next thing you know, we're all going to be walking around here with fucking turbans on our fucking heads.
and walking around with fucking prayer hours all over the fucking streets like New York is starting to look like now. Because of people like you.
Do you understand that fuck off?
So as far as I'm fucking concerned, I don't want any of these motherfuckers here in our country. They all need to be exterminated, and they all need to be fucking deported, if possible. That's what I fucking feel like.
That's cool. I don't care if they're Muslim or not.
Well, I do. I do. It's a disgusting religion. It's a disgusting religion, and I don't want that shit here in our fucking country.
I understand you. I don't want it here either, Liddy. But when you level every building in a fucking country and all the neighboring Muslim countries say, no, you can't come here, guess where they're going to go?
Let me ask you a question.
Go by bomb.
Why, like Edward just said, why the fuck do you think that other people don't accept those fucking towel heads in their fucking country? Why do you think that is? Why are their own people telling them, hold on, why are their own people telling them, hey, no, we don't want you here? Why are they doing that?
Right?
Why are they doing that? It's because everyone knows that their religion is a piece of shit, and it's evil, and it's fucking disgusting. Well, it doesn't sound like
their fucking house, right? And the Muslim countries aren't letting them in. Guess who will let them in?
Yeah, and that's the fucking problem that we're at. That's what we're trying to tell Florida. That's what we're trying to tell Florida right now. That is a problem. That is a problem. That is a problem. And you know what? If it was up to me, I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. No. Okay, see, now we're talking, right? I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. We shouldn't be letting anybody in from those disgusting shithole ass fucking countries at all.
Because they're gonna turn around and walk right into our fucking home.
Well, that's because we have people like Florida with the mindset that he fucking has that just says, oh, let's open the door and let these fucking carpet riders in. I have a fucking problem with that.
There's 3 laws. You're allowed to fuck whichever one of them you want and have no recourse for your rape.
Okay, so let's make sure
we get to increase your birth rates and have
Florida,
white and Arab.
Right, so we're all gonna be Muslim. According to Florida.
Okay,
if you're the dominant alpha male that you think you are, then you're gonna eventually just turn the tide right back to them being Christian. You're gonna fuck a Muslim woman. You're gonna marry her again.
I'd never put my dick in a Muslim woman at all.
You're gonna force her to convert to Christianity, and then we're gonna reverse the whole Sharia thing. It's just cyclical.
Okay, and what were you gonna say, Edward? Good. Yeah, so it's quite interesting that. And I really did not know me just using the word Sharia would cause this ripple in the Trump house, but it's okay because it's kind of interesting. And the reason why is because I think that us being so uninformed about the world, and I think he said it a lot different than I would, but he said what I was attempting to say in a calm way, because I think that a lot of people misunderstand the actual goal of other nations. Okay? You would have to help me, all of you. Please explain to me what compatibility do any of us in America have with any Muslim country?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, I know. I'm just asking. Because I think that a lot of us want to be open arms. America's kind people, man. We give more aid to more countries with all the other 194.
Yeah, Tomahawk missiles are definitely
okay. Florida. I appreciate that, Florida. But Florida, I don't know if you know this. When you have a right to have Tomahawks. I don't know if you know that.
You have a right to just unleash them on children too.
Yeah. Okay, Florida. Florida, why are you in the United States?
Because I love my country and I want to see it get better.
You love your country. Wow, that's interesting. So do you think that we just want to have those weapons for what?
To assert world dominance.
Oh, really? So please explain to me, since you said to assert world dominance, please give me, where do you think America's footprint is anywhere in the world? Please explain that to me.
In literally every country on earth.
No. Hold on. First of all, I would like for you to tell the room how many countries currently
have American dollars as their currency?
The U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency, so I don't.
No. That was not my question. I'm gonna say it again. Tell me what country has the United States dollar as their currency?
Just because you're too stupid to understand that the world.
Okay, Florida. Can you do one flavor? No, Florida. Could you do me just one flavor? Honestly, I will never ever talk to you by calling you names.
Yeah, but Edward,
okay.
You're not understanding the point I'm making.
No. I know, but you don't need to call somebody stupid, bro. Because what you're doing. Hold on, Florida. No, Florida. No. Communicate that way. But you know what? I'm not Trump and I'm not you. I'm asking you.
I'm not the leader.
Okay, Florida. I know. I thank God you're not.
Clubhouse.
No, I thank God. Okay. So get over what? Florida. I'm asking you politely. Could you do me one simple thing? Okay. Could you use language like I'm using to you? That's what's supposed to reflect in conversation. I'm not calling you any names. I'm just trying to hear your BS. You know what BS is for me, right? You know what BS is for me? What is your belief system? What is your foundational belief system? Do you actually believe in America first, or do you actually believe that America is at fault for whatever it is doing?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't wait for his place where he lives to look like fucking Minnesota. That's what it sounds like to me. Florida, let me ask you a question. So, do you have a problem with America having dominance everywhere in the world?
I have a problem with America being the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be honest with you, and this may sound brash, and I've already said this plenty of fucking times in this room. I don't give a fuck. Whatever America needs to do so I can fucking be able to enjoy the freedoms and whatever I'm doing in this fucking country, I don't give a fuck if we need to bomb, steal, take advantage of, whatever. Any fucking country in this goddamn world, so I'm able to do what I'm doing here, I align with it 100%. And you know what, Florida? You do too. Because you take advantage of everything that our country is doing to other fucking countries in this world, and so does everybody else in this fucking room. I hate when y'all go on this bullshit MLK, I have a dream morality speech. It's bullshit because it's fake. None of you really believe that shit because you all enjoy the benefits of our country doing what we do to other fucking countries. You do.
Yeah.
And both parties, you know what? Unfortunately, I love the kids. You know what? But that's called casualties of war. I didn't hear these talks when Obama was drone striking every fucking body.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, because Trump is doing what he's doing, all of a sudden it's a problem. And we still don't even believe, at least I don't believe, that Trump intentionally sent that strike to those fucking children. That was the IRGC. We know this. So anyways, like I'm saying, you don't really give a fuck. You just want to sound like a fake-ass activist, which most of you on this app feel like you are. You don't really care. You enjoy the freedoms of everything that our military is doing all over the fucking world. You do. Everybody on the stage does. So please say,
here's the problem.
I love our military, but I don't think we should be wasting half of our missile defense systems defending Israel.
Will on the rest of the world is that the rest of the world is going to hate you. So you can't really be surprised.
You think I give a fuck about them?
It can't be.
They're literally selling their souls to come to our country, walking across and swimming across dirty ass water every day. Hold on, Florida. We have millions swimming across the fucking country in the world, swimming in a dirty ass water just to come to our fucking country. So you think I give a fuck about any country hating us? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? They want to come here. I don't want to go to those dirty ass fucking countries. They want to come here to the United States, okay? Do you know what these people would do for the citizenship that I fucking have? I didn't give a fuck about no citizenship coming from Somalia or fucking Mexico or any of these other dirty ass fucking places these people are flooding from, okay? So I don't give a fuck about if somebody hates us. We live in the greatest fucking country in the world, and you know it. Which is why you stay here and you won't go anywhere else. Who are you, Florida? Hold on, Florida. Are you going anywhere else or are you going to stay here?
Obviously, I'm staying here. That's
of course you are. You want to know why? Because you don't want to go to all those decrepit-ass fucking places.
Because I love
you want to know why? Because you agree and align with everything our fucking country is doing in these other fucking countries.
No, because I support the First Amendment, the Second
Amendment,
the Third Amendment, the Fourth
Amendment. Right.
Sixth Amendment, Seventh
Well, guess what? Those are going to be eroded if everywhere we live looks like fucking Minnesota, which it sounds like you're okay with. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you're okay with the rest of our country getting ready to look like Minnesota.
You're actually more scared than Snake.
Oh, I'm not scared at all. I'm pissed the fuck off. I'm not scared at all. It's called piss. I don't want my country looking like Minnesota.
I just have a head injury.
This is an interesting topic, interesting conversation. You know, I'll tell people this. You know, I tell people this. How would you feel if one day you wake up and everything that you know about your country, it gets flipped over, it does like a 180 because a group of people come from a different country and they want to force their culture, force their psychotic beliefs onto your country so they can live comfortably here. That's not how immigration works. I'm sorry. If a person leaves their country and comes to a new country, they must learn to assimilate.
Thank you.
They must learn to live in the country. Because if I go to their country, I have to learn to speak their language. I have to understand their culture. I have to respect their culture. And I can't force my religious views, my culture on their country, because that's not how that works at all. Period.
To be fair, Mr. E, they're not going to force this. They're going to become the majority and then vote it into law. They're going to use our own democracy.
And how does that happen?
They're already doing that. They're already forcing us to believe their bullshit because they played the victim card.
If you're being forced to, we're going to be,
You know what they say, the world gets end by America. That's what they're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's videos all over Twitter and YouTube, and the one that really disgusted me and got me mad was there's a man that's leading like a prayer group over there, and he starts speaking in Arabic, and then he repeats himself in English, saying that we're not leaving our country to go to going to other countries.
To that Muslim propaganda.
No, wait, let me speak. Let me tell you. No, well, let me speak. So these videos that they made and posted on social media, they're telling their people to go flee to non-Muslim countries and act like they're victims or like they're refugees and spread Islam. And they're saying that Islam will be in every single household in whatever country they go to. And if the people don't believe, we'll go after the children. We'll make the children believe in Islam. And guess what? Prime example, just the other day, I don't recall what state it was, but just the other day, a teacher took his students to a Muslim temple. I don't know, another article that it was a school. A teacher took these kids on a field trip. And I don't even know if the teacher even had permission to take those kids to that mosque and showing them how to pray and stuff. But to me, that's disgusting. And it pisses me off because how does a country have the audacity to tell people to say, oh, don't force your beliefs and all this, don't do this with Christianity and all this, but then you turn around and say, oh, take the kids to a mosque and teach them about Islam. It's educational, it's learning. But yet you throw the middle fingers at Christians and tell us that we can't have our 10 Commandments in the schools. We can't talk about God in schools. You know, for the longest time, I could not wear my cross necklace in school because it was offensive. But I told them, fuck you, I'm going to wear it. I don't give a shit what you said. And I still wear it every day. I don't care if my teachers or this not guy, man. I still wear that cross necklace every day. I still have my Christian bracelet on with my watch. I didn't care. I even had religious t-shirts on. I didn't care what they said. But you know what? Eventually, the school was like, you know what? You're right. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, right? But the difference, what I'm saying is, with those people, I have sat and actually talked to a bunch of people who are Muslims, and all of them, not one of them, had a different motive or didn't even change their way of how they approach and talk to me. They all literally were trying to convince me that Islam is the way to go. And I sat there and I proved to them using scripture that their way was wrong. And they all sat and argued with me, saying, well, how could you...
Sure you convinced them.
No, honestly, some of them I didn't
convinced. There's only 2 of them, at least, that I've talked to, that they were like, okay, they opened their eyes and they were like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense.
About them forcing their ideology and their religion upon you, but meanwhile you're sitting here telling us how brave and bold you are, that you were able to convince them, that you proved to them using your scripture that you were right. You sound like an idiot.
Well, if my religion, Christianity was created hundreds of years before theirs, and my scripture says clear as day, God tells you that the devil can appear to you as an angel of God, because he was once an angel of God, and he can trick you. What makes you think Muhammad didn't see the devil? They said that it was the angel Gabriel who gave Muhammad the Quran. So that wasn't the angel Gabriel.
You don't realize the hypocrisy and contradiction of your own fucking submission here, brother. You're sitting here talking about how the Muslims are going to come over here and force you to believe what they believe.
I didn't force them.
Meanwhile, you're telling us a story.
I didn't force them. I just simply, I simply told them why I believe what I believed and why I don't believe what they believe. I didn't force them. I didn't say, no, you have to do it. I just simply explained to them.
Sorry. You proved it.
There's a difference between how I said it and the way they were saying it. They were saying.
You proved.
I think maybe they were lying about being convinced so that way they could,
Sure. I think they were lying. Sure.
I think so too, because there's that saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Be nice to Muslims.
No, I'm nice to everybody. No, I don't care what religion, skin color, race, whatever. I'm nice to everybody. I was born and raised, to love everybody, as I like to be loved and be treated, The minute they cross the line and they start doing things in this country that are horrible and terrible, and like I said, there's videos of a country that would sit and defend an illegal immigrant, and they won't even bat an eye. It's like, what part of they're illegal do you not understand?
Here's the most effective thing that you can do from now on. Walk around with a water bottle full of bacon grease, just like 50% water, 50% bacon grease, and then just splash it on every Muslim that you see in the fucking street. Now get the next.
Wow.
So I can get arrested for assault? No, I'm good.
The most effective thing is to tell them straight that, if you come down here, we're gonna cut open pigs, and then we're gonna wrap you up in their skin and bury you in unmarked graves.
You know what's the most hilarious thing to do? And honestly, I think it's quite hilarious because they don't even know what they're eating, is you actually get them to eat pork and don't even tell them it's pork. And just sit there and watch them eat it.
That's not nice. Don't do that.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Don't do that.
Let's move on this, unless people are.
I'm not saying that I did it, but I've seen people do it to Muslims. They trick them and eat them pork.
We need this.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
We ain't fucking around no more. You come over here with that fucking bullshit.
Everybody's talking over me tonight. So, I guess we're gonna move off this topic. It's pretty dumb and really going nowhere for that matter. But, Mystery, do you want to talk about the title of the room or no?
Sure, yeah. Trump endorsements are undefeated.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Define. What do you mean, by the endorsements?
He hasn't lost any endorsements that he's given to his fellow politicians. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, his name carries a lot of weight in the Republican Party, and just like any influential leader, I mean, when somebody sees another person's name, like if a person is running for governor or senator or whatever, and they said they see the president, or a very popular president, should I say, very popular public figure, just Trump, for example. Trump, other people are going to see, oh, this man endorsed it. His name's on this guy's, tickets, and he's an endorser. So, yeah, I think I'll vote for this guy instead because he's backing up this gentleman or this woman, they got my vote. It carries a lot of weight. People don't realize like how much weight names carry if they're powerful names. And like even if it's not even like for like political stuff, it could be for like anything. I mean, like sponsorships and stuff. As long as the person is popular and has a good outlook, they're going to carry a lot of weight in this world with that brand. Me, I'm from Texas.
Ooh. Well, he needs to use his influence of him to start using his power there. I mean, shout out to all the candidates that won, but our Republican leadership is fucking failing us. I think that's more
what state
of an issue all around. The Save America Act should have been passed. Can I ask you a question, like seriously, about the whole Israel thing, right? And this is just a real question.
Who are you asking me?
What? Just anybody. What benefit would Israel have in whether we pass the Save America Act or not?
Well, they
like I don't feel like us requiring people to have fucking IDs to vote would really I don't think Israel cares about that, right?
9 million people on the other side of the planet have to control 340 million people.
This is
like
where I'm
the
at
dumbest ass stuff. But let's just blame us for everything.
Like I just don't feel like Israel
that's what
should
Snake
be.
likes to do. What else do you want to blame us?
So this is why, okay? America is currently the world leader, right? Israel wants to be the world leader. You can't have.
How do you know that? Why do you think it wants to be the world leader?
They don't want to be the world leader.
They want to be left the fuck alone and not be bombed. They just want to live in fucking peace and not be bombed.
Okay, but hold on. Seriously, Snake.
Just want to exist.
Snake, okay, but
left
listen.
alone.
How in the fuck, or why the fuck?
Plain, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, every country, not just Israel, right? Every country in the world wants to be the world dominant superpower, including Israel. So it's in the best interest of Israel, right, to have complete control over the Middle East, right? And they can't do it alone. So they're using us, right, to do what they want to do. And in the process, right, they're weakening our defenses by, we wasted half of our missile defense systems on them, right? Half of them.
How is it on them and not on our interests? What about our interests?
Half of our
What about
Okay,
our
but he's evading right now, Abby. What the fuck does that have to do with the Save America Act?
He's totally evading it. But hey, sweetie, it was the big Satan. I kind of remember the big Satan in this whole scenario. There was a big Satan. There were American soldiers that were killed, American citizens. There continue to be threats on our president. There are threats on members of our cabinet. There are threats on our ambassadors coming out of Ireland.
How in the fuck does Israel have anything to do with us passing the Save America Act, Snake? Can you answer the fucking question instead of talking about us having missiles? That has nothing to fucking do with what I'm saying. Why does Israel, and I'm going to land this question here. I'm going to land this question here. Why does Israel, why would they give a fuck if we're requiring people to fucking have IDs to vote? Please answer the question.
Again, Israel doesn't want America to be safe. They want to watch us crash a burn.
Really? You speak? Really?
Like China does. Just like India.
Israel's a fucking ally, you idiot.
I'm trying to figure out what does IDs have to do with Israel.
It has
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. E. Not a goddamn thing.
Not a goddamn thing is right. It's just
ridiculous, bro. Like,
they like themselves.
I'll be honest with you. I'm
blame the Jews for everything. That needs to be our cop-out for everything. Let's just blame the Jews from now on for everything wrong with this country. I think that's what we should do.
It's superpower, right?
just because we're easy to blame, right?
Fucking nuts. I'm telling you.
But hey, the same guy Snake will say we control everything. But hey, we control it. Then why is there not a single
country when there's a problem.
Can you guys pull it down? Okay. We need one mic. We can't have this talking over each other.
I agree.
I'm gonna start putting people down if we can't get the car.
So I'm just trying to make a point because like somebody said something about what is America get involved with every single thing.
It'll be the first one I put down. And Matt had something he wanted to play. Matt, did you want to play something?
I mean, do we need an intermission or how are we doing here? Should we do an intermission?
Well, can I say one sentence? Only one.
All right, go
What
ahead.
a hockey score.
Okay, so I just wanted to say shalom to Abby and hello David. These are the two people I like on this page. Aside from that, yes, let's carry on.
What about us? You don't like
Let's go.
The heck? You don't like
We
us?
get a hockey score, somebody?
Carolina's still winning.
Alright, let me know if you can hear this. I'm going to try for my others.
Carolina 3, the Canadian 0.
Can you hear that or no?
Spoiler alert.
Can you hear that or no? Anybody?
Yes, I was able to hear it. You just stopped it.
Alright, here we go. It's about 2 minutes. You guys can go get drinks.
About 2 minutes is too long.
That's too bad for you. Alright, here we go.
He stood unchained, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus,
That's good right there. That's good right there, alright? We are Charlie Kirk. Don't forget it.
I just threw up on the side of the road 4 times while he played that. This is my favorite song of 2025.
I hope he didn't throw up in the car. Side of the road, get out.
It just sounds like the epilogue to like Schindler's List type movies. Like, geez. What's wrong with Schindler's List?
Alright, back to the fighting. Go ahead.
I like Schindler's List.
Also, David, I'm not shocked that you wouldn't enjoy that. You probably thought it was a fucking comedy.
Does the anti-Jew lobby look for any opportunity to bring up Israel?
So that was
What is the anti?
He's not talking to
I
Brett.
can support
I didn't say, I didn't accuse anybody.
dominant world superpower.
Only the anti-Jew lobby will speak for it.
Exclusive.
So yeah, it's usually low IQ, low informed people who just go ahead and blame it without understanding any of the constructs. They'll fucking cheer for Palestine, say Palestine's been there for thousands of years. Not realize.
No, there is no Palestine.
Shut the hell up, David. Like when you help anybody on an argument, it just makes them look like Forrest Gump. So shut the hell up. So when you look at this, 1941 is when Palestine became a fucking thing. But it's a
There's no Palestine. I think Palestine's dead.
Palestine should be dead. So prior to that, it was just the expanded Syria.
I think Palestine disappeared or disbanded or something.
God,
From the river to the sea, Israel should reign free.
In fact, it has more to do about protecting America. But dipshits like, I don't know, Snake in Florida will say, oh, but it's the Jews.
No, I'm saying that it's in the best interest of Israel and China and India, every country in the world, to watch America crash and burn. To say otherwise is to literally be intellectually dishonest. Every country in the world wants to be the dominant world superpower.
How does that have anything
This is
to
a
do with
fact.
the Sayback?
And I absolutely refuse to give that power.
Give me the paragraph, give me the accommodation, give me the appropriation. You know what? I can tell you what you can do. The best thing you can do is fucking delusion TikTok fantasy world and fucking continue to drink yourself into oblivion until one day you decide to hold your breath long enough.
Which countries don't want to rule the world? Is it only
Dipshit, tell me where in the Sayback does Israel, China, Russia, or anybody benefit? Because again, your deflection just shows the level of incompetence and why you shouldn't talk on politics. Because you know what? KB was right all those years ago. You really are a retarded moron. Like again, you're just brought back for fucking repeat, rinse, wash, and repeat again.
Right? Are you really with Iran?
And again, he just like drifts off and saying all this other shit, but it has nothing to do with the Sayback. It has nothing to do with the internal dynamics, and it has nothing to do with the downtick in success that Trump has actually had. But this idiot wants you to believe it's all fucking Israel. Because again, he doesn't have the information, he's not informed, he just is sitting there going, oh, they want to be the world domination. No, they actually don't. There's plenty of nations. No, they don't.
That's the result of binge watching and he wins every fucking night.
Here's what world domination means. You have to protect the seas. You have to fucking build a military, you fucking idiots. You can't fucking be a world empire without having massive areas. Yeah, really? You think Ireland wants to dominate the world? You think fucking Sweden does? You think fucking Malaysia has world domination powers? How about fucking Chad? I bet you the country of fucking Chad wants to dominate the world. Anybody watching Chile right now? How about fucking Micronesia? We watching that one? How about Bagay? Any others? Nepal? Tibet? How about those?
We should watch them
all they want. Oh yes, they all do it. How about fucking Somalia? Those guys want McDonald's before they want world domination. But again, these idiots want to go through Congo. How about this? What about Patagonia as a whole? Argentina want world domination, dumbass? You fucking idiot, you fucking moron. This is why you left the last app on the first time. Because your fucking over-medicated ass is only on one fucking thing because you're a moron. It's only Israel. Every word is Israel, and you think now you're your clubhouse comeback on shit that they're. Listen, fucking fake. They're not a CIA thing. They're not some fucking bullshit because guess what? You actually believe KB's room about birds aren't real. You're a fucking idiot. It shows you you're dumb. It shows you you're dumb. Just shows you you're dumb.
That birds aren't real.
Wait, he really said that?
Anything on Israel, dipshit. Hey, moron, fucktard. The one with the 2 IQ who over-medicates himself, then cries to everybody every fucking time he came on Clubhouse. Dipshit snake, you pussy. Why does the Sayback have anything to do with Israel?
It's in the best interest of
Holy shit, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron.
China, America.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's in the best
You can't fix this level of stupidity.
America crashed and burned.
You can't fix this level of stupidity. You can't fix this. This is why nobody wants to listen to you. The best thing you should have done is just shut the fuck up and went crying back because your girlfriend fucking left you, and that's all you had. Don't fuck.
When your bills aren't paid, blame the Jews.
Venezuela,
Blame the Jews. When you have car problems, blame the fucking Jews.
Dude, you are the most retarded fucking idiot on here. Today, there was a couple guys that might have beat you, but at least they can fucking understand what a question is, and they don't fucking go to a curve-out fucking answer all the fucking time. You're just a fucking idiot, dude. You're just fucking dumb and retarded. No one wants to fucking take on the U.S. of NATO. Russia doesn't even want to fucking do that, because otherwise they would have took over Ukraine as a whole. But guess what, dipshit? They don't have it. China doesn't even want to do it, because guess what? They would have had fucking conflict with India. This whole idea that you have this whole fucking narrative because you think Israel wants to rule the fucking world, the less than 2% of the fucking population of the U.S. You're a fucking pussy. You always have been, you crybaby fuck. You fucking retard. Go fucking cry about killing yourself over another fucking woman again. You fucking faggot pussy. Go talk about how you made out with a fucking transgender again. Go cry to KB and try to stalk her ass again. Dumbass motherfucker. You fucking faggot pussy.
I think we can all agree that not every country in this world wants to dominate. There's only
this dude
a
is a
handful.
fucking moron. Big time. This guy cried on this app in fucking room after room saying, nobody loves me. Go buy a fucking dog, you twat. Go fucking let's be nice. Go back to
You deserve this.
You're a fucking.
He's the reason why Jews are under attack right now.
Fucking been a man in your life, and that fake fucking PTR with some fucking hooker in it, thinking somehow everybody's convinced that your sis, your girlfriend. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. Go back to rehab, you drug out fucking loser. Go fucking do all that shit. We all know who you are, dipshit. You act like you're new on this app. We know who you used to be. You used to cry to KB all the fucking time. You fucking faggot piece of shit. You fucking stalking ass fucking retard.
So what? Who cares?
You fucking crybaby. Go crying. Oh, I'm so lonely, guys. Love me. Nobody wants to love me. That's you every fucking time. And now you're coming up here going, it's Israel. Understand that. Trying to add some fucking shit, dude. You fucking go back to doing your fake suicide bullshit attempts again and see if you can get same fucking sympathy you got last was fucking none, because nobody gave a fuck about you, dipshit, and everybody knows who you are. At least the old school guys know who you were, because again, you were a moron then, you're a moron today, and you're gonna be a moron tomorrow. And by the way, that's your sister, not a fucking wife, dipshit. So in other words, stop inbreeding and creating fucking problems for the world.
I don't want to hand the power off.
You ain't gonna hand shit over, dude. You never had power. The only power you had to do is fucking jerk yourself off in the shower.
Why are we in
the concept of power?
Why are we?
You don't have. You've always been this fake fucking wannabe cosplayer and thinking you're fucking there. Why don't you tell me again how you were Special Forces, Delta SEALs, and how you worked with all those SOF operations across all that fucking bullshit? Why don't you tell me again how you were MARSOC, fucking sniper elite? Why don't you give me some other bullshit story about you, you fucking faggot pussy? Why don't you give me any of that shit? Pull the fuck up. Dude, you're a fucking bullshitter. You always are. You're some Trump fucking idiot that's fucking always crying on this app, crying some bullshit, and then acting like you're fucking tough until you get in a room with guys like me because you are a fucking bullshitter. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're some faggot. And you know what? I remember you because, dude, anytime you want to, you can get Froggy. But I know your pussy fucking ass. You're only out there to suck your daddy's dick, you fucking ass.
Froggy if you want.
Oh, we can definitely do hot motherfuckers because I know where you go. You go crawling back into your uncle and saying, here, daddy, fuck me in the ass again. Be the comrade that you are and fucking stay on mute.
Fuck you in the ass again.
Go ahead. Fuck you. I'll tell you what. I'll bend you over. I'll make you that fucking bitch. Yeah, I will. I promise you that shit. You fucking piece of shit. You've always been this stalker. You've always been that creeper. You're the reason why fucking everybody had to block you out of fucking Clubhouse. And you were going to kill yourself because you were stalking a fucking girl on the app. You fucking piece of shit. Guess what? KB told you no. She meant no, you fucking faggot.
Okay,
She meant fucking no, you piece of shit.
let's
You
be
dumb
nice.
fuck. All those women said no to you. You fucking A. Go chase Monica or somebody. Maybe that would be a better field for you. You fucking idiot, you fucking moron.
Yes, I'm a fucking, what do you
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for agreeing. Because again, the Save America Act has to do with Israel. Give me your fucking epiphany on how that fucking correlates.
I like how we got way off.
Yeah, you just don't like getting your fucking shit pushed in now. I bet you thought you could come back on and be this fucking cool guy, and instead of that fucking fake poser wannabe dipshit, you fucking idiot, you fucking moron, you should have just did what you were pretending you were gonna do on the app. Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it? Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it, motherfucker? Why didn't you have the balls to go through it? Huh? How come you didn't follow through, motherfucker? You cried to everybody on that fucking app pulling that bullshit scam. Why didn't you fucking have the balls to go ahead and do it?
Be nice. I mean, fuck, dude. I mean,
fuck food, fuck. I know. You got a plethora of fucking excuses because you are that fucking pussy.
I have picky syndrome. I have PTSD.
Oh my fucking god. You don't have PTSD, you fucking pussy. You have a fucking ovary for a set of fucking balls, and you're fucking a bitch. That's what you are.
100%.
You are the biggest bitch that's there.
These are facts. You can look it up.
Oh, you don't know Snake?
So we're gonna go with people fighting and arguing because they have a difference of opinion. This is what
Snake used to be on this epic Clubhouse season 1. Snake used to go out and get fucking drunk and tell all these stories. Snake used to go around and fucking try to chase women down, particularly one named KB. He tried to chase a whole bunch of women down and tried to give the whole tales about how he was fucking a special armed forces SEAL Ranger, and that he was like some fucking amazing fucking soldier of the year. This guy could have beat fucking Captain America. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Fucking no, you weren't. Go ahead, pull up the public record, you fucking pussy.
Hey, you look it up. State of Nebraska.
The 82nd Airborne is not in the fucking Marine Corps.
Why? Look it up yourself.
The Marines are Army.
They're not
Excuse
airborne.
me, I mean the 82nd are Army.
They're not Marines. They're not Marines.
They were Marines. You did.
Fucking A, this guy is all over the place talking about this shit, and then he cries. Then he cries that he's got PTSD, and then he was like going to all these women saying, I'm gonna kill myself, I'm gonna do this stuff, please love me, please love me, blah, 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 blah. Send me money, I don't have a place to live, I don't have any of this shit. And he goes on this whole fucking year-long crying complaint, and then fucking people blocked him out of the room, and then they're talking about him fucking being this fucking guy about, oh, he's kind of
we're gonna go start my own room where we can continue talking about
this motherfucker is fine.
You're fine. Don't advertise another room in this room. You're fine.
Alright.
You should follow that nickel all the way down. You should have did what you promised to do all that time ago.
What were the politics? Politically, what we...
And the Save America Act, according to this fucking moron, benefits Israel.
The world wants to be a dominant.
Well, what is it? What was his claim?
You worship a bird in the wind.
He basically, I asked the question. Shut the fuck up. I asked the question. I said, what does Israel have to do with the Save America Act? And he basically says that because of Israel, the Save America Act can't get passed. That's what he says.
Okay, what was it in this? Okay, but hold on. I'm trying to get to the bottom. Hold on. Shut up. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. What is it in the Save America Act that could not get passed because of Israel?
Okay, so it's in the best interests, right, of not just Israel. It's not just Israel, okay? There's other countries that play on the world stage.
I know, but what was the particular part of the act that would it would benefit Israel, like, or wouldn't benefit?
Okay. So if America crashes and burns, someone else is gonna pick up the plate and take that mantle.
Can you answer the question? Oh my God, bro.
I'm answering it.
He's asking you what in the fucking act of the Save America Act would benefit Israel.
Well, hold on, guys. Let me finish.
Pepe, he's been saying the same fucking thing for fucking hours now.
I don't understand it. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. So what is that part? America will crash. Now, what is that part in the bill that will make it so that if America crashes, it will hurt Israel?
Okay, it's in the best interest, right, of not just Israel, all the countries in the world to see America crash and burn. And we won't be able to crash and burn the America Act passed. So that's.
But I'm just curious. So, but hold on a second. So
you're talking to a guy with a.
Basically, they make it harder for like foreigners to vote, or illegals, I should say. Now, if I was to go off, then why would they want to diminish that by making it easier for illegals to? And I have a pretty good idea
for entertaining this level of stupidity.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, I think that there's two primary reasons. So
There's such an irony with this. It's ridiculous, Pepe. I just have to say this. It's actually the Save America Act. Who would benefit? American citizens from the Save America Act. Okay? So what in the world does this have to do? It's unnecessary to have voter ID and to have verification that American citizens.
But here's the funny part.
The Constitution requires American citizens on voting in federal elections.
But this is the funny part, is that we can look at the polling regarding like views on Israel and what they would consider anti-Semitic views. The white majority, we are the least anti-Semitic of all of the groups, ethnic groups here in the United States. When it comes to Hispanics, they're a lot more anti-Semitic than us, and they also have much less favorable views towards Israel. Blacks, they dislike Israel the most, and definitely have more anti-Semitic views than the rest of us. In fact, the majority of both groups do. Now, I guess so we can go back more to the foreigner problem. Foreigners that come into our countries tend not to like Israel, and they do not care about them as much. Which kind of makes sense because they don't, especially if they're not from the West, they're not connected to the whole post-World War II.
Pepe, it's a ridiculous correlation. There's no connection on this. It's just absurd. But it's a way to constantly weave Jew hatred into every political argument. It's just absurd. The Save America Act is for American citizens to safeguard our elections. End of story.
Okay.
That's your benefit.
But Snake, there's one group of people that seek to benefit from this, actually benefit from it. They're not doing it out of goodness of their hearts, and that is literally the left. They want more voters.
I agree with you, brother. Wait, listen, okay? Here are some. Shut up. Government organizations. Let me just name a few. Here's some shit up. You wanted me to answer your question. Okay? I'm going to name some non-government organizations, right, that are funding opposition to the Save America Act. RAC, the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism.
They're not funding.
Yes, you once again, you're bringing up religious. Do you know who's bigger than the Jews?
CPA.
Yes.
Public affairs.
They are not actively. That is such fucking bullshit. It's ridiculous.
Snake, yes.
It's
there are religious Jews in America and advocating for open borders and that kind of shit, but
not all.
I didn't say.
Reading off NGOs like that. This is a disconnect. It's just another way to promote. This is a disconnect. Another way to promote hate and to get paid and to get people to hate and to do American citizens are the voters. And who benefits when non-American citizens
left, obviously.
Thank you. Okay? So in the world,
it's not related, but I can just really easily rebuttal his point though, because the reality is that the Catholic NGOs really are the Catholic Church is probably the biggest obstacle to having closed borders. Realistic, they do not see us having. To them, and I get it because I was raised Catholic. We're all children of God. We cannot close our borders down to the sick and the poor and the needy. It's really rather sinful. And so yes, and especially you look at most of the immigrants are coming from Latin America, which are predominantly Catholic. The priests that are there, including our current Pope, he was a big advocate for migration to America from South America. He was a Pope in South America, or excuse me, a priest in South America. And if you look at the NGOs, like even here in Arizona, the Catholic Charities of Arizona and Southern Arizona, they were the ones that were facilitating a lot of this shit, putting them on flights all across the fucking country. This is
look at the list. Look at what he put in the chat. Look at the list that he put in the chat. We have the Arab Americans in there. We have the NAACP. I mean, look at this list. The Japanese Americans. Go through it, and the list of the NGOs that lean left. The Arab American Institute, the Asian American Advocacy. So what does he do? He pulls out just the ones. He avoids the black ones, the Hispanic ones that are all through this list, the Asian ones, the AFL-CIO. No. Let's debunk this list that he puts as his reference. It's got just about every liberal NGO that you can imagine. Let's look at all the ones from Minnesota, by the way. It's ridiculous. So what's he do? He pulls out of this list every time he sees the word, which there are a few, but we can also look at every other ethnic group that's fucking in this list.
Well, I would
it's
say
ridiculous. Where you've avoided the Presbyterian Church of America, you avoided the Catholics that are in here, the Asians that are in here. Why didn't you?
100% agree with you. I led with the premise.
Oh my God.
That it's not just Israel who is in the best interest that America wants.
It's liberal NGOs.
It's in the best interest of Asia.
But Israel, you're saying it's in the best. First of all, if Israel
isn't in the best interest of literally anybody, brother.
So if you were to look at Israel, hold on, Florida. If you were to look at Israel, the number one thing, if I was them and I was smart, that I would want to do is preserve the majority evangelical demographic. Okay, they support Israel, not for the same reason as Jews, but they are definitely rather crazy about it. So I don't see why they would want to allow like a flood of people with all of these different religions and ideologies, people that are not evangelical, to come in and absolutely change the voting patterns. Now, I know Israelis are proud and they like to think, oh, we don't need the United States, but unfortunately, you kind of do have to rely on the West. Just like Europe has to rely on the United States. Israel's a very small country.
Rely on this, though. That's my argument, Pepe.
My question though is more important.
Demographically, they have to rely on coalition with other
countries.
countries.
Itself and his original question, Elijah's question, is why the SAVE Act is because we were having a political discussion, right, Joe, about the SAVE Act. Can we go back to why that's not passing?
I'm trying to weigh in on this because I'm sitting here for the last half hour just amazed that people are missing the most obvious elephant in the room. The Republican Senate leadership has not brought it up to vote. So clearly, the Senate Republican leadership has the power to bring it to a vote, but they haven't done it. So
why do you think Thune keeps on passing?
You know why, right?
Well, I'll tell you. So I'll tell you my opinion why Thune would not bring the vote is the Save America Act directly threatens the Senate leadership, the Senate Republican establishment leadership in their power, who the major supporters, yes, I realize there are all these little organizations and different things like that, and in lobby groups, it's the corporations, largely the corporate wing of the Republican Party.
Exactly.
is represented by Thune in the Republican establishment of senators. That is who is holding up the Save America Act, because if the corporate donor class loses their grip over the Senate, then they lose their power in
that's a great
So they basically want more access to cheap labor and.
Wait a minute, they did bring versions of this bill up to the fucking Senate floor. The problem is that they don't have enough to overturn. They don't have 60 votes, first and foremost. They also can't have a majority to bypass the filibuster. That's a major concern with them. Thune has keenly said the reason why he can't do it is because he just does not have the support to get it passed. So the point would be, hey, if I bring this up and it's shut down, we're going to vote on it and then have it shot to shit. So he can't do that. Okay. And then furthermore, at the time frame now is the reason why they don't want to push it now. Do it up, or whoever's doing that. The other point is that the midterms causing fucking massive fucking issues in terms of getting those votes on it in key races that will happen and have an impact on what those senators vote on is now concerning, because we have approached the midterm hour. So now they're kind of like saying, hey, we're going to wait on this to see where we land on it. And after the midterms, I'm pretty sure they're going to probably push this legislation through and try to make sure that they have the 60 votes. But right now, they just can't get past the filibuster, and they can't get the 60 votes.
All right, so 2 questions.
Yeah, because hold on. I get a response.
I'll come back.
I've sat here for like 4 hours and I haven't said a word. So this was clearly came out with John Cornyn when Trump came out and endorsed him. And clearly the president is upset that the Senate has been able to fail to act, because guess what? They haven't really made it a priority to try and whip the votes either. That it's not just, Jonathan come out saying, we don't have the votes. He's not even attempting to whip the votes, to get the votes into place where they can push this through. Because why don't they want to get rid of the filibuster? Because of the Senate Republican leadership. They are quite happy with not advancing legislation that does not benefit the donor class of the Republican Party.
That's not entirely true, right?
That's not entirely true. Every time they're like, we just can't get past the filibuster.
No, that's not true, because they don't want to get rid of the filibuster because they're aware at some point the Democrats will have power.
But we know the Democrats are going to nuke it when they get power, though, Brad, aren't they?
So again, at some point, somebody's going to have control of the Senate, which is not going to be Republican, which is one of the concerns that you have with nuking the filibuster. Now, what has been proposed is to put it back to the old way.
But Brad, look, you're not going to overtalk me. Look, we have the list of the Republican senators that do.
But then you don't understand parliamentary or strategic initiatives.
Hold on, Brad. You're just making shit up now.
No,
they
don't have the votes.
No, when you say I don't understand Carla, yes, we have the list of the Senate Republican the Senate Republicans that do support this, and the ones that do not. And clearly, the ones that do not support it are the usual suspects. It was Tom Tillis, it was John Thune, it was Lisa Murkowski, it was Susan Collins. This is the McConnell wing, the establishment wing.
The rhino.
I mean,
so
be here and try and talk me down on it. We literally know who they are.
Okay, great. You also don't understand political strategy, because we did this mistake. Yeah, you don't, because last time we did this shit with the Supreme Court and abortion, remember? We pushed it down to the states, and what happened? That fucking red majority
Edward, hold on, Viking. Edward, you're like, what the fuck?
They turned down, the fucking blue wave came in and crushed the red fucking push. And now, because the Democrats will scream, look at this is suppression. You're going to give an optic to the left to use. It's not correct. I'm not agreeing with what they'll say, but the campaign ads themselves.
In the Mitch McConnell wing, the Bush wing has been doing for decades, is, well, we don't want to upset the Democrats. So let's not actually act on anything that would benefit our constituency. Go ahead, O.
So I'm just
on anything that would benefit our constituency. Go ahead, O.
So I'm just saying here, right, Viking, I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing. Whenever they get power, they're going to nuke the filibuster. They're going to try to add seats to the fucking Supreme Court. They're going to try to make, D.C. and I forgot the other state.
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico statehood. Like, they're going to go completely nuclear when they get power.
Elijah.
So basically, yes, Viking.
So teen fucking Congresses that the fucking Democrats have won have all campaigned on ending the filibuster. They are not ending the filibuster. They want the filibuster. It is a hypocrisy on both sides of the aisle that they want to get rid of it. They actually need it, and I want Republicans to have it, because if it wasn't for that filibuster and the ability of the long-term approach that Mitch McConnell did, because, you know, dipshits don't really look at the full context of how strategic and how brilliant Mitch McConnell was to actually deliver the Supreme Court and to win on numerous fucking cases.
You don't believe that they're going to nuke it if they get power, God forbid.
Let me blow this entire argument out of the water. Yeah, the Democrats literally held a vote under Biden's presidency to repeal and get rid of the filibuster inside the Senate rural chambers. They fell two senators short. However, our senators can't even deliver us a vote, even if we lose. Okay, even if we lose. And guess what? Sinema's not in the Senate anymore. Manchin's not in the Senate anymore. If the Democrats do gain the Senate power back, we're going to get these Tellericos and these radical leftists. They have promised that they will get rid of it. And should we be the ones that wait for it around and be like, oh shit, here you go. This is, they told us, they telegraphed it to us. We knew it was going to happen. They were 2 votes short in the Senate from getting it done before.
And that's my concern
because the Democratic Sinema and Manchin were already known. Here's the part where I feel like it's so disingenuous, it's fucking mind-numbing. Sinema and Manchin, prior to that vote, literally months before that, had advocated that they wouldn't vote for it. And here's the best part about it, and I love this when people fall for optics. The Democrats weren't looking to nuke the filibuster. They were like, hey, you know what? We have to. We can get everybody on board and show, hey, we tried, so now this bill is done, and we don't have to worry about it. And there was other things tied to it, but people forget about the rest of the bullshit that was tied to it. But in terms of nuking the filibuster, they played that fucking ground game perfectly, because guess what? As far as Tellerico going, he's not going to win against Paxton. That's not fucking happening. But, I mean, I'm glad you give him the victory before Paxton even has a chance to campaign against him. But when we look at what is fucking going on in terms of how they played that out, you think somehow or another Nancy Pelosi and the DNC at that time did not have the fucking count down to the letter. One of the greatest fucking strategic minds on the left in modern times didn't make sure that her party and working in tandem with the Senate were not sitting there going, hey, this is how we can play this out.
Respectfully, Brad, I would agree, right? But the Democrat Party of then is not what they are now, okay? The leftists are running the fucking asylum right now.
How are they winning?
So, I mean, I'm going to be fair.
But you don't want to hand them the keys to the gate, right?
Well, of course not.
Okay, so if you pass the Save the Act and you have all those no kings out there, what do you think they're going to campaign on? They're going to have a unified, centralized message. What is that message going to be?
Right. So, because
80% of Americans support the passing of voter ID. 80% of Americans. So the Democrats will then be campaigning on an 80-20 issue that they're on the 20%. Do you see how, you claim I don't understand politics, but how can it be anything other than the Republican leadership does not want this to pass? They strictly do not want this to pass, because guess what? The ones in power, the Lisa Murkowskis, they abuse this. That's what it is. The Republicans have been abusing our electoral system just as much as the Democrats have.
So let me guess.
Maybe it's a different story.
maybe none of these people want it to pass because they recognize that it's going to legitimately disenfranchise thousands, if not tens of thousands of their own voters. Those very white Christian conservative women, the ones that have changed their last name within the last 2 years and don't have a birth certificate updated to match their marriage license, maybe those women are going to be unduly...
They don't need a marriage license that matches their fucking driver's license.
You live in a fucking forest. We live in a rural town. Nobody lives. You live in a town for 15
Listen, the next time I want a fucking Somali from Egypt to tell me anything, you can just shoot me.
Somali from Egypt. You are a fucking Neanderthal from the Caucasus Mountains. You're not the Caucasus.
And what?
You are
and what?
loser. You think
and what? You're a Somali mud pirate that fucking screams that fucking you somehow or another you're a rich man in UAE.
Anyways, hold on. Let's get back to the real thing here, right?
So again, those married women aren't going to be impacted. They already have IDs. They changed their names. People actually change their names all the fucking time in the country. They don't need a birth certificate to go vote. A voter ID does not require a birth certificate. It requires a driver's license, a passport, which amazing. It's amazing that these women who are married can go on vacations to fucking Europe. They can go across the world. They can go on cruises. Yes, all of that. All they have to do is go get a passport or a driver's
have you
license.
ever changed your name? Because I have. Okay, so
Did you get a birth certificate or a passport updated immediately?
I updated my passport.
Okay, well, not all people have passports.
How do you update a birth certificate? You update a passport. You don't update your birth certificate. You update your passport. And why do you think people have a problem getting their birth certificate initially or to get a passport? And if you don't have a passport, you can get your birth certificate. However, voter ID solves the problem also of the stylus pen, if you were listening to us yesterday in the room. And the problem with, excuse me, we're talking about voter ID. Going to the polls, well, that's voter registration. You're a citizen. So how do you prove that you're a citizen? How would you prove it?
Yeah, so when you...
How would you prove it?
When you go to the...
What is my ethnicity?
Wait, this is the same guy that's been like condemning Jews all day and then saying he's got the right to because he's Jews. He's a Jew.
Wait, I'm so confused. Brett, aren't you a Jew?
Can I answer the
There's a war going on between the Reformed Jews.
Shut up. I'm answering Abby's question.
Yes, this is getting so tired and you are boring.
This is really important.
So
there's a lot of bullshit going on.
Pepe, I'm just not going to talk about that.
90 seconds. Just 90.
How do you register to vote?
You register to vote by going for or registering online. Shut up. Nobody else needs to fucking interrupt. You have to sign an affidavit swearing that you are a U.S. citizen in order to vote in every single state. Furthermore, when you go to the polling booths, you click the button on the tablet that the old lady gives you, the one that looks a lot like Anne but older and fatter. They have to fucking give you a tablet, and you have to check the box on there that you are a U.S. citizen. This is a sworn affidavit.
When are you doing that?
When you go to the polling station.
You have to. Where is that affidavit? When you go, I just voted. I had no affidavit when I went to vote.
Yeah.
All I did was sign my name on a stylus. That was
it. Yeah. There's also a question on there that says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?"
No, there was no question. It was just my name on a
stylus.
stylus.
There is in Florida.
Perhaps in Texas and Florida, but in many states that don't have.
What do those two states have in common?
Doesn't vote.
Hold on, Viking.
When's the last time? I just voted the other day, sweetie, and I just put my name on a stylus. I had no ID. There was no ID. There was no affirmation of citizenship. It was my signature on a stylus. You specifically said when you go to vote. That was the second thing you said. And you said you check off something, an affirmation when you go to vote. And no, you do not. In non-voter ID states, you sign a stylus.
Well, then you should lobby. You should get your APAC and fucking
Excuse me, that has nothing to do with Actually, my state, it's on our ballot for the second time. I have nothing triggered by you. No, there's nothing triggered, but you don't understand how voting works or how the law works.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
No, because you're being disparaging.
No,
Because you're disparaging. No, you deserve it because you're a moron.
No, because he's tired of chasing the fat women that he said, and it doesn't look as good as. But I mean, this is a fucking another retard.
Nevada, and in the state of Utah, and in the state of Delaware, and in the state of Maryland, every single state you can pass a bill saying, "Hey, moving forward, people need."
You can put it. That's what you're going on. That doesn't make sense. You can't fucking restrict access based on ID. Married women have access to IDs. They can fly, they can drive, they can have fucking, guess what? They can have fucking shit in their name.
Only a small minority.
No, they don't, dipshit. They can always update a passport, and the majority of Americans don't have a passport. Most of you fuckers don't, especially you. We know your dumbass does. And they can also take, guess what? Guess what they can take with their driver's license and social security card? Their marriage certificate, you dumb fucking
marriage
moron.
certificate isn't qualification.
Yes, it is. It does provide credence and verification of their age and their name when they go to take their driver's license to have it updated. You dipshit. You are really that dumb. Dude, you've never been married, and it's clearly evident you didn't fucking vote in your life. And once again, you're saying some retarded shit trying to fucking make it through. Stay on ChatGPT or Claude and trying to get your fucking answers. Because he's already schooled you. Everybody schools you. Like, you are fucking dumb. You're a fraud. You're saying millions of American women can't get a voter ID because they're married. That's factually false. It's false. Did you read the bill? Did you read the bill? Or did you quote CNN, moron? You quoted CNN. The SAVE Act is actually the best thing for American right now, so we don't have flooded districts like you, and we don't have dipshits like you fucking screaming like, oh, hey, we want this. You fucking, oh, God.
Florida, you're wrong. Florida, you are wrong because after the marriage and the divorce to my husband, and then the lesbian that stole me from my husband, who I loved, and she left me. Hold on. That was not that hard to navigate.
Two documents that prove your U.S. citizenship are your birth certificate and your passport. That's it. A driver's license.
No, the social security card, dipshit.
Holy shit. Card doesn't even prove U.S. citizenship, and certainly not a photo ID that would qualify under the SAVE Act. You've never gone to a polling station and shown your social security card to vote.
You said, guess what you said? U.S. citizenship. Or, guess what? A legal document or a legal number that allows you to be a resident of the United States. You fucking twat. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, go back to juving.
So the real reason why Democrats are basically saying right now they're using hold on, Viking, hold on. One reason is because for one, a poll tax. Two, they're saying that black people do not have the fucking capability to get their identification, which is racist in itself, right? The other one's screaming racism, but I think it's pretty racist to assume that black people don't have the capability to get fucking IDs or identification. And I think I mentioned the poll tax. So racism is basically the real reason why they're saying that they don't want the SAVE Act fucking pass. All this, married women won't be able to prove their citizens. It's just like all bullshit, bro. Yeah. Like there are things within the bill that help those types of women to be able to vote. This is ridiculous.
When you change your name, Florida, everyone who goes through in a marriage or a divorce, if you try to change your name with the airlines, with your airlines club, you have to have your documentation of your divorce or your marriage certificate. I mean, it's not something that's just out of the blue. You go to change. I am saying that it is not uncommon for a woman when you change your name to have the documentation with all kinds of places. It's not. You're used to it. You have to have your divorce decree.
Here's the thing. Those are privileged, right? And so if you get married 3 weeks before you go on
if you have a credit card, do you think most Americans have a credit card?
Yeah, but they get privilege.
Or a bank card, a debit card? If if you go to change your name on your credit card, you have to show how you changed your name. You have to have a divorce decree or a marriage certificate. Excuse me?
For fuck's sake.
That's not a good point.
Yeah, you talk over people all the time too. You should stop too.
These points.
These privileges of having a credit card
Ridiculous to me.
have a TSA pre-approved status.
Or a bank account, a checking account.
Library card, lease, mortgage,
If you
hotel room,
married 3 weeks before
the Motel 6s that he lives in while banging fat hookers on a Saturday night.
if you were to get fucking
You're drinking 3 weeks before marriage. You're talking about anomalies at this point. You're literally. What I don't get is why are you using like the woke left's arguments to try to like.
Well, you missed it, Pepe. He's the same one that was in here okay with fucking Muslims taking over our fucking country. I think that if you are a grown-ass adult and you're not capable of having any of your fucking documents, you probably shouldn't be.
If you're a grown-ass adult,
that's where I'm at. Yeah, if you're not capable of getting a fucking birth certificate, your ID, social security card, you probably fucking vote, in my opinion.
Matt, I actually was going to ask you a question. Tell me how you feel about this, Matt. How do you feel about requiring?
Guys, shut the fuck up and let Abby speak. You guys, shut your faggot mouths and let Abby speak.
Matt, my Republicans on stage, how do you feel about having a law that requires all Americans to vote? Actually requires the vote.
That sounds horrible.
I don't think I would count voting at all.
I'd be entirely against that.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Holy crap, why is everybody talking over each other? I can't hear anybody. So, Adam, to answer your question, I wouldn't want to force anybody to vote.
You wouldn't force it. You'd have like some kind of penalty if you don't. You'd also make here's some thoughts. You'd make election day a non-working day. You would make it a non-working day, correct? We've never done that.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that, but like I would never want to do anything. So,
Abby, that comes to like more informed and engaged individuals generally are going to be the ones that can vote.
We can do this, yeah.
And I'm absolutely opposed to. Look, you've been on Clubhouse. You don't really want people who have certain opinions to just vote based on their opinions.
I'm going to open it up a little bit.
Let me address real quick. Look, they have compelled voting in Canada and Australia. We already have examples of this. People walk in and they write in Mickey Mouse. If they don't go and vote, they get fined. It's like $100 that they get fined. This is absolutely crazy to want to something like this because it fundamentally changes how our election process works, which is turnout. It's all referendums or whatever. They should be the ones deciding this rather than people that do not pay attention to politics. Because you can see on Clubhouse how awful it is when people that do not pay attention to politics talk about politics.
Joe, do you have any? I'm curious at statistics of a place in Canada or Australia where they do that. Like how often that penalty is assessed. I'm here.
Did you want to speak on anything that's been talked about?
I'm here.
Did you want to speak on anything that's been talked about or not?
I'm just too early. Yeah, I just came in.
Okay,
so.
great. We'll come back to you. Hello?
And I'm somebody
If you ever want to talk, just definitely jump off the mic. I'm going to give you it right away.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that I was an intern in Washington D.C. and I just wish that Trump takes a step back and starts listening to those around him. I think we're in a chaos moment, and it's a concern.
So the heritage
Heritage Foundation has found since 1982 that there have been 1,620 verified cases of voter fraud in the United States, with one state particular, Minnesota, having the most verified cases in the last 43 years. You know how many cases that was? 138. Per the Heritage Foundation, all of these cases have resulted in some sort of investigation and or criminal punishment. Plenty of punishment. And for something that only happens like once per 4 jurisdictions per year, why is this important to take the risk on potentially impacting the rights of women to be able to vote all across the country? Perhaps again,
This doesn't impact vote. That's the worst part. You act like women can't vote. Fucking moron that think that.
Perhaps the Republicans in the Senate believe that it would impact their women's ability.
I wish they would impact your ability to, because honestly, I get where you vote from, and quite frankly, you used to go around calling yourself a libertarian or a centrist, and now I'm just like basically thinking you're a Windex licker off the short bus. But it will not impact women to vote. The Republicans wouldn't do that because guess what? 55% of the population. So there would be no reason to ostracize them, particularly Trump, who actually really likes women. And what he wants to do, and it's a bigger push, is he wants to have the voter ID laws, and then he wants the census to delineate between American citizenship, and which is, I think, actually something we should do. However, retards like you want to sit there and go, oh, black people can't get a driver's license. Black people can't have IDs because of slavery. Oh, women can't do it because they're married. They can't go on cruises. They can't go on vacations. They can't fly planes. Like, just the mere fact they even go on a domestic flight, they have to have a valid ID. But somehow or another, they can't present that same fucking ID to go vote with. But somehow or another, your ass is going to sit there and say, oh, these millions of women won't be able to vote, which is showing me that your level of the fact that you didn't read the bill, the fact that you checked GPT, give me my feminine tampon so I can insert rectum and so I can just get verbal diarrhea on bullshit I have no knowledge
This
about.
is actually a great point, Brad. So here is against the census, making sure basically illegals not being included in the census. Who is against that in here? Anyone? Pardon? Really, that question was directed to you. Are you okay with illegals being removed from the census?
I want to know how many against that.
Dark, why are you against that?
I'm against it because of how the census was written originally. It was written to include everyone who lives on Earth, whether they're citizens or not.
So,
not what the census was included for. It was actually for appropriation of power over congressional representation, and illegal and non-counting citizens, non-registered citizens, and people of the United States that get a disproportionate account of having a congressional seat based on their population, such as in LA or New York or Chicago or wherever else they're hiding it. This gives it an unfair advantage in swing, which is something that we should actually have a serious discussion.
Which is literally the reason why Democrats are the main ones that want to usher in millions of illegals in the country.
Why they don't want voter ID?
Thank you. So, Dark, I have a question.
No. Stop. Where they originally counted, was everyone originally counted, yes or no?
Everyone is counted for.
All right. So, like I said, in the beginning, everyone was originally counted. It should stay as it is.
But you have no issue with illegals, people who are not supposed to be here anyway, to be counted in our census.
Slaves are supposed to be.
Well, we have to send out the bill where it says to invite.
Unfortunately, slaves are only counted as 3.
Excuse me. Oh, wait. Say what you just said again. You said that the Statue of Liberty gave us power to do what? People in here? Invite, right? Illegals were not invited here. They're not supposed to be here.
Didn't give us any power.
The Statue of Liberty was a gift from the French.
Of course, but this is going off of what he just said, Florida.
Yeah.
His point is that these people deserve to be here and that they have a right to fucking be here, but they don't. They're illegal. Correct?
We should just treat the illegal immigrants the same way
No,
we
hold on,
do
Dark. We're getting Steve's the problem. So you feel that people who are basically here illegally, they should be included and be able to influence the way our Congress is sitting right now. Is that?
I do, and let me answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? This country was founded illegally. So
here we
the way I see it, the way the country is, whatever relationship you get into, that's how the relationship goes. So this country was founded illegally, and it will always have this issue.
So I know where you're going, right? Hold on, Brad. I'm just wrapping up right here. I know where you're going with this slavery, right? You think because there were slaves here and slaves were brought here, even though people who look like probably you and me already have the fucking slaves in chains waiting for the white people to go pick them up and bring them back here with our elections and influence the way we do business in Congress.
Slavery has existed since the beginning of mankind.
Correct.
The North Africans. Now I know a lot of you brothers are probably wondering why don't the Arabs look like us? Because they chopped your nuts off right away. No. Hold on.
No.
Is he wrong?
When it comes to the type of slavery in the Berberi slave trade, shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth.
This is a clear example of how he is wrong.
Yeah, okay, it's not. Because you literally didn't hear what I had to say.
Yes.
When it comes to the North Africans, for example, these are people that would end up. First of all, half of my family comes from Corsica. Look at the Corsican flag. It's a Moor's head. The Moors, and it's like there's Muro, there's Moreno. These are all terms for dark. In other words, darker complected people in Spanish and French. It all refers to the Moors, but they're North African. But the flag of Corsica is a chopped off Moor's head, as is the flag of Sardinia. Now, with that being said, the North African slave trade went on much longer. They had a much more brutal type of slavery than chattel slavery. They literally chopped up your fucking nuts. The Barbary pirates, they would put you in the galleys of ships. You were chained. You had to eat, shit, piss where you were. Once you were too sick and weak to continue with your job, they threw you overboard. You drowned. That was that. That was the level of compassion they had for slaves. And they did this to whites, they did it to blacks, they did it to everybody. But I think it's funny, like you somehow want to pinpoint.
I got for talk for that.
Okay, sure, but you want to pinpoint somehow chattel slavery as being like the worst type of slavery, which I think is absolute bullshit.
No.
Wait, hold on, Dark. Before we get onto that path, I just wanted to let you guys know that I did look up. So if you were to get married and you weren't able to update your voting registration, would you still be able to vote? So you are still able to vote. You would bring in your driver's license and your marriage license. And in 27 out of all of the states, you can register to vote the same day of voting day. But all you would need, if you weren't able to, update your voting registration after you got married, you just have to bring in your marriage license and your driver's license.
That's what Abby and Brad was trying to tell Florida.
Yep. Guess I was right.
I'm trying to say that how many times, I've had a name change. I've gone through this. Florida has not gone through a name change.
Can I get back to that?
Can we not go down the slavery rabbit hole, please?
I want to hear.
So, no other race of people can say that they have no idea where they came.
Okay, but why is it that the people that are like, if you're African American, most likely are more purely African than you? In other words, darker, more black. Why is it that they took you slaves and sold you to the Arabs and the Europeans?
First of all, I already mentioned every nation had slavery. I said chattel slavery is the worst. And this is why it's the worst. Because to this day, the descendants
So this is where I will somewhat agree with you.
That's not even true.
So when it comes to the Arab slave trade, they just chopped black people's nuts off, and that's that. They did not reproduce with blacks. They utilized you guys for labor and basically fuck puppets. I mean, very sick group of people. I mean, realistically, I mean, very horrible people. But you guys are not. I mean, even to this day, and I think it's funny. It's like Arabs. They play both sides, both the far right. Because if you were to look at their religion and their beliefs, they would be more far right overall. But they are so used to pulling on the heartstrings of those on the far left. But at the end of the day, they're a very racist group of people, very intolerant group of people. And that, you know, it's not just about race, it's also about ethnicity and religion. And quite frankly, they look at black people as like the bottom of the barrel. They're incredibly racist culture. And I'm surprised, like, you don't see this.
Arabs are not and I'm American, so I can speak most about my American experience.
Dark, come closer, Dark. We can't hear you.
I said Arabs are not oppressing people in America. I'm American, so I'm specifically referring.
I'm talking about worldwide. Because you're talking about chattel slavery, and so I mentioned the Arab slave trade, which went on for centuries longer. And they didn't just enslave blacks.
Okay, all right. And does it still affect black people today, the Arab slave trade? No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Do you know who the Yazidis are? Do you know who the Yazidis are?
After Abby, there's roughly 7 million slaves a day in Africa currently.
There's over 1 million slaves in America. So, like, no country.
Where
are these slaves at?
Where are the slaves?
First of all.
Where?
Sex trafficking is slavery.
Oh my God.
Okay, but most sex trafficking has to do with people from particularly Asia.
Yes, he's just using diversion. He's just using diversion.
Yeah, of course. Joe, can I jump in?
So, empathy. No empathy. Dark. There was no empathy in it. You didn't even miss a beat. You didn't even take a breath. So,
yes.
Do you hear what you're arguing?
Hey, Dark, what are you arguing?
You just said that us saying that slavery currently exists is a cop-out of what?
I think we should move on. This is why I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike Allen.
Well, if we're moving on, you can't come to me. But I wanted to say,
Dark, come to me. If you have any questions, come to me.
You really had to come off your mic and fucking like.
So I want to say this, Dark. I agree with you on this. You're right. Slavery did exist for thousands of years across the world. And guess what? It took my country 100 years to get rid of it. We became a country in 1776, but we outlawed slavery in 1860. That's less than a fucking 100 years. I'm proud of that. You should be too. So you're right. Slavery did exist all over the fucking planet. It took my country less than 100 years. And that bullshit about how everyone knows their fucking ancestors. What are we talking about, bro? Do you know where your great great grandmother was born? I don't know where my great great grandmother was born. And my last name, bro, my last name literally means person of worthless stature. It's an Eastern European slur that, like, eventually, who knows what my ancestors' last name was? They got turned into, and I don't give a fuck. If you always look me up, come, we'll hang out and have a beer. My last name is Gring. It's like gringo without the O, Gring. So now in Mexico, it'll be like foreigner. It's an Eastern European slur. That means person of worthless. That's literally what my last name means. I can't go look up my ancestors and my people and wherever the fuck I came from because I'm a fucking American. And let me tell you this, my kids were born here, I was born here, my father was born here, my grandfather was born here, and my great-grandfather was born here. That's 5 fucking generations. You should tell this the fuck out of here with that shit. You know what's really proud that you're from a country. I'll land here. You should be proud that you're from a fucking country that it took less than 100 years to outlaw an institution that existed for thousands. You should be proud of that.
Yeah, when it comes to America, this is the funny part. Is when I hear black people bitch about this, the most successful black people in the world are literally from the United States of America. And like you said, we're the people that ended up outlawing, well, actually we didn't. Britain did a little bit before us. But even Mexico, just going to be fair.
Like I mentioned, he has the same lineage, same tradition, same religion as his ancestors, even though he can't look them up. So yes, he cannot find their name, their town he lived in. He still lives by the same customs that they traveled from Europe.
Yeah, sure. But you have to understand, like we are an outpost. Hold on. We are, or at least started as an outpost of Europe, literally.
Escaping persecution, getting killed for their beliefs. That's why they came here.
But if we look at hold on. Okay, shut the nigger mouth, whoever's speaking.
Oh, see, look at that.
I didn't even know you were black. You're just talking over me. But so I guess it fits. Okay, shut up.
I got moved to the audience for saying that word. Pepe shit.
Okay, amazing. But if we look at the people, okay, who's talking? I'm just gonna start moving. All right, I'm looking at my phone now. I'm being like radar. This is obnoxious. Yes, we can look at Europe. We can look at a lot of the ethnic and religious rivalries that they had, which they were in abundance. America, you had your Greek and Italian and Irish and Polish and whatever the fuck Irish neighborhoods. That's how dirty potato niggers like Irish came into Brad came into existence. It's just gonna happen. It's that really sucks, but we have to live with that outcome. But we overcome our differences, and we become American. And
American. Who decides that?
Really, I mean, obviously, it's
yes,
majority.
Who decides that?
Okay, so when it comes to our government, which
so you're saying white people?
White people absolutely founded this country. Like the fact that you would deny that the founding fathers are all white. I think you know that, right?
So they.
Okay, so are you saying we should follow? Chattel.
Welcome.
What does that have to do with chattel slavery? You fucking brainlet. Like, okay, so if we want to look in comparison, can you tell me anywhere where blacks have led a fucking country that is not at the very best, or that is at the very best part of the developing world? These places don't exist.
Where would you rather be black?
The Bahamas.
Where would you rather be black?
Black people don't lead the country.
The Bahamas.
Black people don't lead the country. The Bahamas. In other words, a tourist destination.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
The Bahamas. Rwanda. Why the Bahamas?
Okay, but those
Black people don't lead the country. It's mostly white people.
Yeah, but if you look at it's
mostly white people, not black people.
Okay, shut up. If you look at the places per capita, for including territories, the highest homicide rates, the lowest standards of living are going to be in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico is part of that. But if we look at the more black places, if we look at America, in the United States, you can call me racist for saying I don't give a shit. You can call me a racist, anti-demographic. They're shittiest fucking places in the United States. Nobody can deny that. Demographically, you can look at PG County, which is where my mother was raised.
Yeah, black people have a horrible demographic. It's a fact. Why do they do
No, I know.
every other
County.
Is it like black people have
Yeah,
to
but if you look at PG County, you also have large swaths of basically ghettos where some of them are black, but a lot of them are actually El Salvadoran. The neighborhood my mother grew up in Delphi, Maryland. No, it was all white, but it is literally, shut the fuck up, you goddamn. Okay, who is this talking? Okay, Duck, Duck, your black mouth is getting muted because of white supremacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and move you to the audience. Amazing. That's white supremacy at work. But I mean, the neighborhood that my mother grew up in, I mean, it was largely white, but it's now, and it has been for like the last 20 years, largely El Salvadoran. My half brother lives in that house still. It's I don't know. You can bring up PG County and Atlanta. Yeah, but Atlanta's an interesting, especially when it comes to the black community. And Atlanta is very interesting because you do see the spectrum at play there, where you have a lot of the intelligent, industrious, highly conscientious blacks that have moved to that area. So you have like a large
successful black countries.
The other thing about the Bahamas is you have that, it's like not a nepotism, but it's very hard to fire people. There's policies there that like just keep people in their jobs with, I can't remember what it's called.
How many jobs do they have there?
They have a big gaming industry and resort industry. And because I know when the Atlantis came in.
It's like a money laundering, like.
No, when the Atlantis came in, when Kirshner came in to take over Paradise Island, which there was a big issue with the staff and how to handle staff there because they have these laws.
Well, yeah, it's like it's still developing. It's not it's not third world. It's like second world or something like that. I don't know. Maybe someone correct me.
No, I agree. Because you can look at Lagos where they have like first world areas, but then you can look at the outskirts of Lagos where people live and literally bathe in open sewage.
Yeah.
Super poor. And so are you, I forget, I know I've asked you before, are you Yoruba or Igbo?
I'm Yoruba.
Okay, so like the Igbo are the ones that tend to do the best. At least
that's probably not true because like Lagos is mostly Yoruba people and like there's still a lot of successful people there. It's like it's both of us. Like and then the Fulanis or something like that. But I don't really know the
Fulanis are the more terroristic.
Yeah, they're more like no. There's a lot of rich Fulani. Like Fulani do tend to be like the hillbillies of Nigeria. Like they're like nomads and like they're.
Okay, so for those that don't know, what is the main difference between the Fulanis and the Yoruba and Igbo in terms of religion?
The Fulanis are Muslim, and the Yorubas are half. Yeah. Some Yorubas are Muslim, some Yorubas are Christian. So it's like it's half and half, and the Igbos are not Muslim.
The Nigerians tend to the ones that are here. They tend to do well when they're here. Their median income is 80,000 plus.
Yeah. Hold on. How do they do so well in the face of black plight, though?
Great question, Joe.
What do you mean in the face of black plight? Like.
Yeah, so up here, Dark is making the point that still to today, due to black plight, he can't get ahead. But how do the Nigerians do so well?
Thank you. And see, when I say this, I'm called an Uncle Tom.
Their heads out and make good decisions.
No, this is what the fuck I'm talking about.